retirement nest egg ever recovered from past market downturns, you would get off the stock market roller coaster. Well, that time has come, and that time is now. The markets have surged since pandemic lows, when most Americans dropped about 40% almost overnight. And now, once again, global unrest is making markets volatile. So don't forget that promise that you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and your family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $365 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
They say everything's better in the summer. I say everything's better down the shore in the summer. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't booked your summer getaway yet, what are you waiting for? Book a July midweek stay at my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey, and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits. You can use those credits on food and beverages at Hemingway's Restaurant and Bar, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the kids on a whale watching boat cruise. And when you're planning your summer escape, don't miss July 4th weekend. Make unforgettable memories by the ocean and celebrate our nation's 250th birthday in a truly grand way. Independence Day weekend rooms are filling up fast, so reserve yours today by going to grandhotelcapemay.com. Always book direct with them for the best rates and to get those resort credits. It's giving you money back to spend at the resort. grandhotelcapemay.com, grandhotelcapemay.com.
A simple piece of paper. It's something we use every day. For the most part, it does what it's designed to do. It sits there flat on your desk as a placeholder for information. But with a couple strategic folds, suddenly your flat piece of paper becomes an airplane and flies across the room. Your 401k is kind of like that flat piece of paper. It just sits there as a placeholder for your money. Alan Cohen of Spectrum Wealth Partners can show you those strategic moves to take your 401k from just sitting there to creating the income you need for retirement. Call today for a free no-obligation meeting. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at spectrumwp.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenslin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
TGIF on this gorgeous Friday, 82 degrees today, and a beautiful Father's Day weekend. I just want to recap this before I get to the latest with J.D. Vance, President Trump, and a lot of news and changes. But just to recap this situation, which I think is the definition, if you will, of the upside down cray-cray land we live in. That in a situation where you have juveniles stealing a vehicle, right? Stealing a vehicle, leading police who are in marked vehicles trying to pull them over, and they are driving a stolen vehicle because they stole a vehicle, and they put all of these people at risk. And only in New Jersey would the top law enforcement official, who's the AG, come out and say, well, yes, we need to investigate the incident and investigate the officers. Only in New Jersey, right? Only in the sanctuary state. And so that is the hypocrisy that we see. So they've named the officers, and I'm tempted just not to name them. This is the Office of Public Integrity and Accountability. So I would like you know what? I would like, I think the Trump administration, perhaps the feds should have, we should just try to trump them. We should have the federal version of the Office of Public Integrity and Accountability and investigate the AG who is investigating and naming these officers, Edward, Charles, and Jason, Edward Lester, Charles Wyckoff, and Jason Ulrich. My sympathies to you, because these officers, uniformed officers in marked vehicles, they're in Ewing Township, and these officers are on the job. They protect and serve every single day. Their families, say goodbye, have a great day, say a prayer, and hope they come home that night. And this is the disrespect that they get, because you know what? They're under investigation because they were called in. So they're saying, oh, stolen vehicle, aren't you in the vicinity? So these officers are asked, on their job, right? And they're doing their job, and yet they're the ones being named. And just by the basic nature of news, you infer as the viewer now, you're not thinking about the teens. They're not focusing on the juveniles who should be charged as adults. We should have their perp walk. We should have their mug shots, and they should be facing charges in adult court. That's what we should be covering, rather than bringing out these officers like Game of Thrones. Shame. Here are the officers. And so then they say, well, we're not, we're just, it's per. And this is so lame, and it's so disingenuous. Shame. It is. Shame. And they even put out the fact that the Office of Integrity and Accountability is continues to investigate the incident, identify these officers, releasing even more footage than has been released. And then they're looking at the police vehicle recorder, the city surveillance cameras, along with the radio transmissions related to the crash, as they look at this to make sure that the officers were in full compliances. And then they release this, NJSA code blubbity blub 5217B 107A2 requires the Attorney General's office. This is so passive aggressive, right? That the new AG, who's basically like the female version of Matt Platkin, who I talked a lot about. You remember in the early days when I was a TV news reporter, right? I won a lot of Emmys, by the way, still doing that with New Jersey Matters. Remember before that station was unfortunately sold. But in New Jersey Matters, I was covering Katie, remember? This was New Jersey, I care about you. Yes, we've got you. And so on. That was Matt, was good friends with Katie. Remember that whole thing? Anyway, that's Matt Platkin. So now we have the new female version of Matt. That just continues with the AG. But they say, well, we are required to look at the officers, any death involving an officer, even if it's in a pursuit, etc., when somebody dies. So because a little girl was killed, basically T-boned, by a vehicle driven by juveniles who stole a vehicle, and it's their fault. But we're going to blame the officers. This is the crazy world that we live in right now with the sanctuary city of New Jersey, where your property taxes are ridiculous and through the roof. They've done nothing to that. Where, by the way, you're paying for all of those mistakes that New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy made when he nobody even knew this, just allowed all of these AI data centers to go in there. And by the way, we in Pennsylvania, the reason you especially should be, and I think of, when I say especially, Chuck, so when we especially are paying for New Jersey's failures in their grid, and now we have to pick up their tab. There's so many reasons to be upset with neighboring New Jersey, but here we go. This is the new AG. So I just had to go off on that. Okay, sorry. Dan Borowski, thanks for pulling all of this, all the latest with J.D. Vance. So let's get
Can I just make one quick comment?
Of course.
Because I've been listening to the,
Hi.
I actually have.
Hi,
hey,
happy
how are
Friday.
you?
We haven't even said hello.
Hi.
How rude.
It's been a crazy morning. Behind us, you hear the officers in their audio of what you're talking about here, and I just want to make note of how calm they are. What happens is they're chasing the vehicle, and you can hear them taking a left on Olmsted, taking a right on, and that's how they are the entire time. They're not animated. They're not emotional. It's
not like Dukes of Hazzard.
No,
Enos, you got him. He's running like a squeal pig. Like that's what they want to make you think.
And here's a little bit. Ready?
Stop right there. Stop it.
So you hear them.
Permission to pursue.
Right on Pedersen, permission to pursue.
186 is monitoring. Right on Mellon.
But it's an example of the demeanor. I mean, I couldn't be calm like this, to be quite honest. And to have now an investigation into these officers is nuts.
Yeah, and the stolen Kia, they're driving crazy. They're on the wrong side of the road. They're in the middle of the road.
Left on the Clemens Lodge track.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Hopefully, some level of sanity and professionalism prevails in this, and hopefully the newer Mikey Sherrill's AG doesn't go after these officers. But I will say this, just by the media coverage that we're seeing, and I want you to think about this as well, because New Jersey, and I'm going to do my little tangent that I always say, but because unfortunately New Jersey has been denied proper coverage, which I think you should get. You don't have a television news market. So New Jersey is covered by Philadelphia as well as New York. So what does that mean? That means that these officers don't have the benefit of just being covered in their local municipality like a regular situation. So their names are being broadcast across Pennsylvania, right? The entire huge Philadelphia market, as well as the entire New York City market, right? And then, across the low energy radio station, whatever in New Jersey, you have one radio station, maybe a PBS station, whatever. But because they don't have their own television news markets like every other state across America has, which is nuts. That's crazy. And it, in my humble opinion, it keeps it does not give New Jerseyans an actual voice, and it also allows Democrats to prevail in New Jersey. I would say to you that if you ever want a two-party system and better representation in New Jersey, push for that. That somewhere in New Jersey, in the bigger, at least, let's say the Trenton, which is the capital city, and then as well, North Jersey, which it's the most densely populated state in the nation. The fact that there's not a TV news market to represent New Jersey is crazy and ridiculous, but it's part of the problem. I'm just saying. But just by the nature of the story, the way they're naming the officers in the AG's office makes them look guilty, makes it look as if they did something wrong. And the juveniles, by the way, who should be held responsible, they get the benefit of the doubt, and they get the benefit of not being charged as adults. This happened back in December, number one. And number two, this turned deadly for a 13-year-old girl who was a passenger in her family vehicle. So to me, it's typical sanctuary city, New Jersey. That's what you get for voting the way you voted. All right. Can we, I'll begin this with, we do have to break. So here's the thing I'm just going to say as we go to break, and I promise we'll get to Trump and especially J.D. Vance. remember what was supposed to happen. Today was supposed to be the day that J.D. Vance was supposed to be signing the Iran deal. So the negotiations are reportedly, they're not even beginning the 60-day negotiations. J.D. Vance, obviously, he didn't go. Trump signed the thing in Versailles, but we've already gone a little bit off the rails. And now President Trump just this afternoon leaves for Camp David. So I do want to update you on all of that. Thanks for being here. Tell me what you're doing this Father's Day weekend. I do want to get Dan's take, but what are your Father's Day plans? How do you celebrate dad and granddads, especially too? So let me know that. And how do you celebrate, as far as your husband? And maybe if your husband is not a dad. So because sometimes there's that piece of it, right? And so do you still celebrate him, or if he's a stepdad? I just wanted your thoughts. 855-839-1210. We do have to take a really quick break, but I promise we'll talk all things Trump, JD, Iran, all of it. Be right back.
Here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. Call 800-809-7989 today.
They say everything's better in the summer. I say everything's better down the shore in the summer. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't booked your summer getaway yet, what are you waiting for? Book a July midweek stay at my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey, and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits. You can use those credits on food and beverages at Hemingway's Restaurant and Bar, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the kids on a whale watching boat cruise. And when you're planning your summer escape, don't miss July 4th weekend. Make unforgettable memories by the ocean and celebrate our nation's 250th birthday in a truly grand way. Independence Day weekend rooms are filling up fast, so reserve yours today by going to grandhotelcapemay.com. Always book direct with them for the best rates and to get those resort credits. It's giving you money back to spend at the resort. grandhotelcapemay.com, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Summer's meant for making memories somewhere between here and there, and the right vehicle makes every mile memorable. Right now at Tri-County Toyota, you can finance a new 2026 Toyota Tundra for as low as 2.99% APR. Plus, every vehicle comes with our Tri-County for Life guarantee. Visit us at 15 L&D Drive or online at tricountytoyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You. With approved credit, final price includes $490 doc fee plus tax, tag, title, and other government charges. Expires 6/30/2026. See dealer for details.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So 10 minutes ago, I always just want to update you. We'll get to J.D. Vance and the latest headlines this morning. But President Trump reposting, talking about Lindsey Graham, South Carolina. He put out a post. And then he says the war has diminished Iran. It doesn't any longer have an Air Force, a Navy, anti-aircraft equipment, radar, or practically anything else. And yet, the Democrats say Iran is better off now than it was 4 months ago. Can you imagine getting away with that? How stupid can some people be? Signed, President DJT. So that was from President Trump. And he's very busy on social media as well. He reposted Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, putting out, completely agree with President Trump's analysis that Iran's capabilities to generate another October 7th or continue to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism on the planet has been massively degraded. To those who say Iran is stronger now than before, that is an insult to the American military, and it is delusional thinking because the Iranian economy is in shambles, and that is true, right? All the above, true. Mr. President continued to try to find a diplomatic solution to Iran's nuclear ambitions and other issues that have plagued the world since 1979. The day diplomacy is off the table will present America and our allies with some very stark choices. In the meantime, as we pursue diplomacy, make it crystal clear that Israel will not have to tolerate being attacked by Iranian proxies who cause parts of Israel to be inhabitable. So that's the latest from Trump. Let me get to J.D. Vance real quick here. As he was, Caroline Leavitt, we miss her. Boy, do we miss her. You realize how good she is. It's the old thing that they appreciate you when you're gone. And so obviously she's enjoying time home with new baby number 2, little girl. And so has her hands full there, but we haven't heard when she'll be back. So let me get to, really when you think of this week, wow, I think of starting Sunday and thinking about, happy birthday, Mr. President. What a birthday week, as we had that incredible show at the UFC, so patriotic and so wonderful, right? We had all of that going on. And then this week, a lot of hope as we saw what was happening with the G7. And that's really where we went right from the UFC with 85,000 people on the South Lawn. And at some point learned that there was that these terrorists, that thank God the FBI and Secret Service thwarted an attempt or a plot to commit a mass casualty event with 85,000 people on the ellipse and about 5,000 people that were the seated guests, if you will, and President Trump, once again, in the crosshairs. You don't hear much about that, do you? But as we look at J.D. Vance and what he's saying, and I want to get to that because we thought that today he would be signing something and that then phase 2 would begin because we heard that, okay, President Trump, then he went ahead, kind of surprised us. I think there were some security issues. I think that was a bright move to just go ahead and get her done, sign something, and then say, let's initiate these talks, right? That I think there was a security angle to that, especially since Sunday we began the week with basically learning a plot that, in fact, there was basically another assassination attempt on the president and many others, right? And so they weren't even close, weren't even in D.C., but still. So here's the latest from J.D. Vance as he's talking about this from the White House podium, that usually this would be the role of Caroline Leavitt, but we have the vice president. He's been doing a lot of media on this media tour. And so here's J.D. Vance now as he's updating us on what's happening. I'll say to you as well, overnight, right? Even after, J.D. Vance speaking out a bunch, Israel striking southern Lebanon overnight, 4 Israeli soldiers killed by Iran-backed Hezbollah. And that report from Reuters, 18 people killed in the Israeli strikes, intensifying the violence, and obviously straining that interim peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. Okay, so Vance, the vice president, warning, and I'll start here. He's still saying the United States has all the cards in these very fragile talks. But here's Vance as he talks about, first and foremost, let's begin with the latest on the Strait of Hormuz.
First of all, I think the president's peace plan in Iran is already bearing real fruits for the American people. Last night, 12.5 million barrels of oil went through the Strait of Hormuz. That is a high since the beginning of the conflict. Oil prices are down nearly at their level from the pre-war conflict. Gas prices dropped below $4 a gallon today for the first time since the conflict. And importantly, they're going to keep falling further given how low oil prices are. On the military side, the Iranians, for the second night in a row, did not shoot at any ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So far, they are honoring their end of the commitment. And on the blockade, CENTCOM has allowed north of a dozen ships to go through our naval blockade, and so we're also honoring our end of the early part of the agreement. On the military side, a couple of things that are still true and will be true whether the Iranians comply with the rest of the deal or not. Number one, their nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity for enrichment, the facilities at which they were using to develop enrichment and develop a potential nuclear weapon, those facilities are still destroyed. Their conventional military is still destroyed. Their capacity to threaten their neighbors is still largely gone. And now we see whether they are willing to comply with the next step of the president's peace plan.
So next steps. And I want to get to the money. This is clip 3, the money controversy. So let's talk about this because there is this, if you watch our media, our mainstream media, and that's where you get your news, you don't understand something that is the liquidity that I've talked a lot about. I've talked a lot about the economy, the liquidity, and that Iran doesn't have the money. That's just it. And that this is expensive. So this, to make the argument somehow that they have money is absurd, and that's what the vice president is addressing.
The part of the peace plan, the part of this MOU that I think have been most misrepresented by certain parts of the media is the idea that the Iranians get all these benefits. You will hear things about $300 billion or $24 billion or this or that number of money or amount of money. And the simple fact is that the only way the Iranians get any of those resources, not a single penny, by the way, from the United States of America under any circumstances, but the only way that they would ever get any benefit of the bargain is if they comply fully and change their behavior. And so you really have a win-win situation for the United States of America. If the Iranians don't change their behavior, their military and their nuclear program is still destroyed. If they do change their behavior, then they are going to have a transformative relationship with the Middle East, and the Middle East will have a transformative relationship with the people of Iran. That's a win for the American people and for the President of the United States, regardless of which option the Iranians ultimately choose. We obviously want them to choose the right option. The interesting thing about their system, and I think it's important for the American people to appreciate this point in particular, is that there are real divisions within their country about how exactly to proceed. And what we've seen over the last couple of months is that the pragmatists within the Iranian system, the people who really do want to transform their relationship with the Middle East and with the world, those people are winning the argument. The United States wants those people to win the argument. The United States wants to have a better relationship, but in order for that to happen, the Iranians have to perform. And if they don't perform, as we've said before, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. So what I'd ask all of you is just to report honestly that the United States isn't giving up a cent of money to Iran, and even the economic benefits, the sanctions relief and so forth that comes along with this bargain only happens if the Iranians perform.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to go to one more real quick here because he mentioned the nuclear infrastructure. So let's go to that. This is clip 5.
Well, number one, they would have to get a lot of money in order to rebuild the nuclear program. You're talking about billions and billions of nuclear infrastructure that the United States destroyed. In order for them to rebuild that program, they would have to get a lot of money. And we have them in an economic chokehold right now that we're not going to release until they fundamentally change their behavior. What would that look like? That would mean a real inspections regime. That would mean a real enforcement regime. As the MOU contemplates, that would mean the destruction of their enriched stockpile. All of these things are the sorts of steps you're going to take if you're serious about ending your nuclear weapons program. And that, again, is why I go back to this fundamental trade that's built into the deal. They need money to do anything. Their economy is in absolute dire straits.
And with that, he closes out, I'll just say this, that he did make it clear, I have to go to break, but he did make it clear that, because everybody keeps saying, oh, we're worse off than, the JCPOA deal. And he goes through that and says the Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money. This deal, quote, gives them $0 of American money. That's the money quote, if you will, and I'll summarize it there. We have so much more. President Trump speaking out, and we'll get to that around the corner. We'll have some fun as it's Friday. TGIF, Dawn Show continues right after this, and I thank you for being here with me. Always love my time with you. With gas prices on top of everybody's minds, and by the way, not in the headlines as much if you notice that the price per barrel of oil is going down. Gas prices drastically down just within days. But have you considered a hybrid vehicle? We love ours. That's what Lair Bear drives, the CRV SUV, which is a Honda. But there are so many gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And as I always say, we're mostly a Honda family. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, and that CRV SUV. Right now, take advantage. 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99%. That's for 60 months, and that one is on the CRV. So experience all the award-winning hybrid performance. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can always start your shopping experience online. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather is sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
Today, a beautiful day for the World Cup match. It's going to get sunny later, less humid, with a high of 84. Will be comfortable tomorrow, though a little bit warmer and breezier with a high of 85. For Father's Day, a high of 86 with some sun and clouds.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
First Harvest Credit Union celebrates the nation's 250th birthday with community, progress, and financial freedom. We're here to help your money grow. Earn 3.4% annual percentage yield on an 18-month share or IRA certificate. Or choose our 24-month option and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Discover more options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're like me, dental visits meant cleanings twice a year until suddenly they didn't. As teeth age and wear down, small issues can become complex problems. That's where expertise matters most. At Bentz Dental Group, board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz specialize in advanced and complex dental care. They deliver precise diagnosis and customized treatment plans designed for your long-term health. Call 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Father's Day is here. Skip the usual tie and give him something he'll truly remember. Find the perfect gift at Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Right now, save 20% on Movado watches through June 22nd. The perfect time to give Dad a gift he'll wear and appreciate for years to come. This Father's Day, give him a gift that stands out. Give him something special from Family & Company Jewelers. Visit JR in Marlton or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So President Trump giving an exclusive to Axios. You might see the headlines, no limits on his power, Axios. So what's he talking about? Let me get to some of these headlines here as he talks about it. So the deal is signed. President Trump, by the way, scheduled to depart this afternoon for Camp David, where he'll spend at least part of his weekend, or the first part. Hopefully he gets to be with the fam to celebrate Father's Day for his Father's Day and Grandfather's Day. But POTUS telling Axios, quote, talking about his unlimited power, insisting the deal reached and signed amounts to, quote, unconditional surrender by Tehran. Here is a clip.
What have you learned about not just the exercise of power, but the limits on your power as a result of the conflict?
There are no limits.
No,
not. I haven't learned that lesson yet. I know there are, but there are no limits. We defeated them totally militarily.
Little Axios open there.
We have the most powerful military in the world by far. Who else could have done a blockade like that? I did a naval blockade where not one ship was able to get through. Some tried. They didn't, it didn't last very long.
And it certainly brought Iran to the table more than before. However, beginning a conflict, you had talked about you only wanted unconditional surrender. And the MOU doesn't look like unconditional surrender.
Well, it really probably is unconditional surrender.
It is?
I think so.
So they're producing this so that they hope everybody watches it, because Axios has this exclusive, and that's really a headline that you're seeing that everybody's quoting, and they released a couple of, a few little clips that we'll get to. But in this one, he denies all of the claims. And here's the thing with President Trump. He's on the defense, right? Because all the so-called mainstream media, they keep saying that, oh, no, he's limited. Oh, no. We're in a worse place. We played for you, Joe and Mika, yesterday, that the media just widely reporting, oh, no, this is worse than the Obama deal. So this is, now we're in a deficit. They should have just left it the way it was. And so this, as President Trump is saying that he's explaining the memo of understanding. I know J.D. Vance was out there yesterday, and this is Axios' Mark Caputo, who's asking the questions. You see a two-shot. Axios very excited about this exclusive. They're putting it out there, and we have a few more clips. But he is explaining the deal to keep the war, he says, from turning into a global economic depression. You heard him say that earlier. And trying to go through this and get his message out, his side of the story, if you will, because there's an imbalance. There's such a bias in the media. I just wish they would just, like J.D. Vance asked politely, just please report the facts. And I'll get to some other examples going on in the media. But Dan, are there any other clips? Can you go to, let's go to the next
this
one.
appearing at 2 p.m., the only other preview clip they left out was one about Israel and Netanyahu relationship. You want that one?
Yep.
If it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel would have been eviscerated.
They do their thing again, and he comes back.
If it weren't for Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu worked well with me, but he will tell you, we're the ones with the guns, we're the ones with the whole deal, we're the ones with the B-2 bombers, etc. If it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel would have been eviscerated.
Your relationship with Netanyahu's...
It's good, but we have to keep him a little bit sane.
Are you going to be able to control Israel from attacking Lebanon?
Yeah, I will be. I mean, I wonder. They have a lot of respect for me, and they do as I say.
So U.S. Central Command confirming that American forces lifted all blockade enforcement on maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. And so I expect by the time that we're back on Monday morning, we're going to see gas prices and the price per barrel of oil drop even more than it is. And that was something that President Trump had predicted. And I have no doubt that happens as well. But now we begin this phase 2, if you will, that President Trump has said is much easier. And the variable here, the variable is going on between Israel, and that's why he has to keep Bibi back off, let me tell you. So we have all of that going on. And remember the players here, that President Trump and the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, they signed that interim agreement that I talked about, and that halts the war on all fronts, reopens the Strait of Hormuz for Congress, and tees up that phase 2, which is 60 days now. And just to incorporate what Vice President Vance, what you heard him earlier saying, what Vice President Vance says is that he feels that the more pragmatic, voice within Iran, and look, you always fear that when you have something like this where they're taking out the top leadership, you don't want to create a vacuum, right? You don't want to create the opportunity for somebody to come in who's more radical, more violent, right? And so what they're saying now is very hopeful, saying, no, we have a pragmatic group and they have the strongest voice. So we'll see, because I in the back of my head, I do remember President Trump, and this was last week, talking about the fact that there was at one point an attempt to arm the Kurds. Remember that? And so that is in the back of my mind, and I'm sure that it's in the back of yours too, because they want to empower the people of Iran, who we know, there's no question, they feel that they have been oppressed as well for 47 years. And so, it's like the song, the way we were. I mean, I think that Trump, and not just Trump, the people of Iran wish that they could go back to, turning back the clock 47 years. So we'll continue with that. There are a lot of local stories here and a lot of good news, not just bad news or troubling news or stressful news, however you want to word it. 855-839-1210 as we head into really a beautiful Father's Day weekend weather-wise. But summer is the season for fresh starts. Nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. You think about the kitchen, it's the heart of the home. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth, PA, family business built on high quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, Kitchen Magic's making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, 40% off installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families trusting Kitchen Magic to get it right. Now, it's your turn, so take it. KitchenMagic.com. Make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade that you deserve. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that when spring showers are coming down so hard, it seems like Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears. You'll be glad you called us to clear your block drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book HorizonServices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutorepair.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Big weekends. Juneteenth parade, by the way, is on Father's Day on Sunday in Philadelphia. FIFA tonight. Brazil v. Haiti. And I do want to talk about this as we think about Father's Day weekends. You know, I think about my dad, who I'm going to see very soon because we have the wedding in Illinois, but I love my father, and I'm so grateful for my dad in my life, 91 years young. And your dad is somebody, you know, I think there's the yin and the yang with mom and dad, right? But for me, my father, my mom was a disciplinarian. My dad is that one who gives you the wise words of wisdom, right? That's my dad. But he also, I have to say, my parents talked a lot about health. And my dad, even more than my mom, when I think about it, every time he says, you know, I never take Tylenol. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't take anything. He takes 0 prescription medications. But I did see this one. I have to talk about this more because there's all this news about anti-aging. You may remember this because I love this stuff, you know, this cell therapy and the peptides. And my youngest son, who's still a teenager, talks about this. He's like, Mom, you and Dad, you need to get into the peptides. All my friends, their parents are doing the peptides, and my friends who lift and they're really in shape and they're doing the peptides. So I was just looking this up and thinking about this. So there's this copper peptide, GHKCU, but I guess there are all these peptides people are doing. I'm like, how do you do peptides? Dan Borowski, I ask you.
I don't even know what that is.
You do peptides?
I take Pepsid.
Pep?
I take Pepsid for my stomach.
No. These are like, I don't know. This is the big thing, the peptides. I don't know I don't even know what a peptide. I really don't know much about.
Do you know what a peptide is?
Do you do the peptides, Andrew Torres?
No, I don't. No,
do
he doesn't
peptides.
do it. No.
Anybody do peptides?
Anybody on the peptides? Dom Giordano? Is Dom Giordano on the peptides?
Do you smoke it? Do you toke it? Do you take a pill peptide? Is it in natural foods? So I guess there are all these like amino acids and glycine, and I don't even know what this stuff is because I don't really take anything either. I'm like my dad because that's where I get my philosophy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't do a lot of this.
A short chain of amino acids that naturally act as chemical messengers in the body.
But is it in the ocean water? Like, let's say you happen to be in Wildwood, New Jersey. And I love Wildwood. Mm-hmm. North Wild. Well, I love the Jersey Shore in general. We all do. But if you swim in the ocean, You know what I mean? Does it like absorb into your skin if you accidentally swallow some of this? Like, how does that work? I don't know. I think maybe all of the above. I don't know much about it, but the GHKCU, you get it from food, you get it from amino acids, and a balanced, protein-rich, healthy diet.
Isn't it part of like the whole broscaping, or what's the bros on social media they call themselves with the?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hardscaping. Is
Seriously.
Looks maxing. Yes, I think it's all part of that looks maxing, isn't it? That's
I don't know.
Why it's growing in popularity.
I think the peptides could be in anything. So even if it doesn't matter, if you're like Dom Giordano, as we all know, is like my son Michael. They're vegetarians, right? So that's okay. I'm looking it up. You can still get the peptides, whether you eat it, rub it on, drink it in a drink. It comes in all forms.
Yeah.
You know,
we rub it on some peptides.
We rub it on, and I don't know. Peptides are not in the air, but they're all around us.
Do we have Dom Giordano? Is Dom Giordano rubbing peptides?
Is he rubbing peptides as we speak?
Hey, Dom, you there?
Maybe not yet. That's okay.
We're not getting done.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn, 102, we're talking health and peptides.
Yes.
We were doing the morning show together like 10 years ago, it seems like. I don't know. And you said you had somebody who had disastrous consequences from diet iced tea. I stopped drinking diet iced tea that day.
Good.
So thank you for that.
See?
Listen.
No, I'm serious. You never know where this goes with somebody.
Yeah.
So, no, seriously, I've been feeling, I meant to say that a while ago. We are loaded up already here at Johnny Z's. You can get in the door, but barely. And we have our annual award ceremony. And, Dawn, we have the Great Shore Debate with Linda Kearns, who has been watching Jaws with a panel of experts for the last 48 hours.
Uh-oh.
You know what the debate is about?
No.
Your Linda Kearns, with you every Wednesday,
My Linda.
thinks the mayor was the one that was correct in Jaws by saying we're not shutting down the beach, and I might add encouraging people to swim with the sharks.
Wow.
While Brody was out of line, it was kind of like COVID. So, Dawn, what do you say?
I love that take.
Oh, my God.
I love that take. But I will say this. Back in the day, my husband's father was a lifeguard in Atlantic City way back in the day. And he allegedly had said that there were times that they were really shorthanded on a busy beach weekend. And if they didn't have enough lifeguards, they might go, shark, everybody out of the water. And it was so, you know.
Yeah. But the mayor's telling people to go in. Remember, he starts pressuring
Yes.
the town council guy. Why are you not in the water yet? Why do you think I'm not in the water, Larry?
Well, we are living vicariously through Dom Giordano and Linda Kearns.
She's got a Life magazine, Jaws, that she just handed out on the table. She's got a bag of props.
Oh, my
This
gosh.
is like a Supreme Court
She's
case.
amazing.
I am issuing, Dawn, a writ of mandamus right now, right before this show even starts. It's mandamus.
Man,
right now.
this is awesome. This is the best ever. Dom Giordano, Linda Kearns, a full house. It's going to be great down the Jersey Shore. Have a great show.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
HBCU legacy runs deep. Now a new generation steps up at All-Star Week in Philly when Ken Griffey Jr. hosts the Swingman Classic, July 10th at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets at allstargame.com. MLB trademarks used with permission.
It wouldn't be an all-star game in Philly without the Phillies. Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at Phillies.com/vote and get them to represent our city in this year's Midsummer Classic.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Horizon Home Services is here to make taking care of your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems feel as simple as waving a wand with Comfort 360, the whole home protection membership. For just $19.99 a month, make getting maintenance, repairs, and replacements easier with 2 HVAC tune-ups a year and waived diagnostic fees with repairs. Plus, members get exclusive savings like 15% off any service. No magic spells required. Live comfortably ever after with Comfort 360. Learn more at horizonservices.com/comfort360.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. Call 800-809-7989 today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone, from Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Yes, feel free to applaud. People are too busy talking on the news of the day or something else going on here at Mulligan's. You get in, of course, 855-839-1210. We'll do the side question today, but we got a lot of guests here. Mulligan's, make it a big day. Today, Juneteenth, is a national holiday. Make it a 3-day week. Stop by Mulligan's. We'd love to see you. We'll cover everything that's happening as it's happening. Plus, we have the Great Shore Debate with Linda Kearns coming up at 12:30. We've been kidding, but she's studying. So am I a bit. How is that oceanologist, Henry? I think he was in the men's room. Is he coming out soon? As an expert witness. And I did interview Richard Dreyfuss, Linda Kearns, and I did an event with him at the Constitution Center. So that makes me an expert on this whole issue. And he said, yes, they should have closed the beach. You don't like him, though, I could tell. Okay. Alante McCauley is with us here, brought his gang, and Colonel Scott Rutter is with us. Everybody usually stands at attention. The first time we met Colonel Scott Rutter was at Sterling Optical, and everybody had to drop down and give 50 push-ups. Henry will do that, Colonel, if you give an order right now. Well, no headset? Oh, okay. None of these? No? Okay. All right, so we'll get to Colonel Scott Rutter here in a minute on Talk Radio 1210. But let's start out with what's happening in the news today. So, Alante, a lot of issues around Philadelphia. Alante McCauley with us. This week, Larry Krasner, well, Linda, I'll go to you first and put it in legal perspective. It was shocking, wasn't it? 110 possible cases with Larry Krasner for the Supreme Court to issue that he has to do all these appeals now through the Attorney General.
Dom, you're acting like these issues with Krasner are new. What was shocking about that?
Well, I meant the number and that the Supreme Court would actually do something.
No, and I'm glad they did. And the families are the ones that instituted that. Do you realize that, Dom, that it was the victims' families that took that to the Supreme Court? It was called a King's Bench petition. That's when you asked the Supreme Court for relief. And the fact that the victims' families had to speak out about this says a lot.
He is the worst man I've ever seen with victims. He can't even hide it. I mean, I know from the inside, I can't say fully why. He can't even pretend to even be nice to them. He has no regard whatsoever up and down the line for victims.
Why does Philly keep reelecting him?
Yes, Alante McCauley with us here, too, a resident expert in pushing back against the system. And I would answer some of it is that you don't have people willing to do what it takes to be in the ring with Krasner. You need somebody like Linda Kearns and others who, when you get in there, I told this to Judge Dugan, when he brings up your life, drop the gloves right there and say to the moderator, I don't care whatever else you're asking me. You're going to apologize or we're going outside, you punk. A moment like that, people would respect you because he's a sniveling, little, insufferable man. Also, because the Republican Party, and this is where Alante comes in, one of our persons of the year, the Republican Party is beyond dead in Philadelphia.
Right. There are a few very good souls, but yeah, for the most part, it's either people aren't interested or the ones who are in leadership are cooperating with the Democrats to get the scraps that the Democrats can give. So, no, we need people like Alante and Senator Joe Picozzi, who I hope calls in. That's the future of the Republican Party.
All right, and Alante McCauley with us, Flip Philly Red. Alante, you protested yesterday, your off day from City Council at Krasner's office. Your thought, not only does he get elected, but he gets elected fairly, I have to say, overwhelmingly.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me again. I'm glad to be down here at Mulligan's. In regard to Larry Krasner, I would say it's a little bit of everything. You got voter fraud. So a lot of it is voter fraud. A lot of it is also him buying off these violent prevention advocates or groups.
The ministers.
Yeah, the ministers. So a lot of that. And then you also have the black community. Well, he pretends to be a social justice warrior. So when you have people who felt like they come from a lineage or a background of injustices that have happened, they feel that he's solving some issues that we were wrongly incarcerated, over the years. And so, we have a generation that don't believe in accountability and believe in, we should be held accountable for the criminal things that are done in our community. So it's a lot of that. And so when he's sitting down with family members, he's also trying to convince families that don't seek the death penalty, don't seek longer sentences, try to ask for leniency. It's a lot of manipulation on that stand front as well. So it's a little bit of everything.
All right, we're here at Mulligan's. We'd love to hear you. You hear the noise. It is getting packed in. It's Dom Giordano Day here in Wildwood. The economic benefit to Wildwood has been put at $1.58 million, almost as big as the Barefoot Country Music thing. Now, those figures are in Funkin' Wagnall's mayonnaise jar in the back porch, but they are accurate, Linda Kearns. So in a moment we'll have Colonel Scott Rutter, because I do want to talk a little bit. Linda, we'll start with you, because your perspective on this, even though it's not quite your field, the Iranian deal is moving forward today. Until neither President Trump or Vance are in there in Geneva to sign it, that we're already now just battling over this with 60 more days of it. So I ask you, even though that's not the number one thing that you look at, what's the thing that jumps out at you on this?
That I don't think this really solves anything, Don.
Right.
And I think that Originally, he thought that it would, and I thought that this was going to be quick, just a couple days. That's not what it turned out to be. And I think not only is this going to have just consequences for us as the American people because it's not getting signed, but consequences to us as conservatives because I think it's going to affect these midterm elections. And I think President Trump and his team better figure out how to get out of this and make sure that the American people are satisfied with how he resolves this.
Now, speaking of the midterms, after we duke it out in court and shake hands today, I may have to hire you as an attorney because Josh Shapiro, I stand second. I've gone after him as hard as I've gone after Larry Krasner because he is much more of a threat than Larry Krasner is. Has the nerve to use sound from my show in his first ad on the big debate over AI processing facilities. So let me set the stage for listeners. Stacey Garrity was on the show, and she could tell by my silence that I wasn't in her camp. This was September, I think, saying, yeah, you can have an AI processing plant if it's way out in the wilderness of rural Pennsylvania.
Okay.
That's much different than Shapiro, who was a cheerleader with Amazon and got a lot of money, et cetera, wanted to go right down Broadway with them. He's trying to say now that Stacey Garrity, too, favors it, so give him a pass in this. Do I have any right? I don't want to be a likeness, my voice, or anything else used in his ads.
Okay, well, first of all, I've heard you kissing up to Matt Rooney this week, so I don't know why you're consulting me and not Matt Rooney, Dom. You
Right.
seem to just pick, you seem to say, okay, I'll ask Linda now, but then you're really friendly with Matt Rooney. But I don't know, was that in the public domain? Was your mention of that? I mean, in campaign ads, they are allowed to clip.
Hold that thought, Linda. 855-839-1210, just for a moment, because I couldn't hear you that well. I'll just cover it here. So Shapiro has now struck first on all the AI stuff, saying that what we have here is we're both in favor of AI processing plants, which is completely false. Alante, you know Stacey Garrity pretty well. You talk with her quite a bit. We talked about the fact that Republicans blocked her, essentially, from coming to a great event for you at the barber shop right in the center of North Philly where they absolutely should be going.
Right.
So why are these people out there? Fitzpatrick is one. Recently we had the Attorney General say, yeah, Josh Shapiro can put $1 million on his home, taking an issue away from Stacey Garrity. What's going on? Do they just think she's going to lose, so we're going to betray her?
I think it is a lot of that. There's a lot of problems with this issue going on right now. Fitzpatrick has been a big issue for the Republican Party, and so we always preach: do not vote red, straight down. We do the opposite of what Democrats do. They preach vote blue no matter who, and we don't believe in that. We vet every single person that we ask you to vote for. Stacey Garrity, she has a lot that she needs to do on her own as well to stand up to the party if she really wants to earn votes. And so, we're looking for her to push back on some of the establishment people that's behind the scenes, and, we see where we can go from there.
Okay, we'll have more. We'll have Colonel Scott Rutter with us, Linda Kearns. Big crowd here at Mulligan's. We love to meet you, have you come out and be part of it. All you have to do is join us in Wildwood at 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Coming up, I'll give you the side question today, is this date in history that Immersible went down. 5 people died in that submarine trying to go down 2,000 feet. One of the worst ideas in history. So we're looking today for the all-time worst idea, real or fictional, just a wild, bad idea. Of course, communism will take off the board. That is the ultimate idea. 70 years. Alante, I think it's a little more than 70 in your speech. We have to change that a little bit when you get up at City Council. More than 70 years of Democrat mayors in Philadelphia is certainly a bad idea. All-time bad ideas. And we'll go around to the debate. Roe is giving out these little pizza cutouts. and trying to lobby people here. How many people here at Mulligan's fold your pizza? All right, just one guy. Get him out of here. Take him out. I know he's with 1210. I don't care about Kirk. Get him out of here. It's in the laws. No folders are here. That's good. I see a lot of people have arrived here with pizzas and no folding. Johnny Z just came out of the kitchen. I wouldn't eat that meal. He broke it out of the kitchen just to say he folded his pizza. So we'll go around the horn here and see who folds or not. I'm afraid that Alante, who has been my person of the year, this may be a blemish on his record.
If you got a large pizza, you have to fold it. It's a large
my
pizza.
God.
Like, what do you?
No,
just a little bit, not like a full fold.
Do you always fold it?
If it's a large slice.
Okay, well then you're not a folder. No, that's the Machette rule. You only fold it if you have to.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a fold.
If it's a small slice, I'm not folding it.
Okay,
obviously.
Henry, you're ruling?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. That's fair. You don't
There
want
you
to be
go.
messed up. These people fold everything, though. That's what we're talking
you can't
about.
fold everything.
All right. 855-839-1210. Oh, chocolate chip cookie. Stop the show, please. It's like kryptonite. I can't continue. No, not chocolate chip cookies. Take them away when they occur. Somebody please help me. Ro, get over here. I don't know. The pizza shouldn't be delivered here at Mulligan's. I don't know how that happened. I'm not partaking in that.
Thank you, sir.
Don't fold it here. You fold it, you're out, buddy. You don't get the award till 1 o'clock today.
Large the slice is.
You do not get. Well, okay, let's see how large the slice
pressure.
is. Let's see that. Get that on tape there, Kirk. You shouldn't fold that.
That's not a folding. That's,
All
that's
right,
not a fold.
good. So he
I don't
gets the
think that's a
award.
fold.
All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle
Yes.
on this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh.
No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Ah, touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account, payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, Dawn here. You know, with gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtua Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hey, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano with you here at Mulligan's. We have officially retired the Happy New Year. I kind of miss it because it was a shot at Larry David during that last break. Henry looks like a new man. No more Happy New Year, but there might be another call-in recognition. And Leslie is here so that we still have Aloha. All right, we're talking here at Mulligan's. Everything that's happening out there, I can tell you it's one-of-a-kind relationship with Johnny Z here at Mulligan's. This year particularly. Stop by, your chance to vote. Alante has redeemed himself. He is not a pizza folder by definition here. Even though given the chance to waffle, he was like in the garden, like Yosemite there, but he didn't take the bait. He stood tall. He stood with us, I think. Colonel Scott Rudder's with us. Colonel Rudder out with a new book. Colonel Rudder, I've said for 20 years now, the proud product of Father Judge. Father Judge just got me this morning. The Crusaders said no. He's a proud product of George Washington High School in Northeast Philadelphia. He's a man that led the capture of Baghdad Airport, called me once from one of Saddam Hussein's bathrooms in the palace. It had a nice echo to it. And Colonel Rudder actually calls Colonel Allen West Al. That is reprehensible. Nobody should be able to call Allen West Al. How do you get to do that? Aren't you intimidated by the colonel?
We go back 30 years, Tom. We were actually captains during Desert Storm. He was the artillery officer, so as we were maneuvering down the trenches, he was the guy that we were calling artillery in. So great American, we still stay in touch.
Now, you brought me a copy of your book, even though it's not out to July 7th. I thank you for that. And it is a look. Thank you, Colonel Rudder. Let's get a close-up here.
There you go.
Damn fine soldiers. Colonel Scott Rudder from Northeast Philadelphia. And the colonel in this book, we've talked a little bit before about it, talks about the people that served with him and how Scott, it seems like it was an antiseptic war. We just won, rolled right over top of them. Nothing happened. Just like in this war, even though no boots on the ground, we have 13 or 14, I've heard different numbers, service people who were killed, or accidentally or not, in the action in Iran. So thank you for this. Thanks for coming to Mulligan's today.
Absolutely.
And we'll talk about it more a little bit later in the show. But when you see what's happening in Iran now, it's a somewhat similar situation, even though the last time, clearly, unconditionally, we rolled over top of it, that it occurs that to do anything in these things, you do need to put boots on the ground. You got to make that type of commitment. And thank God President Trump, I think, resisted it because Americans do not want to see our service people dying in another conflict at this point in the Middle East. How do you see it as a commander?
Absolutely, Dom. We have the technology and we have the capabilities in order to do it without the boots on the ground. Now, clearly, with coalition help and assistance and not necessarily American forces, there could be some integration into the ground force and so forth. But bottom line, I think that it begins with defining a good end state for us to be able to understand regime change, not just the first generation, but the second and third generation, even the ones that are taking over. The coalition, my God, could you imagine Alexander Haig going over there and choking the French and choking the British for them not supporting this? It takes a coalition of the willing in order for this to happen. I think the president's has a good stance now. I think it comes down to the economy to make sure that we're keeping things level, even, a good balance between what needs to happen and what needs to be done.
All right, so we have here at the table at Mulligan's, come on out and meet author now, Colonel Scott Rudder. And Linda, Colonel Rudder is the man who got me into Gitmo to broadcast from Gitmo. And in a crowded situation like this, it was wiring back to the 1950s. He held two cables together, so I was on the air from Gitmo.
Wow.
And
impressive.
The program director lost her pants in a suitcase. Sort of
How
speak.
can that be innocent?
I don't know. And Scott Rudder had to provide clothing for her. And imagine an attractive woman on an island with like 5,000 guys with their only thing. And they do have a tiki bar on Gitmo. So
wait, is that what he wants to be known for? Helping you
Yes,
broadcast from Gitmo?
yes.
Was that the pinnacle of his
That's
career?
the pinnacle of his career. No, it's the work he's done, and then as a Fox News correspondent. So, quick question, Alante McCauley with us. Alante, I've told Fox about you and some others. You do a lot of podcasts, though. You're all over the place. Any of those contact you because of the work you're doing in Philadelphia?
No, not yet. I haven't been blessed with that yet, but I'm pretty sure. Listen, I just want to do the work. You know, if that's what God wants for me, I'm sure that'll be down, in my path pretty soon.
Okay, let me take one call here. Let's get one on the board. All-time worst idea. Linda, for the record, you're not a pizza folder, are you?
I'm not what?
Pizza folder.
I don't think I have a strong opinion on this. Is that okay?
Not pizza folder then. And Alante, you're not a pizza folder, right?
Sometimes.
And Colonel Rudder?
Only in North Jersey. I'm good, South Jersey.
Politician. All right, let's go to Jeff in Hatboro. And Jeff, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jeff, good afternoon. What's the all-time worst idea?
Don, happy Friday. So back in, I think it was either 1985 or 1986, the Coca-Cola Company introduced their new, quote-unquote, new Coke formula, and it absolutely blew up in their face.
That is one of the all-timers. Thank you, Jeff, very much for being first in. We'll have a winner today for a great prize, and we will have Money Melody, even though here at Mulligan's it might be a little bit hard to hear. So coming up, we're waiting on the two mayors to be here. I hope they don't have any fires to put out, although Keith Hartzell ran a great race in Ocean City, so he almost was a mayor. I have a sense Ocean City, even if there were sharks out there, would not shut down. They stopped the teenagers from causing havoc. They had the seagull problem. They put an owl up there to kill the seagulls. Ocean City doesn't fool around.
Dom, these are shore towns. They depend on what they make in June,
Right.
July, and August. You can't go around shutting down the beaches. Now, that's not my only argument for later on in
Okay,
the
I
debate,
know.
but you need to remember it. Capitalism. Can I mention what I think the worst all-time idea was?
Yes.
When George Bush the First raised taxes after saying, "Read my lips, no new taxes," I don't think the Republican Party ever recovered from that.
I would agree. That was a big moment. That's probably ancient history to you, Alante. So, Alante, when was the moment you started to look at the Trump side of things? Was it the first election for President Trump? You would have been too young. Last time?
No, I wasn't too young. I was paying attention back then, but I was indifferent to President Trump around that time. But it was the second time around where he started to make sense. I just started to seeing what the left's messaging was, especially for, a young male such as myself. Just the emasculation of men and feminizing men, I just wasn't for it. President Trump seemed like sort of that, that guy that a young man can try to aspire to be.
So, yeah, it would have been Biden at that point, of course. Yeah, but this is the problem Democrats have.
Mm-hmm.
So give us your you analyze things now because you've been in the ring with all these people.
Right.
What is it they could do to win back younger men? By that I'd say men of all races, but even under 40. What do they have to do?
The Democrats?
Yeah. I like how you asked that. The answer means they can't.
If they could start defining what a woman is, that'd be a start. If they could get back to 2 sexes instead of 72 genders, that'd be a start.
And on that point, we just saw yesterday, had quite a surge of people, Linda, talking about the fact that in York, Pennsylvania, a minor league team players revolted and refused to wear a pride uniform, saying that's not part of their job. That is advocacy of something where there is a religious bent to this. That can be overused. But on this, I would agree. You're asking someone to be violative of their religion.
I agree. People need to learn to stay in their own lane. You go to the baseball park to see baseball, and hopefully in the case of the Phillies, very good baseball. You don't go there for all this social justice stuff, and I side with the players in that. They shouldn't have been asked to do
Alante,
that.
of course, you've seen this story.
Yes.
I mean, it's a breakthrough. The pitchers in San Francisco put something on their hat. Now, your uniform, you can't deface it, whatever. They should have just said, I can't be part of this. But a whole team, and these are only minor leaguers, they'll get the names of them teams, and some teams will not pick them potentially because of this.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, but it just shows you that we're at war. We had a cultural war. It's a lot of different type of wars going on right now. They want to take away our sovereignty as a country. They want to take away, Jesus out of our country. They want to, destroy, our Bible. They want to do everything they can to bring communism here, to bring this demonic energy here. So the midterms is important. 2028 is important, and we're still in the fight of our lives. I think President Trump winning in 2024 just extended our time, but this is not a time for us to rest on our laurels. Like you have to continue to swing your sword.
All right, and Alante, it's not just you. Somehow or another, you've recruited, or they've recruited you, a bunch of people that are out there. What's it like when you're in the middle of North Philly with a giant red Trump flag in front of a barber shop, swaying that back and forth?
Right. I mean, like it's equivalent to our version of being in a war zone. I mean, especially in the 3rd Congressional District in Philadelphia, they said that's the heaviest, the most Democratic
what do people
district.
say to you? Do you get any honks? That, yeah.
Believe it or not, there was people honking the horn, in support of it. So it's messaging. If we, people say what. Flag waves, doesn't move the needle. I beg to differ. If you see people, waving flags and you're getting the horns and you're capturing that on camera, psychologically it shows people that you're allowed to vote differently. You're allowed to think differently.
Told me the Republican Party said we don't believe in yard signs anymore.
Exactly.
Right there. Ipso facto, malfeasance, misfeasance. The yard sign is always, particularly with Trump. You see that big sign that says Trump somewhere. People think, maybe there are people in this neighborhood.
I proved it in 2024. Like I told you the story before your new listeners or somebody who hasn't heard this. So I was sitting there on my steps. There was no yard signs, nobody signed when Kamala was going against Trump. I was the first one on my block to put a sign up. I had a Trump advance sign. Next thing you know, a week later, every single house had a Kamala and Walt sign, and they started stealing my signs and all of this crazy stuff. I had to keep replacing it. But it just shows you the psychological, who's this person with a Trump? They never thought they'd see that before.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Alante, I think we're going to do this in the 1 o'clock hour. We're waiting for the mayors to show up. But, Linda, I want to go ahead here. I'm itching to get to this debate. I'm sure you are, too. Keith Hartzell ran and came in very close in Ocean City, a prime shore location, America's family destination. I think he could be a good model here, don't you think?
Well, I thought we were debating on the facts of Jaws.
Yeah,
the
sure.
specific
Yeah,
facts of Jaws.
Yeah, I'm just bringing them in.
We're not surveying all the mayors. Hey, if there was a shark attack, would you?
Well, a little bit of entertainment. After you and I debate, I want to see what they would say.
Well,
as
Dom,
a mayor.
I think that you didn't watch the movie that closely as I have. I've seen it like 50 times. I watched it again last night.
I've seen it at least 40.
So I know all the facts, and I know what the mayor relied on to make his decision.
Oh, okay. All right, that's coming up here at Mulligan. So if you want to get into a circle and breathe down on the competitors, feel free to do that. We're at Mulligan's, Johnny Z's place, packed house, but there's always room here at Mulligan's. We have the mayors and all. They don't care about fire restrictions, whatever. You can put 1,000 people there. They've told me that before. We were here right before COVID, days before you couldn't be here, with this number of people easily. This is the always show on my show. Maybe double. All right, 855-839-1210. All-time worst idea. Coming up, the Great Shore Debate with Linda Kearns.
The Working Families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund. The June heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is officially on the rise. Don't wait for the AC to start working overtime to realize the windows are failing. Call Window Nation now. During the June sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Upgrade the entire house and get half of those windows absolutely free. Plus, get started with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. The experts at Window Nation provide a weather-tight seal in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big on those utility bills. Schedule your fast, free consultation today at windownation.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with 0 out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Weather sponsored by Uber.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Okay, it is Dom time from Mulligan's. Gary of Newtown here with a $100 bill he wants to give to Roe. I don't know what that's about, but apparently it's to hold the trophy with the Don Dom misspelling on it for charity for Alante Macaulay. All right, with us is Mayor and now Commissioner in Cape May County, Patrick Rosanella, great mayor in North Wildwood where I summer, and Keith Hartzell, who is the real face and voice of Ocean City and ran a heck of a campaign this time around. Each campaign, I think we whittled down the number to take over Ocean City.
If I run 10 more times, I'll win. I went down another 30 votes. 10 more times. I'm like Randall Tex Cobb one time. He got in a fight, and he said, if it went 10 more rounds, I would have won. Johnny Carson said to Randall Tex Cobb, boy, you got the crap beat out of you for 15 rounds. You had him right where I wanted. 10 more rounds, he would have fell down. So
all right.
10 more times, baby.
This is the line of the day.
Keep the train going.
All right, and a little polling before. One mayor would close the beaches given the Jaws situation. One mayor-to-be or mayor would not. So Linda Kern's with us, all-time great attorney, particularly election integrity. She concocted this. And Linda, I'll let you start or I'll let you follow up, but I'd rather you start just to see where the heck you're going with all this nonsense.
Dom, the people like you who think that the mayor should have just shut the beaches, you didn't pay attention to the film. Because remember, in the film, we, the audience members, saw Chrissy Watkins get attacked by a shark.
I'm taking that into account.
Brody and the other guy didn't.
Right.
So all they did was find a body on the beach. And very soon thereafter, the next day, when everyone was on the beach, Brody let his own kids in the water. So do you really think that they actually thought it was a shark attack? Maybe they suspected, but they had no true, actual evidence that it was a shark attack.
As I remember, though, Brody's kids were advised not to be right out there in the center of the action. He kept them off to the side. Now, the shark made a turn to that side area, if you remember.
No, you are conflating a different scene later in the pond. Dom,
Yeah.
I watched the movie last night.
I watched the movie again. Okay, so the mayor not only, my major point today is the mayor not only said, no, we're not going to close the beach. To your point, we don't know yet. There was a compromise. They put all these people in there to shoot sharks, etc. He went farther than that. He didn't say, oh, fair warning, something could happen here. You may or may not want to use the beach. I could live with that. He said, get up and get in the water. He started encouraging people to go in the water. Do you remember that scene?
I do remember that scene, but that was the scene also where the news crew was talking about the shark. Everyone knew that there was a possibility that there was a shark, and everyone there had their own free will to be on the beach. But I think the most important reason that the mayor was right was the town council meeting. And these gentlemen, I'm sure, know what that is. Every single constituent at that meeting said, don't close the beaches. We will lose money. The restaurant owners, the hotel owners.
We know that, but my research indicated in Massachusetts, there is still the power of the public official to declare an emergency and shut down the beach. Brody had the power to do this.
Oh, so Mr. Dom Giordano, conservative, is advocating for an elected official to do the exact opposite of what his constituents are telling him to do at a council meeting.
What I'm advocating for is to take a used car salesman, this mayor, not like the present company, who still was not going to shut down the beach until Brody got him in that scene we talked about later, signed that paper in the hospital. He still was standing there and not ready to close the beach.
But if you remember, they caught a tiger shark, and even their expert that they brought in, Dreyfus, he said that was probably the shark. I can't say for sure, but that was probably the shark that killed the Kinter boy.
All right, Patrick Rosanella, the mayor who would not shut down North Wild with this maniac. Go ahead, Mayor.
From an actual mayor, not a guy who has to run 10 more times to become mayor.
Wait a minute. That's my witness. Stop it here.
From an actual mayor,
yes.
Shutting down the ocean because of a shark is like shutting down Yellowstone because somebody saw a bear. There are sharks in the ocean. There's all sorts of things in the ocean. There's 1,000 ways to die in the ocean. The ocean is
So you had no restrictions in North Wildwood then. They could go carte blanche, go out and do whatever you want.
I will guarantee you that when you swim in the ocean in North Wildwood, Ocean City, anywhere else at the Jersey Shore, I will guarantee you every single time you're swimming in the ocean, you're within a couple hundred yards of a shark. I will guarantee it.
Yes,
whether it's a sand tiger shark, a white shark.
We have potential evidence here, though, Mayor. That's the point I'm making with Linda. Not definitive, but potential evidence of a shark attack.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Again, I mean, there's sharks in there right now.
So even after a shark attack, you wouldn't close the beach?
Do they shut down national parks when there's what are they?
A bear attack?
Not bears. A lot of times more. It's not cougars. The mountain lions, right? You hear about mountain lions attacking people in national parks. multiple times a year. You
Yes.
don't shut down the national parks, right? These are wilderness areas. National parks are wilderness. The ocean is a
Wait
wilderness.
a minute.
There's
6
wild
feet,
animals.
6 feet off North Wildwood. I'm in the
There's
wilderness.
shark. You're in the wilderness.
Mayor Hartzell, can you make a comment here?
Almost Mayor
Hartzell.
Then I'll go back to Linda. Linda has the floor. Go ahead, Keith.
Now, you know what? The problem is people aren't aware, and that's what I worry about. Because what happens with us is we've never lost anybody in a guarded beach, but
Right.
we're losing people like crazy on non-guarded beaches. I disagree with the mayor because I don't trust people. I just don't trust people to make good decisions. Then, unfortunately, that falls back down on us. The minute something happens, it's our fault. Now, I agree with everything you just said. I'm all for self-responsibility and self-reliance.
Right.
The problem is they come over that bridge, they're on vacation. That's the last thing they're thinking about. They just want to have a good time. I'll keep them alive.
Well, I don't know where this guy lives.
Wait a minute. I want to help you out here because I didn't want to go up because this is so interesting. You made a great argument that I thought you would use before this, the COVID situation. Let's bring that in for listeners. How is this like COVID?
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say.
Yes.
I don't know where this guy lives, but I live in the United States of America, where people can make their own decisions. And for good or for bad, we want people to make their own decisions. And we saw during COVID all of these officials making decisions for us. And
Right.
what did it do? It ruined us economically.
No,
it ruined
wait a minute, though.
families.
And I'm in that camp, of course, except the first 4 to 6 weeks when we were dealing with this, you think things still should have been open then? Don't do anything.
Absolutely.
Do you say that, Keith, with COVID?
In the very beginning until we got a handle on it, but we should have reacted much, much quicker. I was in Florida. I had to come back up. I got the last flight up because, basically I didn't know what was going on. And I'll tell you what, they were right. The problem was until we figured it out, and it shouldn't have took us long, as long as you're outside, you were okay.
Yeah,
What we
okay.
did is
I
put
agree with
everybody
you at the
inside.
time. Right.
And we should have been able to figure that out in a couple of
Mayor
weeks.
Rosanello, though,
So-
right out of the box,
Nor-
would you
nor-
say don't
nor-
do anything?
North Wildwood was by far the tip of the spear on reopening
Right.
after COVID.
Yes.
We had outdoor dining. We were the first town in the country, I think, to allow outdoor dining,
Right.
outdoor drinking, allow the restaurants to expand to the point where my friend, the governor, the former governor, flew state police helicopters
remember,
over
yes.
our business district trying to figure out what the hell we were doing. But a month or so later, guess what? All of a sudden, the entire state, that
Right.
great idea of outdoor dining, North Wildwood was, to my knowledge, one of the first cities in the entire country that did that during COVID.
And that really helped. But let me tell you something. So when I had customers, I'm retired now, and I had distributors like in each state. This is what I'm going to tell you. If a distributor was conservative, they made money, they stayed open.
Yeah.
If they were liberal, they didn't. I swear to God.
Yeah.
So what happened was I had a lot of the Northeast. Guess what? All liberals. I was dying. Parts of the country down south, they can't
Right.
sell, because I sold toilet paper at hand towels. They couldn't sell it fast enough, but you had to have businesses open. But my guy in Maine, conservative, he just, boom.
Right.
You're
I mean,
seeing
he
it.
built a new warehouse. He was
All
so
in
busy.
agreement. Is the COVID, though, Linda, the same thing as shark attacks?
I think it's similar, but when you're talking about the specific facts that happened in Jaws, the mayor
Right.
did say to Chief Brody, do whatever it takes, keep these people safe. And if you remember, when all the people got off the boat, the townspeople were selling shark souvenirs. Every single person in that town knew that there was a possibility there was a shark in that water, and they wanted those beaches open.
And you think they knew the backstory? They had the sense of the Dreyfus and opening the people up at all this? So you mean to say you don't think they would be sued ultimately big time in that scenario?
Well, generally speaking, governments do have some immunity over that, so
Right.
I don't know if there would have been a lawsuit. But Dom, I think that you're looking at it as the audience was looking at it. The audience had a lot more information than the mayor and even Chief Brody and everybody else had, because we kept seeing the shark. We
Right.
kept hearing John Williams' music, so we knew when the shark was coming. But the mayor acted on the information that he had, and I think made a decision for the townspeople, much like the people of Wildwood, Avalon, Ocean City. These people need to make money now, June, July, and August, or they're going to be starving in the winter. And I think the mayor took that into
Is
consideration.
there any situation, Pat Rosanello, you remember where there was a shutdown? I guess COVID's the biggest you had to face because of that economic pressure. Is there anything that would cause North
so
Wildwood?
we have situations, for instance, where like a hurricane is coming up the coast, right?
Right.
And we shut the water because it is so dangerous because
well,
the
wait a
waves
minute.
are so big.
Linda,
But
okay, that's a little bit different because he's managing the police force, the rescuers, and so
Right.
forth.
Right.
And sometimes, if there's going to be a mass casualty like that, and you know you only
Right.
have so many resources, you
It's
can't. You have to control
Right.
the public.
It's almost like an evacuation.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
we don't evacuate the town, but you kind of evacuate the ocean. Hey, you can't go in there. The guards aren't going to let you in there. That's very different than a shark swimming in its natural environment where there's millions of them swimming out there every day. And we're closing it because somebody saw a thing.
I'll tell you, the bottom line
To me,
on this,
they're
I
very
summer in
different.
North Wildwood. I'm in the wilderness. I'm telling
That's
Ro
right.
now, we go more than 10 feet
You
out
are.
by the
Well,
water
that's
of the
another
mayor.
You
thing.
are.
That's another thing. They said sharks usually, if they do attack, it's in 10 feet of water. Don't go out that far. I mean, there are ways that you can protect yourself, Dom. But the two of you,
It's hard to get people to do that. Listen, I'm with her. You let people do what they want to do. I'd say it's closed. You want to go in, go in. I mean, you want to be stupid, be stupid. That's okay with me. You can make that choice. But not to say, I don't advise you go in, I'm going to close it. You want to go in, I'm not going to arrest you. Because let me tell you about surfers in your bad weather. You're crazy. They go out and surf.
Surfers love it.
They go out and surf like crazy. So
Yep.
he's on both sides of this issue.
Yep.
I feel strongly before it's against it, now I'm for it. So I'm just telling you, what you do in this case is you say, I'm closing it, but you let the people do what they want to do. You've officially said no. That's all your responsibility is. It's just like COVID. I'll tell you the truth in COVID. Most of our stores were open.
I would
Most
live
of
with
our
that
stores
if he
were
said
open
it's closed.
after 4 o'clock when
Right.
all the inspectors went home.
Right.
We governed ourselves. Why? Walmart was open. The liquor store was
Right.
open. I'm just saying, it's not a hard and fast rule. When you're
Okay.
a politician, you say, I recommend closing, and I'm closing it. People want to go in, go right ahead.
Gotcha.
So that's how you handle it. And then
All
if you
right.
get bit by a shark, the beach was
so
closed.
Dom,
Case closed.
should the beaches
Easy
just be
to
closed
do.
forever once there's a shark attack? We never go in again?
Well,
No.
that's the thing. There's always
Oh
sharks.
my
there.
God.
That's my point.
I want Linda Kearns to be talking to the widow of that little kid that comes up. I don't want to be slapped. I want Linda Kearns to get slapped. This lawyer said I didn't have to shut down the
At that
beach.
point, no one knew there was a shark. We, the audience, knew, but no one else knew. You have to watch the movie. They were reacting on the information
I
they
agree.
had.
I agree.
Well,
with
look,
that.
look, I didn't know we had to watch the movie.
Yeah, I didn't get that memo
I mean,
either.
you want to talk about cheating,
I didn't get that
right?
memo.
We're going to have a quiz tomorrow, but I'm not going to tell you on what. Meanwhile, I'm all prepared for the quiz. You didn't watch the movie? Shame on you. Where's your SP?
All right, nice round of
Come
applause
on.
for Linda Kearns on this.
And Henry,
and
are
the
you?
two mayors. Henry, do you have what you were able to make out there? You couldn't help. What do you base that on? What's the
The
reason?
fact
Give
I
him a
always bring him
microphone there.
cupcakes.
Yeah, okay. We'll get that. We'll get that in a point here. All right, 855-839-1210. Stop over here to Mulligan's. I think it's time. One of you guys, if you can get Roe, give me the count on the pizza folding. Let's see what it is. We'll give you the official count. Our buddy Robin Schaefer from Protect Our Shores is here. I think he looks like a guy that would warn people of shark attacks, potentially.
He's got a shark on his shirt.
Henry was in the tank. I don't think he heard a word there. I know Linda Kearns bribes every producer out there. Yes.
He swims with the sharks. You
He
kidding
does.
me?
It.
Yeah,
Okay.
he swims with
All right, we'll continue here from Mulligan's. We have our awards coming up. Alante McCauley and Joe Picozzi. Is he going to be on the phone, Linda?
Phone at around 1.
Okay, all right. That'll all be coming up here from Mulligan's. Remember, we're at 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Stop on in, vote, say hello. I'm not sure what the new greeting will be. Apparently, Happy New Year is out. All straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right. It is Dom time, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Great time today, I think, with the holiday, et cetera, being here. And the Linda Kearns debate winning over a failed mayor of North Wildwood who head off and be a commissioner of Cape May County. But we'll get Henry's takedown here in a moment. We have drum roll there. Andrew, do you happen to have a drum roll or a symphony or something back there at headquarters? Anything. There we go. That's a big enough drum roll. All right, we have the first results here. And look, you're not going to be able to mail your ballots in, you people that are folding your pizza. The early returns from Rowan, I can tell she's already celebrating back there, and she doesn't drink, but what the heck is she doing? We have 89% non-folders, 11% folders of pizza. Yeah. We might win one for once. So, Henry, we might be taking out the Stocker, Zioli, and shockingly Stenzlin crew all in one day here. And this is a pretty diverse audience of people.
I'd say so.
Yeah, already overwhelming. So, Henry, what did you like from the last debate? Did you think – I love Mayor Patrick Rosanella. I mean, that's why we're in North Wildwood. But the guy's saying if I go off and get killed by a shark 10 feet off in North Wildwood, I'm in the wilderness.
Yeah. I mean,
wait, Henry, I want to hear your honest opinion. Who won the debate?
I thought Linda won the debate.
Based on what?
I liked her framing of, like, look, basically, if you're stupid enough to know, like, hey, there's something going on in the water, you want to go in anyway, that's on you. Don't close down the beaches.
Wait a
Don't
minute,
close
though,
down the town.
See, you guys are skipping past it. Did people really know that? I know there were signs up and all that, but at least the way the film couched it, they seemed to be saying they didn't go that well. Partially they went far. They had guys out there, spotters with guns.
Absolutely.
And what happened? People did not go into the water. What was the act that got them to go into the water? The mayor pushing his stooges to go into the water, then everybody went in because the stooges went
And no
in.
one got hurt because they had all those boats out there. And all
That's
that
when
happened,
the little kid got killed.
No, the little kid got killed in the pond. It wasn't
No,
on the beach.
no, he did not. He got killed on the beach. It washed up on the beach. Fact check there, Henry.
The first scene,
She watched
Chrissy
the movie
Watkins
last
got
night.
killed. The second scene, Alex Kintner got
Yeah,
killed.
and
the
it was-
scene, the
right.
scene you're talking about was several scenes later.
No, I'm talking about the mothers with the kid, and that was when they put up the sign and they had spotters out there and all.
No, that
They
scene
did
was
not?
prior
You
to
sure
that.
about that?
Dom, I watched the movie last night. Look, if you're not going to prepare
No,
for
I'm
debates
prepared
with me,
for it.
I
I'm
mean,
prepared.
come on, Dom.
All right, joining us now, another ringer here, our friend Robin Schaefer here at Mulligan's 310 West Hildreth Avenue, if you're coming over. Robin happens to have some kind of cockamamie shark shirt on. So, Robin, protect our shores. You would think that you guys protecting us from the unscrupulous windmill crew and all the rest of it would want to protect the public, and you wouldn't be allowing us to get eaten by sharks.
Well, it's great to be back on with you, Dom. I have to say that I'm on the side of the sharks here because that's part of nature. That is that's part of the ocean. I was in South Africa not that long ago and was shark cage diving down there and got to learn all about the sharks off the shores of the southern part of Africa.
Wait a minute. You're a
Yeah.
maniac going in shark cages here, and you're telling me about this? Are you crazy?
So it's actually very healthy for the ocean to have these predator fish that are they're it's part of it's part of the circle of life.
Boy, Dom, you don't like it when people disagree with you.
We were going to be in the water today, Ro, and I'm 10 feet off now. I got people putting up signs. Hey, sharks are good here in Wildwood. Yes.
Well, I don't suggest you go out there with if you have a large wound or something on your body, or go out there wearing a stake around your neck or something like that. But if you're a halfway decent and you're a fit individual, they're not going to mess with you. They're going to go after the weakest prey. Usually it's not people, though.
Okay.
And sharks are actually more off of Africa and in the U.S. as well. The sharks are being decimated. The great whites are being decimated by whales, which we're all about saving the whales, but the orcas go in and they like to eat the livers of the great white sharks. So they basically take a big chomp out of these sharks, and the numbers have been plummeting in Africa, especially.
Oh, my God. We're holding a telethon here, for radiothon for sharks. Please contribute here, a round of drinks for the sharks, because Linda Kearns has turned the mob against us here. All
Save
in
the
some
sharks.
phony Covoy premise. All right, we got a big 1 o'clock hour. Stay right there, Robin. Coming up, we'll award John Alante McCauley our Person of the Year, and Linda Kearns will give us the Person of the Year for her, and I think she made a special award in addition to that. And I know I put my live reads in here to be safe. All right, Andrew, we'll get that coming up here. 855-839-1210.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. Call 800-809-7989 today.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this June with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Mulligan's here at 10 West Hildreth Avenue, right in the heart of Wildwood. Great crowd out here this afternoon with us, and it's a moment of presentation time where we will be presenting our Person of the Year. Linda Kearns is first, and she has on the phone with us her Person of the Year, and then mine is a special that's already gotten a bid of $100 for charity because of a misspelling. So, Linda, who's your Person of the Year? And you have 2 different awards for them.
I do. So, Dom, first of all, I'm honored that you established this Linda A. Kearns Election Integrity
Absolutely.
Award. That was a real honor for me. But election integrity is really close to my heart. You asked me to pick somebody, and the first person I thought of was someone who I think is, along with this gentleman to my right, the future of the Republican Party here in Pennsylvania, and that is Senator Joe Picozzi. Is he on the line? Does Andrew have him on
do we
the line?
have Senator Picozzi? Are you with us, Joe?
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yeah, we can hear you. Hey, Joe, congratulations. This is the Dom Giordano. It's the first annual Linda Kearns Award. We've never done this before, have anybody else give out an award here on Dom Giordano Day. And I think it's because you knocked on 1.5 billion doors that has something to do with it.
Absolutely. People don't understand that real elections, it's tedious. It's not fancy stuff. It's not about posting on the internet. It's just not fun.
Right.
It is tedious, boots on the ground, and that's what Joe Picozzi showed us. And he also did not have a lot of the, so-called like standard Republicans behind him. He actually had to fight his own people. And now we have him in that position it's a 6-year term, right, Joe?
4 years.
4 years.
Oh, 4 years. And he is doing great work, and I'm sure he's going to get reelected, but he's the future of our party, and I wanted to honor him. And I already sent him a picture of the plaque, and it says, Dom Time, the Linda A. Kearns Election Integrity Award for 2026, Senator Joe Picozzi. But in addition to the Dom plaque, I had to put my personal stamp on it. And we all know that I love Elvis, and I'm a Republican, so I made the Linda Kearns Election Integrity Award for Senator Joe Picozzi. Joe already has a picture of this with my 2 favorite things in the picture, a Republican president and Elvis. And I hope, Senator Picozzi, are you going to display this in your office? Will you do that for me?
For you, Linda, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So what did you think? Is this something that you want to display, though? Something with Elvis and Nixon in your office?
What could go wrong?
No, I mean, two great Americans right there.
Absolutely. Joe, if you can, on an issue that hasn't come to the Senate yet, or I'm not sure that it has, I'm going to start talking about it here, even though it's a celebratory day, and that is this 11th hour by Democrats in the House, as I understand it, through Guy Shiraki, wanting to take away funding for charter schools and to take away a scholarship that goes back to 1975 for poor kids across Pennsylvania that's wildly successful. Joe, what can you tell us about it?
Well, it certainly came out of nowhere this week when they started moving this legislation to essentially gut the EITC program. I mean, my home, Northeast Philadelphia, our Catholic schools, our private schools, they're a huge, huge part of our community. And the EITC program is a lifeblood that keeps these schools, like Archbishop Ryan, St. Matt, St. Chris, it keeps them alive. It is vital to our community. It's disturbing to see how quickly this legislation has been moving through the House, but from my perspective, I see it as dead on arrival in the Senate.
Yes, but, Joe, I agree with you. That's the firewall. But I know any number of these people. You might know more, and Linda might too, that are representatives. And they personally have told me over the years, of course they're not against keeping these Catholic schools going and choice, etc. They only have a 1-vote margin there, and yet they still might shove this through. That's amazing.
Well, we'll see what they do. We'll see if they bring it to the floor next week, and we'll see where the votes actually shake out. But, just the fact that they're even trying to start this conversation, I don't know if it's posturing for budget talks, but this should be off the table. It should be flat out off the table. I had so many leaders in my community reach out to me saying, what's going on? People are worried, and families shouldn't have to worry about the stability of the scholarships that keep their kids in their school.
Absolutely. Linda, anything more for Joe?
I mean, the EITC, that is taxpayer money. It's still taxpayer money, and this is a way that we as taxpayers can funnel our money to something that's very important to us. So, Senator Picozzi, we really appreciate you fighting for Philadelphia and all of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in office.
Well, thank you. I'm just so honored to be the inaugural recipient of this award.
I know.
Well, thank you very much.
And I'm coming to the office, and this picture of President Nixon and Elvis better have a prime spot in your office.
Oh, my goodness.
You better have a spotlight for it, and you better tell everyone that you were the inaugural winner of this award.
I'll be sure to do so. And like I said, I can't tell you how grateful I am to receive this honor, and it's just so nice talking to both of you.
Thank you, Joe.
And we're proud of you, Joe. Thank you.
All right, Linda Kearns with us. Linda, how old is Joe Picozzi? Like 31 now?
Yeah, I was just looking that up. Yeah, he's 31 years old.
31 years old. And he's the future of the party. And I have a candidate that's also the future of the party. They share not only relative age in common, but they also share the fact, and you were gentle, I don't want to put Picozzi on the spot, but Vince Fennerty, who might be here in a while, would stop over, Vince, didn't support a guy who had a flock of these young people out there knocking on tens of thousands of doors.
Not only didn't support him, he actively worked against him.
Right. And with Macaulay, Alante Macaulay, they actively worked against him by spreading all kinds of rumors and attacks and texting each other about this. No wonder why they can't win. The people that are their future, they are actively sabotaging.
Right.
And I try every time off the air with Trump people to say, somebody's got to step in here to Philadelphia, because if you don't care about Philadelphia, that's bad enough. But the vote affects the statewide vote. If we got another 50 to 100,000 votes out of Philadelphia, we're going to win the state in number of races.
I agree. And, Dom, what I get frustrated about is we always pour tons of money and effort into Philadelphia in presidential years.
Right.
We need to keep that going in non-presidential years, and the donors have to step up and be aware of how important Philadelphia is.
All right, it is time. Drum roll, if you will, Andrew, again there, here on Talk Radio 1210 from Mulligan's, our annual Dom Giordano Day. We present the Don Giordano Award Person of the Year to John Alante Macaulay, who is without doubt the find of 2026, Linda. When I first saw him, I don't know, February or so, on the floor of City Council when they removed 2 minutes to 1 minute because they couldn't handle it, and to just his work in keep an organization of people that are trying to flip Philadelphia red. So, Alante, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming here today. And you heard, I don't know if you've ever met Joe Picozzi.
I know Joe well.
Yeah. I mean, you're relatively the same age. You two guys should be embraced by the Republican Party. Instead, I saw two guys here recently at the ward vote who looked like they were a throwback to Birmingham, Alabama in the 50s that were at the door of wherever they were voting.
Right.
No wonder why we're not able to get more impact in Philadelphia. So since you've started doing this, I know you like it, and I know that you believe it's having impact. What's the impact so far? What's the metric? What have you done so far, do you think, by what you've done in city council, et cetera?
Oh, I've seen a lot of impact. If we just judging it off of metrics, I've had a lot of people reach out to me and said, they want to find out more information. Because, like I said, in Philadelphia, there is no "this is where the Republicans are at." There is no there's no literature, there's no yard signs, there's no conservative presence in Philadelphia. So we've been able to establish that with our Flip Philly red flag waves, our town halls. Just out there shouting with our bullhorns. And now they see that they have another option in the city. I've been on some hip-hop platforms on podcasts doing interviews where they normally wouldn't typically interview a political person at all. But they said, this is a guy with a MAGA hat. He going down in the city council, let's get him on here. Let's see what he got to say. So there's some open people, and they want to know, what's the other option?
Your mom couldn't join us today, but next time you're on, probably I'm off after Tuesday this week, but the following week we'd like to get her on because you dedicate this to your mom who's in South Carolina, and I can't tell you how many listeners appreciate that, your efforts and what you've been able to accomplish. What are you looking forward to doing next? What's the next big thing?
It's just more of the same. So, right now, the whole summer, I'm going to try to focus on Larry Krasner. You see they just blew him up over the past week. And I was out front of his office yesterday because, our media doesn't cover it. Our media was not letting anybody know what was going on. So I'm getting a bigger platform. So I said, you know what, let me spread the message. But it's doing town halls. It's doing what she was just talking about. It's the tedious work. It's the work that's not popular. So, people want to know what's next because I just ran for state committee. It's town halls. It's letting you know we got to pay attention to midterms. It's, it's all of that type of work. It's telling Republicans, you might be a registered Republican, but I need you to update your address because the next time we run, they might try to knock us off the petition. So it's all of these little things that's important that our party, unfortunately, does not focus on intentionally because, the uniparty thing. So it's just more of that.
Well, that would be, and Linda, I've seen this, that's my line, one of my top 10 lines, that the last Republican mayor was born and alive for 3 years while Billy the Kid was on this earth. That's how long ago it's been since we've had a Republican.
It's a long-time frustration for me because there's no city on earth that is successful that has Democratic rule, yet they keep getting elected. And
yeah, exactly.
I love Philadelphia. It's my beloved home, but it can't get out of its own way, and we need new leadership.
All right, more coming up. Joe Conklin is in the house. We'll talk with Joe coming up, and Joe Conklin has a 3-minute greeting he just happened to get from President Trump to the nation's capital for the various states. He also has something, I believe, on pizza folding. So we'll hear from Joe Conklin here at Mulligan's. Come on out and say hello to Lyndon Kearns, Alante McCauley, cast of thousands, and Joe Conklin in the house. Jeff Van Drew here at 2 o'clock today, big Scotch drinker. You're a bourbon drinker, Alante? Okay. We'll break out a little bit. Linda, how about you? I'm just wine. These guys are hard liquor guys.
Yeah,
how about you?
I'm like a red wine.
Red wine, okay. We'll find out. Hey, first of all, though, low testosterone. Let's talk about that here at Mulligan's. That just doesn't affect libido. It can quietly drain energy, endurance, and confidence before most men realize what's happening. You start feeling it everywhere, in the gym, on the stairs, even how you move through the day. That's why Rescue created 2 powerful formulas for ultimate male vitality. Both available this Men's Health Month as buy one, get 2 more completely free. Prime RX promotes healthy testosterone levels, stamina, strength, and focus, while ActiveFlex supports flexible joints and muscle recovery so movement and performance feel natural again. Go to res-q.com, use that code FEELSTRONG, buy 1 bottle of Prime X, RX, or ActiveFlex, and get 2 more free. Or call a product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Move stronger, recover faster, shop online, and get your 2 free bottles at res-q.com. Use that code FEELSTRONG.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We are Nancy and Robert Harding, and we became Crash Proof in 2018.
In 2022, we sold our home of 34 years, and we moved into an apartment because we weren't really sure where we were going to land. We took all the money of that sale of that house and put it in Crash Proof retirement, which was a smart thing to do. That money has grown. And now, when I realize I'm not an apartment person, we're starting to look for a home. Even though home prices have gone up, we're going to be able to buy a home that's going to meet our needs because we have more money now than we did when we sold our home.
That will allow us to achieve the things we like in terms of entertainment, having family over, and Crash Proof has enabled us to be able to make that jump when we desire to do it. The money is available.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Summer's heating up, and so are the deals at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, secure 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 Ram 1500. Or drive away in a 2026 Jeep Wrangler now with 0% financing available. With over 125 new vehicles, we have the perfect car for a road trip or for cruising around. Stop by during our Make This the Summer event to get your next Jeep at 422jeep.com or visit us at 15 DNL Drive, number 100 in Limerick. With approved credit plus tax tag title and any other governmental charges, expire 6/30/2026.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please, don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is Dom time, 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right here in Wildwood. Mulligan's, the summer White House. You got to get your Mulligan's 2026 shirt. I'm wearing the 2025 shirt today if you're watching on YouTube. Johnny and his wife, we got to get Johnny over here too soon to talk about a couple of things. But Joe Conklin is circling in the on-deck circle, and Joe has put together this 3-minute, I don't know how he got Donald Trump to do it, montage of President Trump welcoming the whole United States to Washington for the state fair. Each state, well, about 8 of them said no, they're not going to be part of the United States. They're not going to be there in Washington. But Conklin and Trump coming up in the next segment. Pat Malloy is the guardian of Gotham City, that would be Abington. And now it's an Irish dynasty, of course, at the state level. Pat, welcome to Mulligan's again. And what is the title you have in addition to police commissioner in Abington?
So, Dom, thanks for having me. I'm the president of the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association, representing 1,100 chiefs and command staff across the Commonwealth.
And who was before? Was it an Irish guy before you, and is it an Irish guy after you?
Well, actually, I'm stacking the deck now. I'm going to bring in Bill McVeigh after me.
There we go.
Yeah. So it rotates around the state.
Yeah,
We're the
among every Irish
yeah.
despot that we can find. So, Pat, I'm looking at the DOJ is getting around to suing Philadelphia, and it's the right thing over the mask ban and ID requirements for ICE officers. They didn't go after all the outrageous things that were put into law. But we're still back to this idea, even though we've seen at Delaney Hall people screaming, we're going to kill you, we know who you are, when the mask slipped on one guy. We know your wife now, we're going to find that out, and your kids. What is so hard? Do you find any cops that don't understand this, the difference between you and ICE and social media?
Yeah, law enforcement is the ultimate team sport. You know,
Right.
I try to liken it to sheriffs file civil petitions or show up to serve people, you know, civil petitions.
Right.
But if somebody resists arrest, our police officers will be there front and center to support the ICE agents in whatever their job is, because we're peacemakers, we're peacekeepers, and I think it gets lost. It's a little confusing. I listened to, was it LBI or Stafford Police Department? Like,
yes.
Not that.
Well, you know, the Stafford cops, I feel for them, but you know what? If I had a friend there, I would tell him, okay, I feel for you. You're in Jersey. But you can't then tell the public in your communique you put out, nothing to worry about. You're completely safe with a maniac here illegally who just pinned a cop against a car, armed ICE agents, and this guy still does that. You are not safe if they go after cops like that.
Unconscionable. That's an attempted homicide, aggravated assault, a number of other felony accounts. And you know what? We have to be straight shooters and remember what our oath is. And our guys, my officers, men and women in Abington and Montgomery County, are going to do our best to just follow the oath and the Constitution on those things. There's so much crazy, emotional, irrational emotions on this. And we need to fight back a little bit because it's a matter of integrity for our officers and pride to do our job.
So Abington, though, so they're supportive that you can give constitutional aid. You're not an immigration officer, but you can back ICE up. What are you allowed to do?
Yeah, well, ICE, we have a protocol in place where the head of HSI and or ICE, which is the removal operation, will contact one of my lieutenants or sergeants if they're coming into our town. And am not asking for assistance. However, if it's an operation where it's going to attract the public and there might be some interference, we will show up. But they're elected officials who, I report to them, but I have to do what's right for our community. And sometimes they are confused on the role that we need to play in those situations. So our officers will show up when needed. Most times they don't need us. They're going to try to get in and out without making a big deal. But most times it's, sexual assaults, it's a felony, or people who already have a criminal history, or they just committed a crime. It's not the civil operation.
Well, we can see the danger of this. In Stafford Township, they say, we got a report of a shot. Well, you'd want to know ICE was going to be there, that you'd be in league with them to know what the shot was about, and maybe you could help in apprehending that person because somebody who pins a cop against a car escaping is not going to care if they run you over or your kid when they're trying to get out of here because they're here illegally.
Absolutely. A threat to the entire public.
Yes.
And we, whether it's the Attorney General's office, the FBI, Secret Service, ATF, I just don't know why, because of political reasons, they're putting ICE in this category, even though, notwithstanding the fact that they do a lot of civil stuff, but there's a fine line between a civil violation that can turn criminal real quickly. And my officers will be directed to be there to assist them, period. No matter
We're talking with Pat Malloy, Police Commissioner over in Abington. Linda Kern's here with us. Pat, I don't know if you were driving around and made it here, but we had on a former mayor of North Wildwood and a mayor-to-be who they won over of Ocean City. You're the chief Brody in this argument, though, about shutting down the beaches.
Yes.
Have you ever, as police commissioner in Abington, do you have the power? Maybe there's consultation, but ultimately you are the person of emergency powers. Would anything like that ever come up?
Well, not the shark scenario, but
let's hope.
Yeah, but guns and violence at carnivals. We have 30,000 people at the Glenside Parade, fireworks. We will never cancel those. We will just put more reinforcements. We'll use mutual aid.
Well, I'm in agreement with that.
Keep it open.
Yeah. No, I'm in agreement with that. But the shark.
Oh, the shark. Well, I'm a little afraid of sharks. So I mean,
Pat, what I don't understand is, as a citizen, if I see police action, I go the other way. I avoid it. I say, I don't want to insert myself in that because I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to interfere with what they're doing. How do we have this generation, basically, of citizens who think that they see police law enforcement action and they insert themselves? The natural thing that's going to happen is they're going to get hurt. The law enforcement's going to get hurt. And where are these people's parents? Where are these people getting raised that they think that's okay?
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that up. And I always say in the equation, when you see a bad shooting or a confrontation between the police, it's always resistance. I say comply and then complain. But we grew up. I grew up in Northeast Philadelphia. 9 brothers and sisters in Oxford Circle. You respected the police. If they showed up, you stepped back. But it's honestly, they challenge somebody with a gun, a taser, and my officers are so amazing at de-escalating. They can handle business when they want to, but they've been trained to deal with this resistance, something that we would never think of. But I think every time we get a chance, we should be preaching. We are the most monitored profession ever. You know where we are. We have body cameras on all the time. You can see every interaction, every syllable. So why would you put yourself? But this is fueled by elected officials and others who should know better. We've got a lot of clowns out
parting
there.
area, I wanted to go back to what you said about Glenside. You know that my main thing, we get on big national guests, but you know how I am, the local stuff, down to the most minute. I am just appalled at Mount Holly, New Jersey now. You talked about Glenside. I wrote in that. It's a huge thing, and you said we would bring in reinforcements.
Yes.
I saw the police chief last year in Conshohocken, and people went after him at the meeting. He went to a seminar in Washington and said he needed like 100 dump trucks for a 3/4 parade. Yeah. In Mount Holly, they said because of an incident last year, a kid in a stroller got knocked over, and because of what happened in Maple Shade and Medford, which was successful, but they said it costs too much. So talk about the pressures on police. I try to understand that. But don't citizens say, Malloy, you stopped the Glenside Parade? I think they'd want you fired if you did that.
Oh, absolutely. And look, we're never going to be 100% prevent bad guys. But we have anticipated a lot of scenarios, even if some vehicle attack, for example. they're going
Right.
to take a tough time, and I'm going to have long guns.
Well,
and SWAT
I'm
guys.
talking just about juvenile thugs.
Yes.
And they're saying, we don't have enough cops. And my response is always, get more.
Right. We can never surrender like those events because this is the American way of life, right?
Right.
And these are very important to these communities, and a lot of them are fundraisers that support either cancer
July 4th,
research.
250.
Yeah.
Can't surrender, no matter
Yeah,
what.
No matter what. And we have a great 40-page plan with special operations and other
Right.
things. So, people are going to come out and have a great time as they usually do. Anybody steps out of line, we'll handle that. We use discretion on that too. But God forbid, if there's anybody that comes into Abington and is, initiates a vehicle attack or any other attack, I am supremely confident that my department and my officers and my mutual aid officers and some of the counter surveillance things that we have in place, we will interrupt that and we'll be good.
Reassurance, Pat. You know that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all pro-cop, but boy, when it goes like this, and I'm just thinking of those conversations on July 4th. I can hear the muskets in the background in the meeting. They're not hearing the muskets. They're saying a kid in the stroller got knocked over last year.
Yeah. And that happens. These things happen. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
And that was unfortunate, but you just prepare a little better. We're
Exactly.
constantly reevaluating and preparing.
I know you have to run, but are you a pizza folder or non-folder? Pretty much.
Non-folder.
Non-folder. All right, bring that one up. Non-folder there. Thanks, Pat. Thanks as always. Thank you. All right, we continue here. Linda Kern's with us. 10 West Hildreth Avenue at Mulligan's. Great crowd today, steady all the way through. We love to see you. Jeff Van Drew will be here at 2. And in addition to that, the great Joe Conklin is next. What's the over-under of how long it takes him to say Grassy Knolls? We'll find out. 1 second, yeah. Grassy Knolls is in there already.
Dom,
He's in the background.
Are you sitting here licking your wounds because you lost the debate against
Oh,
me?
my goodness.
Is that what's
Still
going
with
on
this.
here?
That's right. I'm trying to get over it. We'll play you. Somehow or another, Joe Conklin got access to an audience with President Trump. Conklin and Trump coming up for about a 3-minute salute to America, inviting people to Washington. I'll have to find. I'd like to get Trump on the show. How did Conklin do that? All straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
PNC Bank prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited about serving our great region. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly planted the seeds to sprout brilliant results for equally brilliant clients. As fans themselves, they love your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams across Greater Philadelphia ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten,
Reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja. Pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. Oh, but they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon, CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guests. Nobody bigger, you'll hear in a moment. Joe Conklin. I didn't know this guy was a competitor in talk radio, but somehow or another, Joe Conklin, who's right in front of me, was able to get Donald Trump together with him, introducing us to all that we'll see in Washington, D.C. with the state fairs. Joe Conklin, welcome back. I think you told me you were in Sea Isle. Is that near Grassy Knolls?
Well, we had the Chip Snapper report last year.
Oh,
I think
that's right.
What you're referring to.
Exactly, yes.
And he has a little place on Grassy Sounds. and maybe there was a miscommunication somewhere. I know Chip was complaining that there was some illegals trying to get into just come to your show in Wildwood, but the Sea Isle ice trucks were chasing them, and they were sneaking through Grassy Sounds. His headquarters down
that's
there.
what it was.
That's the Shore bar down there.
A Chip Snapper. I thought I saw him in the back here.
Everybody out here, come on over. How you doing there, Tom? We're all down here, very excited. We got half the neighborhood here. Flinty's here, Duffy, Tall Paul, Eggie's daughter. She's pregnant again. Duffy brought the grandkids down. You know, you can always spot the kids from Kensington on the beach in Wildwood. They build them sand castles, and then they board them up with popsicle sticks. But we're having a hell of a summer at our tap room in Kensington, too, but we just had some problems. We're being harassed. I don't know if it's federal or state. You would know better, but the LCB is cracking down on underage drinking. Last week, a guy stormed into the tap room. He said, "Do you serve minors?" I said, "No, mostly roofers." By the way, there's a high pollen count out there today. If you're in, a lot of people from Kensington suffer from allergies. They're allergic to work.
Hey,
this girl's offended. I think she's in the wrong bar.
Yeah, she might sue you. You got to watch that.
No, I'm loving this.
So, Chip, one of my favorites sometimes, I think, strangely comes into your bar. The Phillies in midseason. Cole Hamels is one of their
Cole's
top
down
announcers.
here.
Come on over. Hello, shut down here.
Sit right down here, I guess. Hi, Dom. How are you? It's great to be here. I've never been to Mulligan. It's really a cool place. By the way, do you like my hair part on the side? Very excited to be here. I
I got a call from the Phillies. I do some of the broadcasts now. I don't know if you're listening. I come in on Saturdays and Sundays sometimes. But they need me to pitch this year after what's going on with Aaron Nola and, of course, Andrew Painter. Such a disappointment. I watched this guy, and I'm getting Painter's fasciitis just watching him.
That's a new one. Joe Conklin with us. And, Joe, I don't know how you did it, but we do have you with President Trump, right?
Correct, yes.
The big thing in Washington, Trump's holding a rally, but I think is this the state fairs he was talking about?
Well, of course, the big state fair is about 2 weeks long. I think it starts on the 24th, maybe.
Yeah.
And everybody, a lot of these guys quit on him, and he said he was going to be the headliner. So I was working with him last week, and they put something together. Trump's
All right, here's
in
a
the
little
car.
bit of that with President Trump welcoming us to the state fair in Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen, your headliner, the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
We're going to have the greatest show probably ever, and instead of having overpriced singers who nobody wants to hear anymore, can you believe Milli Vanilli canceled? They got the yips. So the headliner will be me. Nobody can draw crowds like I can. I'm the greatest, maybe greater even than Elvis. And Elvis had a guitar, right? These guys don't have a guitar either. These guys aren't even singing.
Girl, you know it's true.
It's true. Milli Vanilli. Well, just Milli now. Or is it Vanilli? I hope it's Vanilli. We like Vanilli, right?
Ice, baby.
All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. ICE is here and it's time for detention. Of course, we're going to invite our January 6th patriots. They need to be compensated for the horrible injustices of the Biden administration. We're starting a fund. 1, 2, 3, 4 J6ers. 10, 9, 8, 17 billion. Stomp your feet at the Capitol. These are wonderful people. And by the way, the war with Iran is over.
Yeah.
It's true, and we won.
Absolutely.
Over. Say it, say it. That makes 9 wars that I've ended. I didn't want it in the first place, but they will not possess a nuclear weapon. Not gonna happen. We've destroyed their infrastructure. They've got nothing left. They want peace. And we're making big changes. We're making so many improvements at the White House. Of course, the ballroom and my reflecting pool. Through the mirror of my pool, it's clean now like a jewel. I see reflections of me in me. Reflecting pool, the way it's supposed to be. Reflecting pool, that blue looks good on me. It does. Look at that pool. It's amazing, actually. It's so beautiful. I wanted to paint it gold. That still may happen. And of course, our big, beautiful ballroom, right? Paid for 100% by private donors.
I've got big balls.
That's why I need a big ballroom.
Got big balls.
And Todd Blanche.
He's got big balls.
But Susie Wiles.
She's got big balls.
Who else?
We've got the bigger
Ballroom of all. How can this go wrong? With my talent, this show is strong. You know why? Because I'm simply the best. It's true. I'm better than all the rest. Everyone knows it. I'm better than anyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your headliner, the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
God bless the USA. That was tremendous.
Unbelievable. Thank you for bringing the president today for Dom Giordano Day, Joe Conklin.
Oh, it's a pleasure. My pleasure. And we
Joe, what's over the summertime? What are you up to? You have your own stuff, but you also have the sports show, which is spectacular. Where are you going to be?
Thank you. We just did it last night at Parks, and I'm off for a little bit for that. But
okay.
I'm going to be at the Families Behind the Badge, Bend to the Shore, Sunday, the 26th of July, Atlantic City. You're all familiar with that. I'll MC the post presentation and the lot of the showboat that day. So that's otherwise I'm chilling, brother.
Any cops come to mind? You don't do Rizzo, do you, Joe? Possibly? No? Have you ever tried?
You know what I say? We forget all the rules of this great country we live in. I will go behind that wall with the four of you. Just me. But you're not man enough. Because you're a crumb creep coward, and I challenge you. You're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't even know me, Mr.
You are a lush. I was a cop all my life, and I know a lush when I see one. And you're a lush. Put that on camera. Print it all, creep. Hello.
So, Joe, after the hiatus, how long have you been doing the sports? With Joe
About 5 years,
5
right
years.
after COVID, I think.
Yeah, and I like that best of all because that's
Thank you.
some of the footage of you. It's unreal being able to sneak into, I guess it's Veteran Stadium. I've never seen
you're
anybody.
talking about the story of the Philadelphia sports put to music. Myself
Right.
and the City Rhythm Orchestra. I
Yes.
got my daughter in there, my brother, both my brothers, and my niece. And, it's nepotism all the way. You know, we're leaning in. And I got old footage, too, like you're referencing.
Right.
I had a course at Temple. I went to Temple University, radio and television film. We had to make a film for ourselves.
So you made it sneaking in at the same time.
We taped me and my friends climbing into Veterans Stadium in 1980.
Linda, you have to see this. It's hard to believe they didn't die in this attempt at doing it. So
we did it routinely.
Joe, when you do the Trump, if you can do that everywhere? Do people? It's such a polarizing type of thing. Or
Well,
do
I'm not a
people
polarizing figure at all. I think you're a lot more polarizing than I am, Dom. I don't know why you. Why would you say something? That's a very stupid question. You're a horrible person, actually. Are you stupid, or are you just? Is that something
Stupid,
you ate?
Mr. President.
Well, I'll
That's
tell you
right.
what's polarizing, Mr. President. Why do you keep saying you're better than Elvis? You're not.
Oh, there we go. She's an
Come on,
Elvis.
I draw
yeah.
bigger crowds than Elvis. Come on, hon.
No.
Come on, darling. Have a good time. But
Okay.
and I like your button, but I'm bigger than Elvis.
All right,
No,
Joe.
you're not.
Be bigger. The Beatles said they were bigger than Jesus. But,
All right, Joe
I
is going to
wouldn't
be
go
with
that
us
far.
here. Linda Kearns will be joined by Jeff Van Drew coming up, too, at 2 o'clock. Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Let's get Johnny Z over here, too, and find out what's on the menu today, what he's up to. Big crowd here today. Come on out and vote. Joe, you're not a pizza folder, are you? Are you a folder?
No, I was
Nothing.
listening to that, but I'll tell you what I do. When I grab a piece of pizza, I do crack it
Right.
to hold it properly.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it
Yeah.
stands
Sure.
out all the way, and otherwise it's going to flip. So you
Yeah.
crack that crust.
Yeah.
No way am I folding it. No way.
All right, absolutely. The folders are going down big time here. That makes sense. The Machette rule. Henry, you agree with that?
Dude, that's the only way it should be folded in any which way, shape, or form. Is just
Yes.
a little crack at the top
crack
of the crust.
in the crust, so
Yeah.
you can grip
Okay,
it.
I could
Yeah,
live.
just
That's
something to
not
hold
folding.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just manipulating
I
properly.
mean, what next year's argument would be: do you use gloves? Do anybody have pizza gloves to eat the pizza?
When do you go to wipe your hands if it's too greasy?
Yeah,
Do you
we
do it
might
after you
have
eat
to
the
come up with
slice,
that. We're
or
always
is it
looking
during?
for one. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Hey, first here with Dom Giordano. When it comes to complex dental care, experience matters. When something feels off with your teeth, it's not just about fixing the problem. It's about trusting the person who's guiding you through it. You know my guy, Dr. Bentz, Dr. Robert Bentz, 12 years my dentist, board-certified prosthodontist, and his daughter now in practice with him, Dr. Emily Bentz, also board-certified prosthodontist. Bring years of advanced training and experience to every case, especially when dental issues go beyond routine care. They understand more complex problems can be overwhelming. That's why you want that bond, that connection that you get with Dr. Bentz. Their team delivers expert diagnosis. We've talked about the infrastructure, the ability that they can diagnose better than anyone. So when you put all this together, whether you're dealing with wear and tear or something more advanced, you can feel confident knowing you're in expert hands. Get the smile you deserve. Call 610-272-6949. or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com. 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
As our nation marks 250 years of independence, the opportunity to grow your financial future is now. Open a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union and combine everyday spending convenience with the opportunity to earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Want to grow your savings even further? Explore our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Get started at firstharvestcu.com/growth checking. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano with you, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Pastor Bill Devlin here. An unusual globetrotter. Linda Kearns has never met or heard too much of Devlin. You'll see what I mean here.
Can't wait.
In a moment with us, Colonel Scott Rutter, and we'll be joined by Congressman Jeff Van Drew, we believe, sometime around 2 o'clock. So still a great crowd here. Come on out and be part of it. And we're going to talk with our host, Johnny Z, coming up about all the great things going here at Mulligan's, including their dinner specials every night. Just a great spot to be. So, Colonel Scott Rutter with us. Colonel, your book comes out July 7th.
Yep.
You have a foreword in there from Brian Kilmeade, who is one of my heroes in media. The guy is just as down-to-earth, true, authentic, and pro-military as we can get. So the situation right now with the military, the thing on our mind, I guess, is, and maybe you can speak to this, the deployment is still going to go on. The disruption that causes, even though needed with the Iranians, my God, we could be deployed there for another 5 years. Talk about that a little bit, and how do you deal with that as a commander when troops are just sitting there for months? You guys were how long in Kuwait before storming across?
4 months. 4 months.
Yeah.
You know, a long time. But it starts at home station and the gate training strategy, not only for the soldiers, but how do we prepare the families, you know, for the separation?
Right.
How do we make sure that they're taken care of? And the single soldiers, you know, their families that are abroad across the United States. I mean, one of the things with great soldiers is we want to make them comfortable with their weapon systems, to make sure that they're able to shoot, move, and communicate, protect themselves, and those skills that are associated with that, building up to the collective training that we have to do, squad live fires, platoon live fires. So it takes time. When you're in country, or if you're in Kuwait, if you're stationed, you know, if you're pre-positioned forward, as units are going into Europe now and in the Middle East and so forth, you got to hone those skills and make sure that we're not just sitting there, that we're doing things, that we have time in order to go back, do that training, you know, sustainment training in order to make sure that we're okay.
The book out July 7th, so people can advance order right now. What's the highlight of the book being in that role? The number of people that you lost in that battle, also the success of it. It was one of the most remarkable military feats imaginable to not only win in that fashion, but in, what was it, a 99-hour thing, something of that nature.
I had the honor to command Task Force 27th of the mighty 7th Infantry Regiment, first commanded by Andrew Jackson at the Battle of New Orleans. So having that background and having that history, and to understand that these 900 soldiers that I was blessed to command, that we need to tell their story. The 21 days before television cameras went on, the fighting, the blocking and tackling, the challenges, the many times, you know, I lost 10 great soldiers, over 50 seriously wounded. This was combat. This wasn't going on patrol. This was killing them in order to make sure that they didn't kill us, in order to set the conditions for the next stage as we moved on into Baghdad proper, and then, you know, going around and helping other brigades.
One of the things over the years when we've had Vietnam veterans on, it's about the aftermath. I'm talking the long aftermath, those fires in the desert, the craziness of lighting up the oil wells and the damage. Maybe Joe Biden's son, for example, probably a casualty of that.
Yeah.
Is there any of that in your book? Do any of the people have?
Absolutely. In fact, myself and Matt Paul, the co-author, you know, is my mortar platoon leader. We're going to have General Dan Bolger on our podcast on Sunday. You know, it's going to be taped and so forth, but he was one of the general officers that was in charge of the aftermath, and he's very, very brilliant guy. In fact, he wrote a book about 10 years ago, Why We Lost, and we understood what was happening in Iraq at the post-time of the conflict, the influence of Iran at that time, going in, you know, supporting. When we broke up the Iraqi army, we broke up one of the institutions that kept the Sunnis and the Shias together. The minute that we broke that up and we disbanded the army, what happened was, you know, Ahmadinejad does the end run, and he's getting the Shias in the south, and then we're in Iran. Excuse me, not yet, but we're in Iraq for the next 15, 20 years. We saw it back then. We understand. But getting back to your comment concerning those second and third order effects, the PTSD, the radioactive materials. We had tank rounds that, you know, that were radioactive. And, you know, a lot of soldiers that are dealing with a lot of those second and third order effects. Out of those 10 guys that I lost triple amount of suicide, you know, from the amount of the moral episode of it. This wasn't protecting yourself. This was killing them before they kill us. And that's the sacrifices that individuals do. And that's what we need to do in order to welcome those veterans back. Now, New Jersey, 47th out of the state in taking care of veterans. That's a crime. The minute a soldier joins the Army and he goes to basic training, he's going to change his state of record. You want to know why? Do you want to save $3,000? Or do you want to remain as a Jersey resident? Or do you want to go back to New Jersey? So they sign up. They go to Texas. They go to Florida. No one's coming back here to served.
Didn't know that.
It's
Why
amazing.
Jersey with all these programs, all this
Jersey's
$20 million
Yep.
for people here illegally, like this maniac who pinned
Absolutely.
the cop in Manahawkin this week,
Yeah.
and yet veterans care, not good.
We're financing the governor's children going to service academies. It's amazing. We have soldiers while they're deployed or they're in service in the United States. They're getting taxed. It's like $3,500. Oh, I'm going to be a Texas resident. What do you
Right.
think? Am I
Yeah,
ever going to
exactly.
come back to New Jersey? No way.
not at all.
It's not going to happen. But there are other incentives that states are doing in order to make sure small businesses. I'm a small business owner. New Jersey doesn't get it. The benefits
Right.
and that. You see these signs going into towns, Haddonfield, Short Hills, you name the towns and everything like that, of pictures of veterans. You see them in the street. Guess what? The family's got to pay for that. Can you believe that? Could you imagine hanging up Lady Gaga's or Bruce Springsteen's picture in the middle of a neighborhood? How much royalties? You ought to be paying the families that you're doing that in order to do that. So we're missing it in the state of New Jersey and other states. We're 47th out of 50. Sad.
Thank you, Scott. Well, we'll get you back just to talk about that. But give the title of the book again, and it's out on July 7th. People can order it now. Is there a website for it?
It's available on Amazon, Simon Schuster, or dare I say, where books are sold. It's on my website, www.damnfinesoldiers.com. You can see some of the stuff that I've been writing. In addition to that, again, Brian Kilmeade, who was with me in Iraq, and initially we maintained contact when I worked for Fox as a correspondent in Fallujah. And
tell Linda
he
Kearns
jumped at it.
here that it's true. You called me from one of Saddam's bathrooms.
I called him there. I said, I remember where I came from, Philadelphia.
Wow.
Dom Giordano called him up. Dom, you're not going to believe where I'm at, and so forth. And then we've been friends 23 years
And
all the time.
at Gitmo, giving the program director some clothing because she lost her articles of
Look,
clothing.
he's the dean of talk radio. I've always said it.
I'm
There's
from-
nobody like Dom.
I'm from Philadelphia. I can talk myself into anything. I got in the VIP booth last night at the country event. So anyway.
Okay. All right, hang around here, Scott, because Congressman Jeff Van Drew, is that guy working out right now? Come on, stop the workout there, Jeff Van Drew. That can't be the congressman. All right, he's ready to go next. Bill Devlin lets him go. We're here at Mulligan's. Somebody get some scotch. 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Come on out, be part of it. And let's get Johnny Z here. I'm not sure what he's up to. There's a lot of people here. We'll get you the final vote on the pizza folding. It looks like the folders have suffered a defeat that's beyond belief here. It's historic. Roe may come on the air to give the results. That's how historic it is.
Are you going to announce that I won the debate? When are you going to announce
Linda
that?
Kearns did not win the debate. That is
Henry, give me a little
that
love
is
here.
fake news beyond fake news.
Look, I think it's clear Linda Kearns won the debate.
It was a split decision.
And Dom is just sitting here licking his wounds.
Look,
It's-
if I were a judge on this panel, I would say that you won the debate.
Thank you, Henry.
But unfortunately, it's called the Dom Giordano
There you
program.
go. Absolutely. So there you go.
You didn't
I have
you didn't get
no
the memo.
say. Yeah.
So wait a minute. You keep asking me on for these debates, but I'll never win because it's your program?
That's true. It's a bum of the month club. Yeah, get you.
You didn't get the memo?
I did not get the memo.
All right, we have to work. I have to say this, though, with everybody. I will put it in writing. It is the most brilliant talk radio thing. You're going to see it on Talkers that you came up with this. And I do see the mayor slightly different now. It's his character that you're ignoring, though. It's not that his instinct was just to protect. He's a used car salesman. He didn't care. I guess that's my motivation here.
He did care, Dom.
Oh, my God. Do you see the mayor as a sympathetic figure at all, Henry?
Sympathetic? No.
No.
And, Dom, but I thank you for saying that I did persuade you. Because, I mean, have you ever met a lawyer like me?
Well, no, I have not. All right, on with the congressman next. Jeff Van Drew here. Bill Devlin, the pastor that's globetrotting. He's landed at Mulligan somehow or another from Ghana today. He'll be with us next here on Talk Radio 1210.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. Call 800-809-7989 today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 10 East Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, Mulligan's. I don't want to ask Jeff Van Drew about Manahawkin, about the Iran deal. We could do a half hour of an exercise program here.
There you go.
What are they doing in Congress? Don't you feel out of step versus some of these Congress people you deal with, given how you've transformed yourself?
I don't know if I feel out of step, but we've got some guys that are pretty tough. You see that congressional baseball game that the Republicans, by the way, always win.
Yes.
We've got some guys that are some pretty good hitters and runners and everything. It's a wide spectrum. Some folks don't do anything. Some people are maniacs like me. Jim Jordan,
Well, I want Jim Jordan off the top ropes. Now, Jim Jordan should be in the South Korean assembly where they jump off the top rope onto each other over a bill, and that's how it's decided.
What I love about Jim, he's kind of like me, a little tougher than you would think. We're both about 5'8", 5'9", not big guys, but a little bit scrappier than you might have bargained for,
Yeah, well, thanks for coming out to Mulligan's. Can we get you a scotch? That's still your drink of
I'm
choice.
good. Right now I'm having coffee, man. It's been a long day already.
Okay.
So that scotch, I'll be staying here all day, all night, just relaxing. That's something I do at the end of the day if I can, with a nice calm dinner. I love to, no matter how busy, how crazy it is, I love at the end of the day to sit down a little bit peacefully if I can, and just take it easy and have a nice meal.
Now, the Iran deal, of course. I don't know if our listeners, surprisingly for you, don't call in about it. I think they've just gotten a little tired of it as it's gone on, as it's played out. I can't even tell you exactly where they are, except they're willing to want to get past this. And then we see, as long as the nuclear deal is good, that we're going to be on top of that. They can't get a nuclear weapon. I think this will play out pretty well. What's your sense of it, though?
I think that's a good assessment. So let's really break, if we got a minute, just
go
to
right
really
ahead.
break this thing down. So we have a number of choices here the president does. He is trying to thread the needle in an extremely, extremely difficult situation. So we could say we want everything our way, 100%, and if we don't get it, we're going to put boots on the ground, we're going to be actively engaged, and we're going to stay for years. Bad choice. We don't want to do that. Part of our whole movement was stop getting involved in these little wars around the world where you're stuck there for years and years. It costs people money, and more importantly, it costs lives. So I don't think that's a good choice. The second choice was to do nothing, let them have nuclear weaponry, let them have long-range ballistic missiles, and just go along to get along pretty much the way Obama did, pretty much, of course, the way Joe Biden did. I don't think that's a really good choice. So then what do we look at what our next choice is, which is to try to get this straight open and at the same time to ensure that they're not going to have nuclear weaponry, nuclear material, make sure that we eventually get the uranium dust, that we actually get the dust, and we get control over this, and then work with them, hoping that, and I'm doubtful of this, that the idea of a better economy, which has captured a number of other nations in the Mideast who are starting to turn around and change now, that we could actually have that golden age.
Well, let me interrupt and say you're doubtful as I am, because Venezuela is one thing. They're revolutionary. They can play ball. These are religious fanatics.
These are people that put military installations underneath schools and hospitals. Right. These are people that will literally shield themselves with their children. These are people that don't care if they're mothers, fathers, daughters, sisters, or brothers. They don't care. And in fact, often, they have individuals who will strap bombs to themselves to destroy others. This is a whole different thing. This is why, Dom, and I've talked to you a lot about this, I've always been concerned with this. I'm concerned if they get too much nuclear ability. I'm also concerned that we don't get too twisted into it. Mm-hmm. We basically, bottom line, to wrap it up, we've got to make sure that they can't do harm to the West and to the rest of the world, and we've got to keep a strong eye on them. And when they start to get really out of hand, we do have to step in. Other than that, we got to hope that the big guy upstairs, God, someday brings us peace in the Mideast.
Linda Kearns, Jeff, I don't know if you met Linda or Attorney
Quickly.
Yes, yeah.
Can you really tell us as Americans that we're any better off today than we were weeks ago when this started? That's the concern, I think, of run-of-the-mill Americans.
It is the concern. And this movement that we are all part of was enough with these little wars, because the Democrats would do this all the time.
Right.
And it goes all the way back to Vietnam. It goes, and then just essentially all the other Afghanistan, Iraq, the disaster in Afghanistan, which didn't have to be. So to answer your question directly, yes, I do think we are better off. I think people were overly expecting. I thought that we really thought we're going to go in there, we're going to beat the living daylights out of them for a short period of time. They're going to acquiesce. This is how the president, in my sense of how he got into this. Unique situation. 49 of the very top leaders in Iraq were all in the same room at the same time. We had very good intelligence. So we thought, man, we wipe these guys out, we're going to be in a lot better shape. Yeah, we're in better shape, but they got a whole other generation. They don't care how many generations, how many children, how many parents they lose. So I think we're better off because we're going to make sure of the nuclear weaponry, but it's not going to be a spectacular thing where the world has changed. I hope it is, and I hope I'm wrong, and I'm hoping that someday, and maybe we have a pastor here, maybe someday that really will indicate the best days are up or what ahead.
Wanted to ask you closer to home. Manahawkin, we immediately thought of you this week, the shooting of a guy who pins an ICE agent between cars, and the Stafford Township Police say they can't do anything about it. We're in Jersey. We're in this situation. Your sense of what's going on with ICE in that situation and what it tells us overall?
You know, I was in Delaney Hall. I looked at the conditions there. I'm not going to go through all. I'm not going to talk about the law library, the gym, the soccer field. I mean, it was utter BS. The Democrats, out of whole cloth, and I hate to say this because it's harsh, but it's true, are lying. It's just nobody's eating maggots. There aren't little kids running around that are getting hurt. All of it's BS, number one. Number two, these are not just illegals, many of them. They are criminal illegals. Now, other illegals who aren't criminals are getting scooped into this because there is no cooperation because of the governor with local, county, or state police. So ICE normally does not do crowd control. They're not trained for that. They shouldn't do it. They're working on getting individuals, detaining them, getting the due process, and then deporting them. That's what they should be doing. The local police help with crowd control and other issues like that. To a state, every state that's having these big problems like New Jersey are sanctuary states because the police can't work with them, and therefore you've got ICE being in places where they don't want to be, where they're vulnerable. How about this poor guy that got hit with the car? So, I said this in the beginning. When the governor did this with the sanctuary state stuff, and it's, you know, Philadelphia, sanctuary city, bad stuff's going to happen. Good people are going to get hurt. It's not how it's supposed to work. Now, why would you want criminals in your state or your city or your county?
You're on today, I don't know how many events you do. You are on the ground across your district, particularly as we move toward the midterms. I'm not sure of Mount Holly. I don't think it's in your district.
What is?
Mount Holly, New Jersey.
No, it's slightly out of it. I have most of South Jersey, but I don't know.
But several towns in Burlington County now have just given up on the idea of July 4th, 2026, 250th birthday, and Mount Holly is one, saying they cannot police even a parade and a carnival to go forward with this. We're seeing this across this area. Are you seeing it in your district, or is it business as usual? We're going to have a parade, or do people come up to you and say, we can't even do this, they feel, and it's a lack of help from the state level, and just a general breakdown where you can't have a July 4th parade, 250th birthday?
Neither, somewhere in between. So what I've been seeing is we're more nervous. I have more security, quite frankly. I'm going to be doing some parades around July 4th. We're definitely going to have some people that will be carrying police officers and others with me. Years ago, man, I still go out. I'm not afraid. If whatever's going to happen is up to the big guy upstairs, so I don't worry about it.
I see your guy here. I'm not getting in the road of that guy. Come on now. That's a protector. I went, stay over here at the table. Yeah.
But the bottom line is more security, but I am not going to let the left take away my America, your America, take away our July 4th. No, some folks want this because they want to. Kids don't even understand the significance anymore of July 4th. I was talking to a lady right here as I came in. She's got some guests coming from Ireland, and she's saying when her friends come from Ireland over here, they know more about American history than we do. We don't understand what an amazing thing we have. Pastor, you do, because people in other countries, when they have a particular faith
believe in God, believe in Jesus, might be a Jew, whatever faith it is, they can't do it. They're told that if they continue, try being religious in China.
They all want to come to the U.S. of A.
Right.
Yep.
We're insane to
Right.
not appreciate this and let it go. So I'm going to be out there. I run back and forth in the line. And, yeah, once in a while, vast majority of people love it. I talk to all the kids. Once in a while somebody will be mean, so be it. They're not stopping me from getting out.
Well, we love Jeff and Drew. You got an election coming up, not that there's any doubt, but what can we do to help with that? Other than get you on here as much as possible, remind people of what you're doing. And the thing I commend you, and I've said this on the air the most and texted you, is when you think President Trump is off the mark, as big of a Trump guy, you say it in the right way to try to direct him back. And that's exactly what he needs, a voice that he trusts when we're going off. I forget the last incident with that. You know the one I'm talking about.
Sure.
That you were out there saying, no, we can't go down this path. And you said it publicly.
Yeah, and there are numerous times. You don't have to bash them. You don't.
Right.
But you have to say, hey, no, let's really think this. What are we doing here? Let's really evaluate the situation.
Right.
And I do. And look, a good idea is a good idea. A bad idea is a bad idea. And I'm always going to stand for good ideas and for what my people need in the district. As far as the re-election, I look forward to it. A couple things I love. I love to campaign. I love to debate, as you know. And I love America. And we are, people don't understand sometimes. A lot do, but not everybody. We're in a war for the heart and the soul of America. Don't look for perfection here, because we're all human beings. None of us got all the answers. None of us are perfect. But is it better under Trump than it was under Biden? My God, yes, it was.
Absolutely.
You know.
I have a question for you. And I don't know if you, I was President Trump's lawyer in Pennsylvania. I was in charge of the Pennsylvania campaign. Why did it take you so long to switch to Republican? Most people, you know, when they turn 14 and get their first job and realize what the world's like, they become Republican. So why did it take you so long?
It took me a while, a couple reasons. One is that it's a very, very hard thing to do. You know, you notice, let me tell you real quick here, it's been 8 years now that I've been in. You haven't seen anybody else do it at that level. Locally, we had a bunch of people do it when I did, but at that level, it's hard because in the very beginning, some Republicans don't trust you. I don't have that anymore. They know when I say something, I mean it. And Democrats, some of them hate you. There are people you literally would have thought I hurt their family or did something to them. So it's hard, number one. Secondly, there always was room for a more conservative Democrat in the old Democratic Party. Look, there were differences, but at the end of the day, Republicans and Democrats go back to Tip O'Neill and even before that. We all loved America. See, it's different now. Look at the people they're electing. They hate America. They want to change the fabric, the structure of this country. They don't believe in American entrepreneurship, American exceptionalism. So this is a big deal. We're fighting for the very core of the heart of America. So it got to the point I just couldn't do it. Even in the state Senate, everybody knows. Look, I was more, by the way, as a Democrat, I was more conservative than a whole bunch of the Republicans in New Jersey. Just so you
exactly.
know. Yeah.
But, you know, in the state Senate, I would say, this is what I'm doing, man. You don't like it, let me know. No, it's okay. Well, some people were annoyed, but I did my thing. Got in Congress, Nancy Pelosi, all that, totally different. And I really got into the belly of the beast. And I said, whoa, this is scary. These folks don't want America anymore. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. The very core.
Exactly.
You know.
Congressman, thank you.
My pleasure.
Always. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Fitness tips to come, but thank you again.
Absolutely.
Congratulations. We're with Jeff Andrew. Thank you very much.
God
Congressman
bless.
Jeff Andrew here on Talk Radio 1210.
Amen.
Thanks, Congressman. All right, coming up, we have Dom's Money Melody for a big prize, tickets to see the Doobie Brothers and to see Santana at Hershey Park. That's coming up. Pastor Bill Devlin and others on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers. Now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it. This is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city. I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Looking to elevate your home with timeless beauty? At Suburban Marble and Granite, a proud veteran-owned business, craftsmanship meets premium quality. They source only the finest imported stone from around the world, perfect for kitchens, bathrooms, slab walls, outdoor spaces, and custom projects that truly stand out. From design to installation, their team delivers A-plus service and stunning results every step of the way. Suburban Marble and Granite. Endless possibilities, spectacular results. Visit suburbanmarble.com to get started today.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Jerry Seinfeld is back.
You know, it's really fun to talk to this generation that has such a different perspective on comedy. We cannot hurt anyone's feelings. Okay, that's fine. That's a nice thought. But you are not going to laugh for the rest of your life. Just understand you're making that deal. I hope that's what you want.
Jerry Seinfeld, live in Atlantic City, Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Saturday, December 5th. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Stomp Time, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Our host, Johnny Z, with us in a moment. But first, it is time. You don't have to play all of it today, Andrew. It's time for Dom's Money Melody. You win a pair of tickets to see Santana and the Doobie Brothers at Hershey Park Stadium on June 26th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale at Ticketmaster.com. So big prize today. Let's hear the background. What's the clue today, Andrew?
So today is the anniversary of 1987. Guns N' Roses made their UK live debut at the Marquee Club in London. So I'm going to be doing a cover of one of their most famous songs, and the callers are going to have to guess the country, the language that the person is singing in. So
country or language?
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Here we go.
Okay.
Si poznávám a taky výmůství, ve vzpomínkách svých se rozesním a v notách štěstí dám na pár chvil i vám. Vidím ve tvářích vaší dětské.
Again, we are looking for the country or the language that the song is being sung in.
All right.
I have a question for you. I'm sorry, Dom,
Yeah.
but I have to interrupt. When my good friendly producers are there, they play Elvis's bumper music for me, and I haven't heard you do it.
I know.
All right, next break. Oh, with the demands here.
Well, I wasn't sure how I was going to go with the debate results and question and everything, you know.
Well, we all knew how it was going to go.
Oh,
So there you
please.
go.
Dom's
All right,
declaring himself the winner. It's
We're
ridiculous.
playing a pair. I'm using the Trump tactics here. Oh, I've won this. The election was stolen.
I was on the best debater ever.
It's a pair of tickets to see both Santana and the Doobie Brothers. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com, 855-839-1210. All right, Andrew, just let me know. We'll go to it when you think we have a winner, and we'll go there. So, Johnny Z with us, the pizza folder king, even in his own establishment. We have an update on the pizza folding. All right, Henry, get to that microphone. Somebody give him. All right, so that's 14 and 2. That's about a 79% no fold by long account. It was overwhelming. Roe is celebrating, might even come on the air. It's so bad this time. She's not hiding her face, Johnny Z, and your wife is not here today. That would have been another vote for us.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
So how does a guy that operates such a successful business like this, and not only, as we said, has such a great menu at night, the dinner menu, a lot of places can do lunch, fold his pizza?
Again, it's got to be one of those things that I started doing when I guess I was a little kid, and I still do it.
Okay.
But, that's a pretty good shellacking. But we still have the sauce.
Well, that's
we
true.
have the sauce.
The gravy sauce, there does seem to be, my attorney Linda Kearns thinks, that we may have to do that again this summer when we're here at Mulligan's.
Wait,
the gravy
how
sauce
am I your
debate.
attorney now? But then you're saying you beat me in the debate. You really got to pick a side here. But I do love that we live in a free country, and we live in the best country in the world, that we just have the time to just sit around and talk about whether or not we fold pizza. I mean, that
Absolutely.
just shows what an amazing country
Well,
this
the
is.
gravy or sauce.
Yeah,
that's right.
but is Linda a gravy or a sauce?
I don't think I care.
Oh,
To be
that's
honest
even
with
worse.
you.
You got to have an opinion on this. If you don't care about gravy and sauce, John, that's the worst. I have to say I was stunned by the ferocity of the sauce people last year. They were incredible. I thought the gravy people, they're the ones that usually feel crestfallen. So You got the country people in town.
Yep.
Although I didn't see the huge lines outside. Did they come in on Friday night?
They started coming in, Wednesday because the concert started yesterday.
Okay.
So you started seeing a big influx, Wednesday into last night. And then today, they're just all over the place. It's crazy. It's bedlam out there.
So what's the menu tonight?
Tonight, aside from our regular dinners and pub fare and sandwiches, we're running a seafood Alfredo. And then we're also running a baked ziti with a meat sauce.
Oh, yeah.
A beef gravy.
Yeah,
Yes.
beef gravy, yeah.
Thank you.
Dom, in Italy they don't call it gravy. You
I
do
know that. I
that.
dispute the. I'm in South Philly.
Oh.
A guy stood up and John, I don't know if you were at that event when it had all four of us bloviators, the Oli, me, and et cetera, and said, I'm from Rome. And I said, sit down. We don't care. It got that nuts on the gravy sauce. We're at the Phoenixville Theater. Hundreds of people, and it broke out. We were afraid of the problems with it. That's how crazy it gets. So is it you or the chef or your wife? The menu here each night, you really get all kinds of dishes throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, Pam and I, we give our input, but it's really up to him, and the crew in the back. He's the one, that comes up with everything.
And the shirts this year, the
Yep,
designing of the shirts are available and all kinds of. I have the my model from last year. I got to get one of this year.
Yeah, I got to get you one. I got to get Roe one.
Okay. And
if you want one, Linda?
Again, it's the Summer White House, John, and this has been just another exhibit today of what you've created here at Mulligan's with us. It brings together all. Where else could we have this kind of fun? Somebody said, well, why don't you do a bigger place? No, he needs a crowd breathing on it. It made Linda Kern so nervous, she lost.
No, but the secret, I think, to an establishment like this is the people that you get to work for you. And how do you get such great people who stay for seemingly forever? How do you do it?
I've had people that have worked for me for 25, 30 years.
Right.
And, and that is a key. You can have the greatest food, greatest atmosphere in the world. If you don't have a staff that cares, if you don't have a staff that is good with the patrons,
right,
it's a huge piece of the puzzle. So, touch wood, we're lucky that way.
Absolutely. John, thanks again. Hopefully we'll have other times this year. It's
Absolutely.
always a fabulous time here at Mulligan's. And, again, you have live music in here, too. You have acts in here Friday nights.
Yep, Friday nights, name that tune. Saturday nights, it varies, but we have live music, and then that'll actually go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll have entertainment all 4 nights. We get a little bit closer to the summer.
310 West Hildreth Avenue.
Yeah, and I bet he doesn't want anybody closing the beaches and discouraging people from coming to this town because he depends on the summer people.
I told Dom, I'm of two minds about this. Obviously, as a business owner, you don't want to see the beaches shut down. It's going to affect tourism. There's no two ways about it. But at the same time, I don't want to see little kids chewed up in the surf.
Oh, Linda Kearns does. She says it's like COVID. It's like getting a jab. Let the kid be killed. The mayor, the mayor of North Wildwood, Linda, said if you go 10 feet out in North Wildwood, he says you're out in the wilderness.
You are.
Sharks are out there, so it's okay. Oh, my goodness.
About 3 foot.
I never said I wanted little kids eaten by sharks. I mean, you better just stand down over there.
All right, I'll stand down. I may have had a tie today. I'll submit to a tie here. All right, coming up, we have Pastor Bill Devlin, but right now we have an answer. Let's play the clue quickly again, Andrew, one more time for Dom's Money Melody today. Swedish or Finnish again, maybe not. All right, Andrew, who's the caller?
This is Jerry from Wilmington.
Oh, Jerry from Wilmington, frequently on. All right, Jerry, what's your answer today? What's the language or country, Jerry?
It's Czechoslovakia, Don.
All right, that is right. Enjoy. Jerry, I think you have the all-time winning streak on so many channels, etc. You're off to see Santana and the Doobie Brothers at Hershey Park on June 26th. Thanks, Jerry, very much. We'll put you on the hold, and we'll get that for you. All right.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. More coming up from Mulligan's, 855-839-1210. We'll get the winner of this week. So far today, I think the all-time worst idea was the new Coke. That seems to be in the lead. We'll have that at the end. And we haven't talked to Bill Devlin. Final analysis from Alante McCauley, who created quite a stir here as our special person of the year. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Today, a beautiful day for the World Cup match. It's going to get sunny later, less humid, with a high of 84. Will be comfortable tomorrow, though a little bit warmer and breezier with a high of 85. For Father's Day, a high of 86 with some sun and clouds.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield to take advantage of 2.99% financing for 36 months on the popular 2026 CRV and CRV Hybrid. Shop online today at piazzahonda.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this June with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. Before your next adventure, make sure your vehicle is ready with United Tire's 4th of July sale. Through July 3rd, receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer and a great way to help keep your family safe on the road. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WIPE. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, last roundup here at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Don't these people have something to do? They've been at the bar 3 hours.
They're on vacation.
They're gonna pass out.
That's
all
all.
right.
I think this is awesome. They're loving life.
Back up with us is Linda Kearns, who stretched for about 30 seconds. That's enough over 3 hours. Alante McCauley back with us. And Pastor Bill Devlin in from Ghana and parts like that. Alante, thank you again for coming all the way to Wildwood. Congratulations.
Yes.
We'll be talking again soon. But your impressions today, what did you take away from this festival here at Mulligan's?
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the award again. It's just a lot of loving people here. I didn't realize how, because I'm always in the fight, so I never have time to really look up and breathe, but then you realize, like, how big the reach has gotten and just how much are people really, like, just happy that somebody's out here fighting on their behalf.
Well, I tell you, every week when we play that, we know radio ratings and everything else. When we play you, I'm John Alante McCauley. We see people that can't wait for that minute or two. Yeah. And I'm sure there are people at City Hall who have the same feeling. They tell you that. And then there's the rabble of others who can't wait. Right. You give great entertainment to the other side, at least, when you're there each week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, believe it, it's people that work in City Hall, just like anywhere else. They can't come out and be outright about their support for me. But when they get a moment, they'll shake my hand and let me know, listen, I'm one of you. And, you know, I just can't say anything. But, yes, I try to make it, entertaining because a lot of people go there and speak, right? You know, you get a lot of, but not – and, listen, kudos to them. I don't knock anybody for their particular style. But I understand that in order to the era that we're in, people – their attention span is so short. Yep. So I'm trying to deliver it in a certain type of way that's going to get your attention and keep your attention.
Absolutely. Pastor Bill Devlin, you've done stuff like that. You call it the People's Republic of Philadelphia. Alante has taken a 2-minute thing when I first saw him. They knocked it down to 1 minute, and he's encapsulated that minute into the minute of power.
Freedom of speech in Philly.
Now you have, it looks like an official seal to me. My lawyer, Linda Kearns, tells me it looks official that Philadelphia City Council has recognized Dom Giordano Day.
All right, well, Dom and Linda, thank you for having me on today. God bless you, and Jesus loves you. And yes, by the authority vested in me, by the laws of the Commonwealth of Philadelphia, and by the authority vested in me as a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I firmly proclaim and publicly proclaim Today is Dom Giordano Day in Mulligan. So here we are. All right. And I have the official certificate from the People's Republic of Philadelphia. So God bless you, Dom. We love you, we love you, we love you. And Jesus does too. Amen.
I was wondering if you were going to do a prayer if you were here at the beginning, whether that was allowed.
Well,
But
yeah,
certainly you worked it in.
here's the official ACLU prayer. And look, it's blank. It's blank. The ACLU official prayer is blank. So, but God bless.
My
Thank
goodness.
you. All right.
Thanks to everyone today who made this happen here at Mulligan's. And again, Linda Kearns, you underlined something today with Alante here with us and Joe Picozzi. There is hope in Philadelphia coming through the Republican Party. We just have to live long enough to see. I've often said the apocalypse is here if we have a Republican mayor in Philadelphia. But at least we can have a Republican. I'm picturing Alante McCauley as the chairman of the Republican Party 3 or 4 years from now in Philadelphia. And I'm picturing what that would be like in Philadelphia. I wouldn't talk about national stuff. Every day, that's all I talk about.
We need someone who's willing to put boots on the ground like him. So,
Absolutely.
from your lips to God's ears.
All right.
I think it's going to be the apocalypse if you ever actually acknowledge that I won a debate and you don't take showrunner prerogative and just sit there and say, I won.
Ro was listening. If she says you won, I'll have to go along with it. And she usually, other than your bell thing.
Henry's the boss of the whole show. He thinks I won.
He thinks he's the boss. So come on now.
I never said that. But look, Ro's the boss of Dom. So
That's
you
true.
did win this debate.
All right, without further ado, I hear the clock ticking. It is time to go with our winner of the week for the Great Scott Jennings book about President Trump. Today's winner was Jeff of Hatboro, so that's a Friday winner.
Yeah, Dom. So Monday, we asked for that all-time spectacle. Greg in the Northeast won with the royal family. Tuesday, we asked for something French. Gene and Abington came up with the Louisiana Purchase. Wednesday, we asked for someone who represents Philadelphia.
Right.
Gary in Newtown won with Danny DeVito. And Thursday, we asked for something associated with a bar. Richard and Somerdale won with Happy Hour. Now, I've put all of those into the hat, and I've pulled out my answer. And I got to say, when one new year is over, I guess a new one begins because Gary in Newtown is this week's winner.
Not Gary of Newtown, who somehow or another brought pizzas here on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
This maniac. All right, and it's a pizza folder, I think.
Yeah.
All right, the pizza folders lost.
Crushed.
Kirk, any final words from you if you can grab that? Because you have been such a great addition to the show since you started to take over full-time. And more importantly, you man the John Alante McCauley desk.
That's right.
And make sure that when he comes into the lobby, people, even in our own lobby with security there, because of the hat, this guy draws trouble.
Right. No, it's a blast. I mean, he deserves it hands down, and he's got a good heart, strong conviction, and I wish him all the best and luck. He's going to go on to bigger and better things in the future.
Absolutely.
I got to go with Linda, Dom. I'm sorry, my friend. I got to go with Dom.
What is it with these producers?
Linda.
What the heck is it?
People who are just going to blindly vote for you.
You outed the mayor of North Wildwood who thinks you're in the wilderness if you're in his water there 10 feet out. I got to use that as a drop. He's a good sport, but my God.
No, Linda won hands down. She was strong, came out of the gate strong, fighting hard. Yeah,
I will admit, Dom, you did make a point that I am very nice to the producers. I'm constantly bringing them treats. That might play into it.
I want that entered into the record. But thanks to Johnny Z, and we should be back this summer, I'm hoping in July and one in August. I don't know if we have another debate in us with Linda Kearns, but maybe. This was the greatest topic ever, though. And really, I didn't know that people fixated on Jaws in the way that they do. There's a guy that gives updates every day. It's in the top 10,
it's
potentially.
Amazing.
Henry, what do you say on that? Jaws? greatest movie ever. That's ridiculous. He doesn't even
I mean,
think
he's
Goodfellas.
too young. He doesn't remember what it was like to go to the theater. You remember what it was
Yeah,
like when that movie
All right,
came
all
out.
right. Well, I'm not 8 years old. I know what it was like to go to the theater.
No, to see Jaws. You probably weren't
Obviously
even born.
not to see Jaws.
Yes,
And Alante,
To see a
you're
big
the
movie.
cheesesteak raider. Wanted to give you a shot in Philadelphia. Where's the greatest cheesesteak? Alante McCauley says.
It's a toss-up between Angelo's and Skinny Joey's. It's a toss-up.
Skinny Joey.
Skinny
Marlino.
Joey's. Yeah, Marlino,
there's word he might be a guest here one of these times down here.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah,
There's
that's
just
the
word on the
best in the
street.
city.
We're working on that. Hey, Andrew, thanks for producing. I'm here Monday and Tuesday, noon until 3. The afternoon show is next. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. And a big thanks to Linda Kearns today for the spark of the debate, for the award, even though the Elvis and Nixon thing, that guy Joe Picozzi's not putting that in the office. I don't know.
I'm going to make sure he does. And Andrew, now you're on my list because you didn't play me any bumper music. So.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
my God.
I'm sorry.
And Andrew, she didn't win the debate, right?
I plead the fifth.
All right, the afternoon show is next. 3 big hours in the Rich Zioli podcast. Have a great weekend, everyone. See you Monday, noon until 3. All that here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here as we celebrate America's 250th birthday. What a great reminder that this nation was built by hardworking people, entrepreneurs, and local family businesses that serve their communities every day. That's one of the reasons I've enjoyed working with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They're a local, family-owned company helping homeowners throughout our region improve and protect their homes for years. When you work with Chapman, you're supporting a local business that stands behind its work and truly cares about its customers. To celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary, Chapman is offering $250 off new red, white, or blue entry doors through July 4th. What a fun way to add some patriotic style to your home while improving curb appeal and security. So visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh.
No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. Call 800-809-7989 today.
As dads, it's our job to capture as many memories with our kids as possible. It's also our job to embarrass them, and if we're lucky, we get to do both. That's why I'm thankful my son created Legacy Box, the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos.
And I'll never recover from the time you showed up to my middle school dance to disco in front of everyone. Thanks, Dad. But he's right. Simply fill your Legacy Box with your old VHS, camcorder tapes, film reels, and photos, and we'll do the rest.
And in just a couple of weeks, you'll get your originals back, along with a DVD, thumb drive, or cloud delivery. Stuff that even an old man like me can figure out.
Plus, for a limited time, we're offering a special Father's Day sale.
Go to legacybox.com/radio
to get an incredible deal.
Buy today to take advantage of this limited offer. Go to legacybox.com/radio
to get started and save.
legacybox.com/radio.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. The WPHT after.
Away. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
We're getting reports of a train collision in the UK involving at least 2 trains, including an airport express in the Bedford area north of London. Injury has sidelined Team USA star Christian Pulisic from today's World Cup match going on in Seattle against Australia. He hurt his calf. He hopes to play next week. On this Juneteenth, we celebrate black physicians and nurses and scientists and healthcare leaders who are not only saving lives, but also expanding what's possible for the generations coming after them. Here's ABC News medical contributor and pediatrician Dr. Alok Patel about the first African-American licensed nurse in America.
Mary Eliza Mahoney was the first African-American to receive a professional nursing license. The daughter of freed slaves. She grew up in the Northeast, went to New England Hospital for Children and Women, and in a class of about a little bit more than 40 people, she was a handful who actually finished this program, went on to be a phenomenal nurse, noticed that there was still inequity and disparity, so she founded the National Association for Colored Graduate Nursing to help bridge that gap.
It appears there's a norovirus outbreak on the Appalachian Trail, the very contagious illness spreading through Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. That's from a post in the National Park Service warning hikers don't share food or water and use soap to wash hands because hand sanitizer does not work well against norovirus. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
You're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
WPHT, HD, WOGL, HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. The WPHT Afternoon Show.
End the week with you. Coming up later this hour, half an hour, John Lott from the Crime Research Center will be joining us. Crime Prevention Research Center, will be joining us. And in the last hour, Chris Tremoli from the Washington Examiner will be joining us as well. Lots to talk about with them. Joining us right now, straight out of the top, and I am so grateful for this person, retired Brigadier General Blaine Holt is joining us. He's U.S. Air Force Combat C-17 Commander, also U.S. Deputy Military Representative to NATO, and a Newsmax contributor, and they're dialing him right now. He will be joining us, and you can find him on X at The Irascible. So you have to look up how to spell irascible, THE_irascible. We're going to talk to him about Iran because I was reading about this. Does anybody know what's happening exactly with the whole memorandum of understanding or anything along those lines? Does anybody know? Because I have no idea. I've been reading about it. There's been fights apparently, and now Israel's not on board, but then they are on board, and then there's a ceasefire, but then there's not a ceasefire. So I have no idea what is happening there, but he will be joining us hopefully post-haste to tell us what is going on. Now, Trump did an interview with Axios, and in that interview, he claimed that... Oh, he's ready. Okay, great. But Trump did an interview with Axios, and in that interview, he claimed that the Iran deal probably is unconditional surrender. So let's go to Blaine Holt to find out if he thinks that's true. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time to join me this afternoon. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's great to be with you, Mary. Yeah, it is. These are terms of surrender. The reason it's so confusing is because an MOU is a memorandum. It's simply an agreement to get to an agreement with some points listed in it, and that's all it is. And there's points back and forth. What we have to really watch is what's happening in Lebanon, because that could scuttle the whole thing.
Yes, but isn't that's kind of like a whole nother thing? Like, that's between Israel and Lebanon, because they're trying to get rid of Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, so Iran is kind of in there. But President Trump, isn't America dealing with Iran, and isn't it up to Israel to deal with Lebanon? Like, that's their thing. Why are we involved in their thing?
Well, we have to be, and here's why. There's this monkey in the middle. The Armageddon-bound psychopaths called the IRGC, and they're the ones that are encouraging Hezbollah to do whatever they can possibly do. And the IRGC is actually against the people that we're working with on this agreement. So too many people sit there and look at Iran as one body. But after all these bombings, 13,000 plus targets serviced, it's fractured. The leadership is fractured into an ailing ayatollah with no legs. You've got three civilians who are the ones actually negotiating: Pezeshkian, Ragachi, and Gandabaf. And then you've got the IRGC, which have weapons. That's dangerous, but they also have linkage to Hezbollah, and they have a vested interest in watching this whole thing fall away, because they're looking at an extermination event. There is no place for them in the future. And so if they can light fires in Lebanon and split the United States and Israel, that is their strategy.
So this is different than what we saw at the end of World War I, what we saw at the end of World War II. I know President Trump wanted to have this big signing in Switzerland, kind of like a Geneva thing, like his moment like they had after the two world wars. But it's different because, he did say unconditional surrender. So, of course, everyone's losing their minds because the memorandum of understanding says nothing. This is not unconditional surrender. So everybody's losing their minds over that. But he also said regime change, that we were going to do what we did in Venezuela, and that someone else was going to take over the country, and they were going to have a new form of government. None of that is in this. And can you really get to some kind of peace deal with Iran if you have the same crazy people running it?
No, you can't, and you won't. But you have to start somewhere, and the MOU thing is a bridge at first to just get the millions of barrels of oil through the Straits, which was happening up until today. That's good. But again, without unless the IRGC is dealt with in a final way, and I know that President Trump knows that it has to be, you can't get to the other side where you're going to lay down what the terms are. And I think we'd all be very surprised to know that without Ayatollahs and mullahs, without the IRGC, the Iranians will be very friendly. They'll take whatever deal they can get. And they'll welcome international investment, not U.S. taxpayer dollars, into their nation for infrastructure, which enmeshes them into the world system, which is really the path towards the Abraham Accords. And I think that's what the president is trying to plot a course through, but it's not without heavy turbulence and big challenges. I certainly can sympathize with Israel, that is in the Bekaa Valley, looking at attacks from Hezbollah. But Hezbollah is also not getting any comfort from the Lebanese. They don't want this either. And so this is the rough, dangerous part of this. My hope is that we're probably going to return to some form of military operation soon to finish off not only Hezbollah, but probably in a clandestine way, helping the Israelis finish off the life support of the supply chains for Hezbollah.
So this MOU is dead at this point. Is that right?
No, I would say there's a pause on it. It hasn't been acted on yet. Nobody's boarded a flight to Switzerland yet. But the realities of what is happening in the dynamics between Iran, Israel, and the Arab states are coming glaring through. Couldn't get to those realities unless you put something on the table in ink. And we had that. Now, Israel and the United States are going to have to get aligned on a strategy. That's required. And we're going to have to wipe out the IRGC, and that's required. But those things will happen, I believe. And honestly, I think after we get through this turbulence this week, we'll be on a pretty good course.
Okay, when you say when we get through this turbulence, I have questions. One man's turbulence.
Sure. No, I understand.
One man's turbulence is another man's bombing. So are we, why can, and maybe this is naive of me, but the other countries in the area are really mad at Iran, right? They're really mad at them because they've been bombing everybody indiscriminately, and they've been destroying buildings and airports,
sure.
and they've had enough. They're bad neighbors. So why can't everybody on the block get together to beat down the bad neighbor? And why can't Lebanon handle Hezbollah that they allowed into their country?
So many ribbons to that one.
Right?
So you've got the Arab states have a conundrum. If they take strong military action, they could have internal problems on their own. The number one terror organization in the world, believe it or not, is not Iran. It's the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Muslim Brotherhood permeates the entire region. And so there's sticky wickets for the Arab states to manage, but they've been very, very helpful. And behind the scenes with Scott Bessent, they've been extremely helpful, mopping up money laundering, cutting off funds to the IRGC. They're doing a lot of practical things, but they can't throw jets in the air. That's okay. We brought the jets. We can handle that part. But the place where we get into a conundrum is everybody sees a memorandum of understanding, sees that the U.S. and Israel are having a little spat here, and we're in the middle of a factory called diplomatic military sausage making, and we're only halfway into the factory, the really nasty, oozy part, and we're all getting to look at it. And what we'd rather see is just show me the sausage on the other side. And we will have to get through that. But I don't believe there's any way possible that it's going to happen without unity shown by the United States and Israel. I think that'll come shortly, and then resuming military operations against the IRGC to finish them off so that Gandabaf and Argachi can make a deal and stick by their surrender deal. Because if they do it like they're doing it right now, they're just going to take bullets from the IRGC, which are ready to martyr themselves. And by the way, they have terror cells in our country, so we have a domestic security problem wrapped up into this at the exact same time.
So is there anything wrong, though, with allowing them to martyr themselves?
No, we would wish that upon them, but martyrs are tricky. They usually like to take a lot of people with them, and we had 4 years of open borders here. And
right.
So one final activation, it could be problematic for us, but I'm certain that, Department of Homeland Security doesn't need my advice on that. They know that. So again, it's a rocky period of time. Everybody, if there's something that's unifying everybody, it seems to be that everybody's incensed about this MOU thing. And I think it's actually a very good bridge to kind of thread the needle. If you look at Iran as one single solitary country, then I get the gripe. But they're not anymore. With everything that's happened, they've lost their military mostly. They have no money. Food and water are the biggest deals in Iran right now. There's no leadership. There's 3 factions, and they all hate each other's guts. In fact, you've got IRGC shooting at IRGC off and on. And so the chaos is working to our advantage as hard as it is to see that right now.
Now, when you said there's a lot of different factions, and we talked about the IRGC, which to me, because they are the military, they have, the weapons, and they have the soldiers, and they have all of that. Are they more religiously fanatic than the mullahs, the leaders?
They're right on par with them. They're not, I put them into tiers. They're not Kool-Aid drinkers. They're Kool-Aid mixers. They honestly believe it's their role to bring back the 12th Imam, and they can do that through Armageddon or some sort of equivalent. That's what they're after, and that's what they teach. So they can't be rationed with, can't cut a deal with them. They're going to shoot their way out off of this planet, and we need to help them do it. Now, they've been damaged greatly. That last round of strikes really hurt them badly. Go find me an IRGC colonel or general. It's going to be hard for you to do that. But they're not without weapons, and we know that. And so I promise we've got very exquisite targeting and intelligence on these guys, and we'll pick that back up. But with the Iranians, with these 3 factions, this is not just a grab a sledgehammer and let's finish this off. This is get a scalpel and get a microscope and let's figure this out. This is very, very complex stuff, and the Lebanon piece makes it even more complex.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. But isn't it worse that their leaders, the generals and all of the high-ranking members of the IRGC have been offed? Isn't it worse because now you just have the people on the ground, right? You just got Piggy and a bunch of his little friends, right? Like everybody's in different camps and they have no leader. And that makes them even more dangerous, doesn't it?
It does, but it also provides you with a lot of opportunities. So there are many that are in the lower ranks will never have any kind of deal. They've got families to feed. They're out of money. And they're looking at the regular army of Iran called the Artesh and the rising resistance fighters who are actually a thing, and they could come on the scene at some point. So you'll see the lower ranking IRGC members going, man, I wonder if now's a really great time to change my opinion about everything and cut a deal. And when they do that, Mary, they start shooting at each other. We're all for that. That's actually just fine. And the president his decisions are informed by intelligence that we have from the ground. And unfortunately and frustratingly, he's not going to share it with any of us. And so the MOU is what we have to cling to. And we look at the points and we go, wait a minute, they're getting a great deal. It's like, but are they? Are they getting a great deal? I would argue that they're really not getting a great deal. And when we look at the $300 billion being invested into them from the sovereign wealth funds of UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, that means that, okay, we'll rebuild your stuff, but we're going to own those assets, and now we get to see everything you do, and you'll never be an insular society again. Welcome to the world.
Yeah. Now, what about the Kurds?
That's a good point. The Kurds are probably the blocking force, and there's a wild card here. So it depends on what day of the week we're talking about with the Kurds, but they want a voice in Iran, and they're up there on the northern border. They could be very useful, and they're very friendly to the United States, but they could be very useful on fleeing IRGC members or an IRGC that wants to go into a friendly Iraq, parts of Iraq, and respawn themselves. And I think the Kurds are hell-bent on keeping that from happening, and I believe that's how that'll play out.
Now, the Kurds betrayed us, so we have to be...
and they will again.
But we betrayed them, so we kind of deserve it. Right?
Yeah. So, okay, let's go ahead and say the word. Turkey. Well, that's another problem in this whole mix. So Turkey, the dynamic with the Kurds, our on-again, off-again relationship to the Kurds, honestly, at at lower levels, I can tell you the Kurds deeply appreciate the United States and will serve us well in our strategy. The thing that we have to also watch is that a NATO member state doesn't go to war with Israel, and they're beating war drums. So this is a 28-sided Rubik's Cube. I don't envy the president or the vice president, but before I throw a rock at the MOU, I would say, well, listen, we've done a lot of different things before that were crazy. Let's see if we can't get this done. I just don't see how you do it without taking the long pole out of the tent, and that's the IRGC.
Right. So that's the big. But I would think, and maybe it's and I'm not a glass half full kind of girl. All right. But I live in New Jersey. All right. So there's no way I could be optimistic.
I got it.
But you've got all these people in the neighborhood. You mentioned the Abraham Accords, and I honestly thought that, what was going to come at the end of the signing of this peace agreement was because all these people, all of these countries we know have had input into all of this. Trump isn't just doing this in a vacuum. He's getting input from Qatar, from Dubai, from Saudi, from UAE, from all of these countries, right? So
right.
I would thinking that maybe they'll all sign the Abraham Accords now because they have a common enemy, which is Iran. The common enemy is Iran and Hezbollah and all the little proxies. Because if they get rid of them, they all have a nice neighborhood and everybody can make some money and everybody can be prosperous. So why wouldn't that pressure come into play here on Iran?
I think from the U.S. side it is, but I can also, here I'll be the crazy guy whose cup is overflowing. By October, we could see Iran signing into the Abraham Accords and Lebanon as well. So let's get to the logistics of this, because this is what undergirds this discussion. The supply chains that the IRGC have provided to their proxies no longer exist. Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. Hezbollah is fighting, but they're fighting with things that will never be replenished. They're fighting on money that will never be back in their hands. In other words, they're on a path to martyrdom, which makes them very dangerous and volatile, as Israel's seeing. And again, so there will be fighting, and the fighting's going to go on. But what I would argue is that when you take a look at them logistically, the money, the supplies, all of it, it's drying up left and right. China and Russia are staying on the sidelines. They don't have a very wealthy IRGC from the Obama years of billions of dollars in cash just showing up with no conditions to them. It is the ninth inning for all of them. But when your enemy is in the final throes, they're at their most dangerous. They are in a mode of desperation, and there is absolutely nothing they won't do. In the IRGC's case, there's nothing they won't do to blow up all the agreements that they can and halt whatever path is being taken to the Abraham Accords.
All right, one last question, and then I'm done, I swear.
Okay.
Because I have to tell you, I was so glad when I texted you. I'm like, could you please come on today? Because I know I am so confused about everything because it's changing by the minute. Everybody on X, because everyone on X now is a Middle Eastern, an expert on Middle Eastern politics.
Yes, yes, and they're all speaking Arabic.
Yes, and they also know everything that's happening in the agreement with Trump and Vance and Iran and everything. They know it all. They're all screaming about the $300 billion that we're going to be just handing over to Iran. And then I heard, well, that was $100 million. Then I see all these numbers. We're not just handing them $300 billion, right?
No, we're not doing that at all. So this is the problem. The number will be thrown around, and nobody will attach what is actually happening with that number. The number is something for the Iranians to chase. And what they're chasing is not U.S. taxpayer dollars. What they're chasing is the major sovereign wealth funds of predominantly Saudi Arabia and UAE. That's Mubadala and Sabic. And I've worked with those bankers. I can tell you they're very sharp-elbowed. They'll invest in infrastructure projects. Why is that different from what Obama did? Well, those were taxpayer dollars. It was cash, and it just got into their hands to fund all the terror. But if you got Sabic in your country and the Saudis in your country rebuilding a bridge, rebuilding a power station, that's a very different prospect. Plus, when you have that type of activity happening, that's the whole point of the Abraham Accords. You're enmeshing with each other in a market basis. That means we don't care about your religion, don't care about your ethnicity. We have terms and contracts here, and they benefit in both sides. And so That is how President Trump sees the board and how Iran is not going to be a threat to our grandchildren. And so the $300 billion, no, it's not your money, America, and you don't need to sweat it because it's not going to be in their hands to create more terrorists. And again, this is in a world where there is no Islamic regime. This is a world that looks a lot like what we just did with Venezuela.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want that, and then Cuba's next. So I'm sure we'll talk about that.
Cuba's next.
No,
question.
Cuba's next.
If you'll bring me back, I will talk Cuba with you all day and twice on Sunday.
All right. No, and you know what? I'm going to get in touch with you to get you on my live cast, or I'll get you on the podcast as well. So thank you so much. I know you fit us in. Thank you. I appreciate your time, and have a great weekend. All right, Blaine Holt, Brigadier General, U.S. Air Force. You can find him on X at The Irascible. So it's the and then _ Irascible, IRASCIBLE. Coming up next, John Latt with the Crime Prevention Research Center will be joining us. We're going to talk about the drop in crime and also a recent ruling from the Supreme Court regarding firearms. All of that coming up on a very packed, at least in the beginning, show here on 1210 WPHT.
Summer is here, and so are the summer specials at Suburban Marble and Granite. Now is the perfect time to transform your home with premium stone and quality craftsmanship at up to 50% off. As they bring in more inventory, select styles and materials are available at incredible savings while supplies last. Don't miss this opportunity to upgrade your kitchen, bathroom, outdoor space, or custom project with stunning stone and expert installation. Take advantage of these limited time savings before they're gone. Suburban Marble and Granite. Endless possibilities, spectacular results. Visit suburbanmarble.com today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The big day is here. Join me today, noon until 3, for Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. We have Jeff Van Drew, Alante McCauley, the Great Short Debate with Linda Kearns, and the big debate. Do you fold your pizza? Do you really do that? Get a great lunch, get some drinks, start the weekend early today, noon until 3 at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you ever felt like you were living just a B or B+ life? It's so dangerous to live that, more dangerous than a B- or a C+ life, because when you're living a B or B+ life, you don't change it. You think it's good enough. Is it? I'm Susie Welch. I host a podcast called Becoming You. People think, okay, an A+ life is not available to me, but there is a way. We are all in the process of becoming ourselves. Listen to Becoming You wherever you get your podcasts.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
Apple debuted its long-awaited voice bot refresh with Siri AI getting all sorts of new features and abilities, including visual intelligence, in which a user can point their camera at a plate of food and receive nutrition information from Siri, or even figure out how to split the bill at a restaurant. Apple also says Siri's voice can be updated or have its language changed once other languages become available. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100%.
ABC News, I'm Wayne.
Seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts, and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices. Built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Welcome back. Mary Walters sitting in with you today. And yes, there's no video. There's a little black eye issue going on. So, yeah, there's that. Not done on purpose. So, and honestly, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it's not pretty. So, yeah, so there's that. I should be all better by next week. Everything should be fine by Monday. Joining us now, I love this guy, John Lott. You can find him on X at John R. Lott Jr., Jr. He is the president of the Crime Prevention Research Center, and you can find them at crimeresearch.org. John, great to talk to you. Thanks for joining me.
Oh, it's always great to talk to you, Mary. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. So 2 different things we want to talk about. One of them being a recent Supreme Court case that just came down, United States versus Hamani, and it addressed the constitutionality of preventing firearm possession by individuals who are, quote, unlawful users of controlled substances. And I think this is where, you've got marijuana legal in most states, but it's not legal on a federal level. And that was one thing they were going to go after Hunter Biden for. Remember, lying on his federal firearms card, because he was clearly a drug user, and then stated on his firearms card that he was not a drug user. So what happened with this case? Explain it to us, please.
So it was really quite an astounding case. It was a 9-0 decision where basically which particularly on controversial issues involving guns, is something that's pretty much unheard of. Now, there were different concurrences which raised some concerns, but we have 40 states that allow to varying levels people to be able to go and use marijuana, and yet federally, up until the Trump administration, marijuana was classified as a Class 1 type product, which basically means there's no redeemable use for it. You're not even allowed to go and legally test it to see what the benefits and costs would be for it. And, there are other drugs that are there, but it came down to what was the historical restrictions on people being able to go and have guns. And the court said, look, if somebody was so impaired that they could not go about normal daily activities, then it's possible to go and ban something. But the only thing that the government had in this case was a statement from Hamani that every other day he would go and use some marijuana. There was no evidence provided by the government that, in fact, he was impaired in any way. The guy had a job. He seemed to function normally in society. And if you ever go back and listen to the oral arguments in this case, they were quite entertaining because the government wanted to say anybody who used any of these substances that were listed as prohibited by the government would be banned from being able to own guns. And you had people like Gorsuch were saying, well, you go and look at the founding fathers. You had John Adams would have kind of a pint of whiskey in the morning with breakfast. You had Thomas Jefferson would say he didn't really drink that much. He'd only have like 6 glasses of wine in the evening. So they, people don't seem to know. I mean, this is kind of before we really had refrigeration and stuff. And in order to try to keep, basically used alcohol as a way of kind of, preventing things from going bad on you. And so, people had alcoholic drinks basically with every meal in large part. So, and the government really didn't have much of a case on this, as can be seen by this. Now, there is a little bit of concern why you were able to get all 3 of the Democrat justices to go along with the basic decision. Jackson and Sotomayor had a concurrence that said while they agreed with the conclusion, they also didn't like the Bruin decision, which basically said that, you would just go and look at the historical traditions. They wanted to go and have what's called balancing tests, where judges will decide whether they're good reasons for having a rule versus bad, and the judge is going to be the one who's going to make the final, call, whether they think the benefits outweigh the cost. It's basically judges over time want to have power, and so they want to go and act as mini legislators where they get to kind of determine in their own minds whether they think a particular policy is good or not. And after the Heller decision back in 2008, you had a lot of courts around the country were using those types of balancing tests to go and uphold different types of gun control laws. And I think what this signals is that with the Democrats talking about wanting to stack the Supreme Court, pack the court, and just within the last month, you've had basically all the Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee, and you have, I think, maybe all the Senate Democrats, except for Fetterman, have continued to support being able to go and pack the court, increase the number of justices from 9 to 13 or 15 so that the liberals have a majority. I think this is a warning call, the fact that if they did do it, all these types of decisions would be at risk.
So let me ask you, so bottom line, when it comes to the average person, if you use marijuana recreationally, right? And I have friends who do, and they also own firearms. I'm like, you're lying on your firearms ID card, though, when you say that you don't use, the drug, you don't use drugs, right? Because you can't use illegal drugs, but just because they're legal in your state. Does this complicate that issue, or does it clear it up?
Well, I think it clears it up. I think it makes it so that the government will no longer prohibit people from being able to go and own guns legally if they use marijuana.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing that the government would have to show is that you're so impaired, not just once in a while, but you're impaired to the extent that you're not able to kind of normally function.
Yeah. Right. Right. It's to me, we're getting to the point where a lot of this is just like alcohol. If you're driving and your driving clearly is impaired,
Right.
and people can see that you're driving impaired, and so they dial 911 and they come and they test you, and then you lose your license, you lose
Right.
the ability to drive. To me, that's how we're going to start treating marijuana. Marijuana stays in your system, though, for days and days and days on end, which so just because it's in your system doesn't mean you're impaired. And I think we're going to have to deal with that somehow. You know, you go for a drug test for a
I mean,
job.
there's sobriety tests.
Right.
You know,
right.
there's sobriety tests that they give people. It's more than just testing the blood alcohol level. You know, they'll have you, can you walk in a straight line? Can you go and touch your nose? Can you,
Right.
you know, basically do, you know, can you, you know, are you so impaired that you can't go and do basic things? And they will rely on the same types of tests for whether somebody's taking too much marijuana when they're driving.
Right. The other thing I want to talk to you about is a piece that you wrote on gun safety and violent crime drops as more Americans are now carrying, because there was another decision that allowed states, they had to stop preventing people from carrying. I know in New Jersey, I think 2 people in the whole state were allowed to carry. And now, you know, something like 4,500 people who are now carrying in the state
60,000.
as they open. Yeah, I was joking. As they opened it up. You didn't have to prove a need to carry, so they took that away. So as more Americans are carrying, gun crimes now are going down. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, we've been collecting the number of people with concealed carry permits in the United States for like 15 years now. But over the last few years in particular, there's been a big increase in the number of states which are so-called constitutional carry states. There are 29 constitutional carry states. Just since 2021, you've had about 34% of the U.S. population covered by states that allow you to carry without having to have a permit. As long as you're legally able to own a gun, then you're able to legally carry. So there are 29 states that have that, and possibly North Carolina will be the 30th state that's there. But, you know, it's been, so we started doing surveys the last few years to try to get a handle on how many people are legally carrying over and above the percent that have permits. And so we hired McLaughlin and Associates to do a survey of general election voters. And what you find is that, stunning to me, about 30%, almost 30% of general election voters say that they carry at least some of the time. 13.2% say that they carry all or most of the time. Another 16.6% say they carry at least once in a while. And particularly when you get into kind of minutia about who's actually doing the carrying, you see some striking numbers. So, for example, blacks and Hispanics disproportionately carry. Blacks make up about 11% of general election voters, but they make up over 15% of those who carry all or most of the time. Hispanics also make up about 11% of general election voters, but they make up almost 19% of those who carry all or most of the time. Women carry at very high rates when you're talking about people who carry all or most of the time, particularly in constitutional carry states. And I think that's important. You know, in the other states where you have to get a permit, if a woman's being stalked or threatened, it could take 45 or 60 or 90 days to be able to go and get a permit and legally carry. With constitutional carry, she can do so right away. You know, she may not have the luxury of waiting 60 days after she's threatened to be able to go and carry for protection. And also with constitutional carry, you don't have the fees, you know, whether it's $80 or $100. And you see a lot more poorer people, particularly minorities, who are carrying. And look, if my research convinces me of anything, there's basically 2 groups of people who benefit the most from being able to go and carry. It's the people who are the most likely victims of violent crime, and that overwhelmingly tends to be poor blacks and live in high crime urban areas, and people who are relatively weaker physically, women and the elderly. And constitutional carry has made a huge change in both of those. And so, I think it's heartening to see such large changes in people who are caring, who are the ones who benefit the most. I mean, I could have 100% of people in a wealthy suburb where there's no crime caring, and you're not going to see any change in crime rates. If you want to reduce crime, you have to have it so that the people who are the likely victims of violent crime are the ones who are caring, are going to be able to go and defend themselves. And look, after the Biden administration, during the Biden administration, we had a huge increase in violent crime. If you look at the Bureau of Justice Statistics numbers, there was a 59% increase in felony violent crime during that period of time. That's the largest percentage increase in violent crime that we've seen over any 4-year period. This last year, when the final numbers come out in September, it's just not going to be a historically low murder rate. I think we're also going to see huge drops in overall violent crime. I mean, we have murder data going back to 1900. And since 1900, before this last year, the lowest murder rate we ever had was about 4.5 per 100,000. It looks like this last year it's going to be below 4 per 100,000.
Wow.
That's incredibly low compared to anything we've seen before.
Yeah, quick question though, because we're up against the clock here, and I'm already over, and they're going to yell at me. But is that because is that drop in crime because more people are carrying, and the criminals are like, hey, I don't know who's carrying, or is it because for the most part, even though people don't want to admit it, the cities are being cleaned up? People are, I think, a little bit happier. I think you see a turnaround in the economy, although a lot of people don't want to admit that. It's still less, gas is still less expensive than it was under Biden. Eggs are more affordable, groceries are more affordable. Is that why? How do you attribute it to carry?
I think it's lots of things. I think it's lots of things are going on. I think it's the fact that the FBI arrested twice as many people last year as they had the year before. You look at the U.S. attorneys around the country, it's a dramatic change from under the Biden administration where they're actually going and prosecuting criminals. I mean, just look at D.C. and asking for real penalties for them. I think also illegal aliens. I mean, it's not just the fact that they're deporting criminal illegal aliens, but even the illegal alien criminals that you haven't caught, they don't want to be deported. And how do they keep from being deported? Well, they have to keep off of police radar, because if police arrest them and take them into the local county courthouse to be arraigned, ICE could be waiting there for them and pick them up and deport them at that time. And, if you look, and so it's not just the ones that you've deported, and about 70% of the illegal aliens who are deported have a criminal record. There's all these crazy changes in how one defines these days whether somebody has a criminal record that we could talk about, but it's also the ones you haven't even caught yet who don't want to get deported, who are keeping their heads down. And of course, allowing victims to defend themselves also makes it riskier for criminals to commit crime. But it's a function of many things that are going on for us to have this historic drop in, it's not a coincidence that during the Biden administration, we had this historically large percentage increase in violent crime when we had this historically large influx of illegal aliens. And now under Trump, we're seeing violent crime plummeting.
Yeah, I didn't even make that connection. That's why you're here. John Lott, thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to check out the crime research.org, and you can find him at John R. Lott, JR on X to follow him as well. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a great weekend.
Okay. Same to you, Mary.
Thank you. All right, we got more coming up. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Hey, Dawn Sensland here. Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth, PA has been a family business built on high quality and true craftsmanship, and they're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation plus flexible financing to fit any budget. KitchenMagic.com. Make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves. Tell Dawn sent you.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. If you're looking for luxury, performance, and extra savings, well, right now, Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading is making your next Acura even more rewarding. Drive home a new MDX and get up to $1,000 toward your first lease payment. That's right. Or choose the Sporty Integra and get up to $450. It's time to upgrade with exceptional offers on 2 of Acura's most popular vehicles. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, or Reading, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, welcome back. So much to talk about today, but Did you see the Obamas had a big party? I was not invited. Were you invited? I was not invited. None of us were invited at the Death Star, that hideous, horrendous, ugly, ugly, ugly building. And in the beginning of it, at the beginning of the ceremony, they did the land acknowledgement that this is stolen land from blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, then instead of building the museum on it, why don't you just give it back to the people you stole it from? I never understood that whole stolen land acknowledgement thing, because then it just makes them seem like a big bunch of hypocrites. But they are, because they had performances from Bruce Springsteen and Stevie Wonder, Jennifer Hudson, The Roots, U2's Bono, and The Edge, and let's see, Christina Aguilera, Eddie Vedder, John Legend, Mark Anthony, blah, 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 on and on and on and on. Also in attendance, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Joe Biden, former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, with I'm sure his main squeeze, Katy Perry, and former Vice President Kamala Harris are also there. But the highlight of the show, and this is so sad, but the highlight of the evening was when they all leave the stage and Biden like dancing off, because Obama, because he's just so cool, he's just so smooth, he loves that. And Jill Biden's walking out after him. They forgot Joe. They left Joe on the stage. And Joe's just standing there looking at people with his mouth half open, kind of smiling like, hi everybody. Oh my gosh, who are you people? Are you here? And he goes up to the microphone and says something about his granddaughter, like, where's my granddaughter? Something like that. And then, they finally realized, oh my gosh, we left Joe on the stage. And so they had to go out and get him and bring him back. And it's sad that was the absolute highlight of the night. But also, did you hear? They did use minority, like mostly black contractors. They're not paying them. The contractors are all mad that they're not getting paid. So there's supposedly a big brouhaha that the contractors aren't getting paid. All right. So much more coming up. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Job, but a growing number of colleagues are urging him to make way for Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
We've lost one of the great names in classic TV.
You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
You saw his name in the credits for so many huge TV hits. The director behind Cheers, Mary Tyler Moore Show, Will and Grace, James Burrows, was 85. We're getting our first look at the new Air Force One, a gift from Qatar to President Trump, who is at Joint Base Andrews now, unveiling the fancy new ride in the sky. The D.C. reflecting pool remains green with algae. Despite the around-the-clock scrubbing from National Park Service workers, today algae continues to build on sides of the reflecting pool. In the middle of the pool, the new blue paint is still peeling, and there are multiple white blobs throughout the pool. Unclear what they are. ABC News has reached out to the National Park Service for more information about this $15 million no-bid contract given to a Trump ally. Walking 2.5 miles today to mark the 2.5 years that it took for news of the end of slavery to reach Texas. Evanston, Illinois, people of all ages and backgrounds joined for a Juneteenth Walk for Freedom parade, marshaled by Deion Sims, granddaughter of Opal Lee, who campaigned for decades to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. Sims telling ABC News.
Juneteenth is a unifier, and it has always been our thought that it would be the healing start for bringing the country together, even more so now than ever.
I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WPHT HD WOGL HD3 Philadelphia from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. The WPHT Afternoon Show.
Welcome back and happy Friday to you. Yes, it's Friday. 2 more hours and I'll have beer in my hand. Yes. That's our Friday night tradition. We don't drink during the week, but Friday we have a beer. That's our tradition here. I'm Mary Walter, sitting in the seat. I'm back on, I think, Monday. I have to go check, but I think I'm back on Monday. I think so, yeah. But I'll check and let you know. Let's see. Oh, and you can get the live cast on Tuesdays. By the way, the 12 at 10 audience, you guys are amazing.
From ABC News Tech Trends.
Well, thank you. Sue's has just been fantastic in driving everyone to the live cast. And it's so much fun because so many of you guys all know each other. And it's kind of like what you do when there is video here. And hopefully by Monday, you will not be able to notice that I have somewhat of a black eye, which I will be able to cover with makeup by then. Anyway, it's the same thing. You just go to YouTube and you look for Mary Walter Radio, and you can leave questions for our guests and comments. I'm hoping Tuesday to have Doug Burns, the attorney Doug Burns, hoping to have him on Tuesday. So he would be a new guest. We haven't had him yet on the live cast, so hopefully we'll have him. You can also watch and comment if you're on Rumble or if you're on Getter, 7:15 p.m. Tuesday evenings. Again, Mary Walter Radio. Audio is available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Spreaker, which I will get up later today because yesterday I couldn't get it done. Hence, it ties in with the black eye. Anyway, it all ties in with the black eye. And I'm not on Newsmax. Oh, yeah, well, I'm not on Newsmax this weekend because of the black eye, but I post that as well. So I have to share this week. Let's talk COVID. COVID's back. Now, I have to tell you, and I don't know, and I want to hear from you, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210, or go to X and tag me in a post, Mary Walter Radio, no S, and tag me in a post if you can't call in. I want to talk about COVID because here's the thing. We're finding out, and I honestly thought this was going to take a lot longer than it has, but we're finding out a whole bunch of stuff now about COVID. Stuff that a lot of us pretty much thought was true from the get-go. All right? And let's start with Tulsi Gabbard. Now, Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, on her last day out the door, boom, dropped the bomb. Dropped it on one Dr. Fauci. And when you hear all this was so good. When you hear all of this, you're going to understand why he was given he had something like some blanket immunity for like anything he ever did in the past, kind of like Hunter. You know, when a president grants immunity, it's supposed to be for specific crime. But we all know Joe Biden or Obama, whoever was wielding the auto pen, did not do that. So this is a two-parter because Tulsi Gabbard gave about a 5-minute speech about what she was releasing, and she released a whole bunch of stuff. And so we cut it into two parts, all right? And so the first half here is where she talks about a little bit about Dr. Fauci and U.S. taxpayer dollars and what was done with that money. Are you ready? Go.
Dr. Fauci, as head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, provided millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, work which is now widely viewed as the source of the unintentional lab leak that sparked the pandemic. Now, in support of President Trump's maximum transparency mandate, today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing never-before-seen communications and documents that expose exactly how Fauci worked with politicized career leadership in the intelligence community to suppress the truth about his actions, the virus's lab leak origins, and his role in directing U.S. funding for this dangerous research that caused immeasurable harm and countless lost lives. Now, these documents expose Fauci's direct role in influencing and manipulating IC assessments on COVID-19 and how Fauci lied to Congress in 2024 when under oath he denied knowledge of or participation in discussions with intelligence officials about viral research. We also received testimony from multiple intelligence community whistleblowers who reported retaliation for challenging the intelligence community's manipulation of intelligence on the virus's origins, once again revealing a clear pattern of suppressing dissent, silencing critics, and burying the truth. Dr. Fauci's
Right.
close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume 3 key roles that shield him from scrutiny.
All right, so we'll get into that. So, what she's saying is she's putting it all out there. She's putting the emails out there. She's releasing the paperwork out there. Now we now know. I mean, how many of us doubted it was from bat soup? How many people said bat soup? Really? I'm not buying that. Doesn't sound right. Sounds a little odd. So if I don't eat bat soup, then I have nothing to worry about. And then the whole bat soup thing went bye-bye. And they tried everything except Wuhan lab. And we now know, and she's putting it out there, that there was a systematic program to silence whistleblowers, to punish them. They lost their jobs. They were downgraded. There were other things that were actions that were taken against them for daring to speak up and tell the truth. And he worked with leadership in the intelligence community. So it wasn't just Dr. Fauci. The intel community was working to keep the truth from the American people about this. Why? In my humble opinion, and you can disagree with me, why? It was an election year. They had to get Trump at all costs. They wanted Trump out at all costs. So why not, here we go, release the pandemic. Now, I don't think the pandemic was released purposely from Wuhan. I think it got out. I think it was an accident, but we never should have been funding gain of function research anyway, and Fauci knew it. Fauci was breaking the law, and he knew he was breaking it. And he was doing it with taxpayer money. And now you know why Biden gave him complete immunity, because we now know that he was working with the intel community to keep it all quiet from finding out the truth about this. Now let's go to part 2 of Tulsi Gabbard. This is cut 2. This is the rest of Tulsi's speech, and then we'll go into a little bit more.
Dr. Fauci's close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume 3 key roles that shield him from scrutiny. First, Dr. Fauci funded dangerous gain-of-function coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma and their pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars. Second, Dr. Fauci was the behind-the-scenes advisor who, alongside his hand-picked so-called experts, pushed the intelligence community to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous gain-of-function research that he funded using taxpayer dollars, all of this in a deliberate attempt to cover up the truth and shift the blame and attention away from Fauci's own actions. Third, Dr. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit, and he publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship using every platform available. Now, according to hundreds of reviewed emails, which are included in this release, the intelligence community almost always incorporated Fauci's recommendations. He promoted a fraudulent paper whose publication he helped prompt as legitimate information for intelligence community consideration. Senior analysts praised Dr. Fauci not as a policymaker, but as what they called an unbiased guide to the real coronavirus experts, while deliberately ignoring experts who might dissent from Fauci's narratives.
Don't you remember when he said, "I am the science"? I am the science. How many, I'm just curious, 855-839-1210. Anybody believe what Fauci was saying? And now you look back at it and you go, boy, I was wrong. I regret that. Can anybody admit that? I have a friend who was the sainted Dr. Fauci. She was all in on Fauci. Fauci this, Fauci that. Dr. Fauci says. Remember they had cookies with Dr. Fauci on them? They had the candles, the Dr. Fauci candles. Oh, he's saving us, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci. And then we find out from Dr. Birx a couple of years ago, and nobody paid attention to her, that they made a whole bunch of stuff up. Like the 6 feet, totally made up. Totally made up. The guards that you had to put like between you and the cashier. When I went to go check out groceries, and I didn't buy into any of it. And I caught a lot of crap for it. I didn't buy into it because go to the grocery store. I put my stuff in my bag because you had to bring your own bags. Put my stuff in my bag. I unload it onto the register, onto the roller thing. Put it on there. It rolls down. The checker who has gloves and a mask and's got this big plexiglass thing between me and them because COVID can't go around it, above it, or under it, but it can only go linear, that they would take it and they would pick it up and scan it and then put it down at the end. But I had my bag sitting there. I'm like, oh, just put it in the bag. We're not allowed to do that. They weren't allowed to put the groceries in the bag. Why not? Because COVID. Those are the rules. I'm like, so you can touch it to scan it, and you can touch it to push it down to, but you can't just, while it's in your hand to push it down, you can't put it in the bag. No, COVID. The dumbest stuff. COVID could only get you if you were standing up, not sitting down in a restaurant. When you walked in the restaurant, you had to have your mask on. But when you sat down, you could take your mask off. But if you had to go to the bathroom, you had to put your mask on, because apparently when you stand up, COVID is activated and it can get you when you stand up. I didn't buy into any of it. And I'm curious if you did, and you could use a different name, but do you kind of regret it? Do you look back on it and go, yeah, maybe I was a little too scared. I know people who were out of their minds scared. I know people who in 2022, the end of 22, were, getting invitations to weddings with a little thing that says, if you have not been vaccinated, we love you, but we really don't come to our event. Okay, and I'm not sending you a check either. My check ain't going to make it to your event either. At the end of 22 was crazy. And I'm just curious, do you know anybody who was like that, and have they ever come to their senses? Have they ever apologized to you? 855-839-1210. But this is why Fauci has immunity. Now, speaking of that immunity, there are some senators who are urging President Trump's DOJ to prosecute Fauci despite the Biden pardons. You've got Senator Rand Paul telling Just the News, which is John Solomon's outlet, saying, I think we should challenge the pardon because it's an extraordinary pardon. It's a pardon not for a specific crime. It's a pardon over a 10-year period. It's the same thing that he got, that Hunter got. I think that could be challenged in court because it's not specific, it's vague, and it doesn't specify the crime. And it's such a large period of time, so I think it could be challenged and should be challenged. Paul has been a Fauci critic for a really, really long time. She even posts out, we now know he lied. And we knew all along that he lied in front of Congress. We know he perjured himself. But he knew as long as Biden was in office, he wasn't going to be prosecuted for it. And Biden or whomever was running the auto pen pardoned him on the way out the door. Senator Ron Johnson also wants to see an attempt to have the pardon overturned. He said he's pretty certain what Fauci funded in terms of research caused the COVID pandemic. If he caused the pandemic, yeah, he should be investigated and punished, right? Anthony Fauci is a bad person and he ought to be prosecuted because I believe he did commit crimes, but Biden nonetheless, as we know, pardoned him by auto pen, by the way. So we don't even know if Joe Biden was compos mentis. Rand Paul says, was President Biden of sound mind? Did he understand who he was pardoning? Did he participate in it? Did he approve of each of the pardons that were signed by AutoPen? He also accused Fauci of launching a public relations campaign to deflect scrutiny from his agency's funding of COVID in early 2020. He highlighted from a timeline that Fauci was awake at 3 o'clock in the morning in late January of 2020, emailing a man named Dr. Robert Kadlec. Dr. Robert Kadlec oversaw the dangerous research, the gain of function, falsely asserting, and he told him that it originated in animals with nothing to do with the lab. And Fauci also called on old friends within the intel community. That's what Tulsi Gabbard was talking about, to mislead them about what was really going on in Wuhan. Paul said Fauci, already knows he's going to have to defend this because he outsourced this dangerous research to China. There weren't adequate safety controls, and now he's got to start the spin. So, and the other thing too, and you don't have to give me, you can give me a different name, but anybody get the jab and regret it? Anybody get the vaccine and regret it now? I know people who do. I saw one woman, she's like, I'm going to get that spike detox. And I'm like, I don't think that works. Really? I'm like, I don't think you can get that out of you once it's in you. I don't think it can just roll through your systems, like all your systems in your body, and just get that spike protein out of there. I don't think that's how that works. Pretty sure that's not how that works. And she's like, I had to get it for work. I'm like, and I get it. I know a lot of people did. I personally was going to walk and they knew it and they beat me to it, in my humble opinion. Was never the reason given. Of course not. Also, in the same thing, talking about COVID, Ron Johnson, again, he is calling for transparency and accountability on COVID-19 vaccine injuries. And he's asking the Trump administration to implement an ICD code, International Classification of Disease code, for COVID-19 vaccine injuries. He said Trump's Department of Health and Human Services has to acknowledge that these injection injuries are real. They've got to create an ICD code so the doctors can get reimbursed. He also said he has met with patients who were at a critical low point after fighting the medical establishment for years to be seen and treated. My husband actually had a woman who worked in his office. She left and she went on to do something else, but in the medical field. And she's an athlete, triathlete, hiking, this, that, and the other thing. She was finally classified by the government as being vaccine injured from COVID. She's in the hospital all the time. She can't do anything. She's a shell. My husband didn't recognize her when he walked into her room. Didn't recognize her at all. Her heart is a mess. She is just a disaster. And the government actually did classify her as vaccine injured, so at least her bills are covered for this. She worked for a medical company, and they insisted, the hospital insisted you get the shots. She had to get 2 of them. And she got sick after the first one. They made her get the second, and then that was it for her. So I do think there's something to it. And listen, does it happen to everybody? No. Some people will have no reactions, which is great. Will the vast majority of people have a reaction? No. But some will, and if that happens, you have to have some kind of recourse. Those codes are required by insurance companies to verify that medical treatments are necessary and to process patient reimbursement payments. The codes also provide a standardized framework worldwide for recording illness and death and resource allocation. So it's a great way to keep track of what happens here. And we know from what Tulsi Gabbard put out there, I want to know how much money, and I don't know if we'll find out through these papers and what Tulsi Gabbard is declassifying, how much money did Anthony Fauci get from pharmaceutical companies to push this? Or just get, not necessarily to push it, but for something else, and he just made a pretty penny. Senator Johnson's request follows an investigation of 11 million pages of subpoenaed data on COVID-19 vaccine surveillance data, prompting Senate hearings, including one on June 3rd, that was titled Plausible Mechanisms of COVID-19 Injections Causing Cancer and Attacks on Scientific Publications. He also presented evidence that appears to show flawed FDA algorithms under the Biden administration hid safety signals and led to thousands of adverse events and death. So if that's true, the FDA was like all hands on board under the Biden administration to hide any kind of adverse effects of the vaccine. Senator Johnson also argued that flawed data on COVID vaccine injuries bypassed public scrutiny. These are not vaccines, he said. We know they changed the definition of vaccine in order to market this as such. He said these things, mRNA, used to be classified as gene therapy because they are gene therapy, and they were reclassified as vaccines to avoid vaccine hesitancy. Following the authorization, Johnson said the FDA had immediately been inundated with reports of sudden death and serious adverse events. March 1st, Dr. Anna Schwartzman, she's an FDA biostatistician, and she warned Peter Marks, the head of the FDA's Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, that the flawed algorithm was masking and hiding safety signals. They knew it. They knew it was masking, but they did it anyway. And 26 days later, senior FDA officials using a new algorithm that unmasked safety signals were shown 25 serious adverse events, including cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, Bell's palsy, and various types of strokes. Despite seeking such effects for 3 months, officials did not change the old algorithm that would mask these signals. So they hid it from us. I would be really mad. We should all be really, really mad. All right, and I've got a little bit more on that, and also the vaccine in your kids. I know people who took their kids off 1 year old to go get their COVID vaccine. Got some information. It's all coming out now. I've got it coming up here on 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Welcome to Bucks County Estate Traders.
Wow, look at the selection. So many great pieces.
If it's one-of-a-kind pieces you're looking for, you've come to the right place. We have a huge selection, from high-end brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon, or if you're looking for that vintage or antique piece to make a statement, we got that too.
I think I'm gonna need a few laps to check everything out.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. Happy hunting!
For quality high-end furniture built to last, visit their showroom in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Apple debuted its long-awaited voice bot refresh with Siri AI, getting all sorts of new features and abilities, including visual intelligence, in which a user can point their camera at a plate of food and receive nutrition information from Siri, or even figure out how to split the bill at a restaurant. Apple also says Siri's voice can be updated or have its language changed once other languages become available. I'm Jason Brooks.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Who sings this? It sounds like the Grateful Dead. It sounds like the Grateful Dead. Doesn't it?
A little bit with the acoustic.
All right. You don't have to agree with me. I think it sounds like the Grateful Dead. Anyway, I'm back. Mary Walter, sitting here on 1210 WPHT, talking about COVID. I just want to get into it with the kids because there's so much that's coming out about this now, and I think this is important because we know people who, rush their children off to go get the COVID vaccine. And I was like, if you were just looking at what they were doing in like Sweden and other European countries where they were letting the kids go about their business. The kids were going to school because we knew that kids didn't really get sick with COVID. It was something that really hit people with compromised immune systems, and the elderly were much more because the elderly are more likely to have a weaker immune system. Those are the people who were seeing the adverse effects of COVID, but yet people took their 1-year-olds, their 2-year-olds off to go get the COVID vaccine. And then having like kids in college, you can't go to college if you don't get the vaccine, was ridiculous. They weren't going to have adverse effects. The odds of them dying from COVID were very slim. Well, we now know that career staff at the FDA, according again, Senator Ron Johnson, he is all over this. According to him, they spun the autopsy results of dead children in order to reduce the number of children suspected of dying from the COVID vaccine. Think about that for a hot second. We don't want it on our hands. We just want to sell the vaccine. And, they did rush it out without a whole lot of, skipping a lot of the testing part. And to spin the deaths, the autopsies of children so that it looks like it's really not that bad for kids. These were, according to internal FDA emails that were released by Senator Johnson, 2 former FDA officials and a forensic pathologist who investigated 2 of the deaths. Even after downplaying some of the previously suspected deaths, the FDA's Division of Pharmacovigilance, they recommended a change to the label of the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines to warn the public about the risk of, quote, myocarditis and fatal outcomes, heart inflammation and death. And that change never happened. That label was never put on the packages. Never done. Senator Johnson released the new FDA emails in a letter yesterday demanding more information about a recent $1.24 billion purchase by the CDC for Pfizer vaccines despite concerns about their safety. Johnson's Homeland Security and Government Affairs Select Subcommittee on Investigations has received millions of emails and other records from Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr., and his investigative team has released reports and conducted hearings drawing from the documents. So they're all over this. And I'm glad they're doing it now, because if we waited and let's say Republicans aren't in control in 2028, all that disappears. You've got to get it out before they destroy it all. Johnson wrote in a letter, the safety issues with the COVID-19 injections that the subcommittee has uncovered so far should have raised serious concerns at HHS and CDC about the mRNA COVID-19 injections. Instead, CDC's reported awarding of approximately $1.24 billion in new contracts to Pfizer for a vaccine linked to serious adverse events, including potentially the deaths of children, suggests the CDC continues to fail to take its vaccine safety responsibilities seriously. The newly released emails show that the FDA identified 10 deaths in children after the COVID-19 vaccine last fall. but within days reduced the tally to 7 deaths and downgraded others to appear less likely. Now, I don't know if they just found out about it last fall or these happened last fall. That's unclear. But bottom line is they reduced it. They downplayed that and made it 7. So there's still, they're downplaying the effects on your kids. And I think that there are parents who were well-meaning at the time, obviously, well-meaning parents who wanted to protect their kids. And the doctors were not allowed to say, if you work for a hospital corporation, a lot of doctors were not allowed to discourage you from the vaccine. And you come in there, I want my kid vaccinated. They did. And it's very, very, it's a very deep distrust we should have. I think a healthy dose of distrust of your government, in my humble opinion. All right. It's Friday. Let's talk about something else a little bit later, shall we? Speaking of your kids, I'm sure you've seen this. It's all over the news. But more young Americans are living with their parents than ever before. 25.2 million Americans under the age of 35 are now living in their family's home. That's almost 1 in 3 young adults. But here's the twist. Unlike the stereotype, most of them have jobs. Nearly 70% of adults aged 25 to 34 who live with their parents are employed. 25 to 29, it's 71%, and 68% of those aged 30 to 34 are also working. So I got to tell you, like my parents, and it was a different time, but I graduated into a not so great economy. And I got a job. I was told, my parents told me, you could take the summer off. Each one of us was allowed to take the summer off. And I probably told you this before. Each one of us could take the summer off. That was fine after graduation. But then you had to have a job. And I had 1 year before I had to start paying my student loans. You get 1 year. That's what the deal was with the bank, with the student loans. 1 year to get settled in your job, and then I had to start repaying my student loans. But once October hit, my parents are like, rent, you're paying towards something, whether it's a flat rent, and then they used it for electric or food or whatever. And I'm sure each one of us had a separate deal. And we never talked about it because that's just the way we are. But we had to start paying. And my father said, I don't care if you have to screw caps on toothpaste tubes in the middle of the night, you're getting a job. So we had to do it, but we didn't live there rent-free. They also say it's a steady paycheck is no longer enough to afford an independent life. A senior economist at Realtor.com said something about their income level, debt load, or the cost of housing in their market is keeping them home despite steady employment. In 2000, just 7% of adults aged 30 to 34 lived with their parents, and today that number's climbed almost 13%. I know a lot of parents who would welcome. I know parents who friends of mine want their kids to live with them forever because they're my best friend. I want them in my house forever. Oh my gosh, yes, it would be great. They could live with us. They could have babies here. We live with us forever. That's great. But I do think a certain amount of independence is important. But we seem to have lost the idea of roommates. Like when my parents kicked all 3 of us out of the house. They're like, time to go, out. They did. Hand to God, true story. They're like, why are you all here? It's time for you to leave. And I stayed home and paid rent because I was getting married. I was engaged. So I was like, well, I'm getting married. And my brothers went and got another friend, 1 or 2 other friends. There was 4 of them. And they got a place and they lived together. They had roommates. 2 beds to each room. There were 4 of them, 2 bedroom, and they had roommates, and that's how they did it. So it can be done, but I don't think the idea of roommates is big with this group. When I first got out of college and I got moved across the country for my job, and I'm living in Fort Worth, Texas, and I had an apartment. I couldn't really afford it on my own. It came furnished. I made a friend and got a roommate. And we're still friends to this day. She was my bank teller. She was a teller at the bank. She was very nice, and she's the only person I knew. And so we talked a lot, here and there. Cash my check. It was back in the day before you had to take the check to the bank and give it to them. And we roommated together the whole time I lived in Texas. We were roommates, and it worked out really, really well because she had furniture and I did not. So it worked out great. But that idea I don't think exists anymore. And I don't know why. Among 25 to 29-year-olds, the share has reached almost 20.5%, almost 6 points higher than it was at the start of the century. In total, there are now nearly almost 5 million more adults under 35 living with their parents than there would have been in the early 2000s if that pattern continued. And I do think a lot of it does have to do with parents' desire to have their children live with them after they've launched. My parents are like, we launched you, we've done our job, have at it, go make it work. And if we needed help and we had to move back home, we would. Like, I moved to LA with my first job, and then from LA they transferred me to Texas. And then when I left Texas, I came home and I lived with my parents. My parents are like, get a job. Because I quit my job, moved home. My parents are like, get a job and start paying rent if you're going to live home, or move out. Those are your two options. So I think there's more of a parents want their kids to live with them than our parents did. The median U.S. home price reached $430,000 in 2025, more than 34% since 2019. Here's the thing. When we bought our first home, our only home, I was 39 years old. I had no delusions of buying a home straight out of college. I just didn't have that delusion. Like, that just wasn't a thing. My entire generation, everybody, I think, had roommates when you first moved out of the house. You had roommates. You saved money. You didn't have a lot. You always had the cinder blocks or the old milk cart, the milk crates that everybody stole from 7-Eleven or Wawa. The boys all had those with like an old door on it. That was your table in front of the TV. And that was it. But nobody wants to live that way now. Everything's got to be new. And so maybe standards need to be low. I think it can be done. I really do. Rents are expensive. Now, why do you think rents are expensive? Could it be because we let 20 million people across the border? And then the government started buying out, taking these huge buildings, huge rental buildings, and even hotels, but these huge buildings, and telling landlords, we'll pay you more than what you're getting now, more than what you're getting per apartment. If you're charging $500 a month, we're going to pay you $750 a month, and you cram it full of illegals. And so what did they do? That's what they did. You saw stories all over the place of people being American citizens being thrown out of their apartments in order to put illegals in. So, yeah, that's what happened. You're competing, our kids are competing with a lot of people in this country illegally. And the Biden administration made it worthwhile to throw American citizens out and put illegals in. So of course they don't have as many options. And of course the cost of rent is rising. If there weren't enough people looking to rent, the cost of rent would go down. Now, along those lines, I have to share this with you. So if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, or tag me to post on X, and I will try to multitask and read your post at the same time as, I do all of this. So I have to tell you about this. Did you hear this? So James Tallarico, he's the guy who's running as a Democrat down in Texas, and he's going to be going against Ken Paxton. And he thinks he's going to flip the seat red. And if you've seen him, he looks like he's 12. He looks like the Who Me guy from Mad Magazine, right? I forget what that character's name is, but you know who I'm talking about, right? The reddish hair, he looks exactly like that. He's 37 years old, and he has a checking account. So listen to the financials. He has a checking account, but he shares it with his mother. He's 37 years old, and mommy is a joint account holder on his Wells Fargo account. And it holds somewhere between $15,000 and $50,000 according to financial disclosures. Why is mommy a co-signer on your bank account at 37 years old? Like, my question is, how do you think that you're going to run run for Senate? How are you going to run anything if you need mommy to be the co-signer on your checking account? And he looks young to begin with, but he acts like he's 15. When a reporter asked his campaign why he needs mommy on his bank account, they got no response. Now, when he was 32 years old, his parents paid for him to move. He filed a campaign disclosure showing an in-kind contribution of $1,437.84 for moving expenses. Mom and dad paid that. When I moved my butt back from Texas, when I quit my job and moved back to New Jersey, I had to pay for the U-Haul. And a friend of mine flew down, and my parents did pay for my friend to fly down to drive back because it was a guy, and they didn't want me driving across the country by myself. So they paid for him to fly down, which was very nice. But I paid for the U-Haul. I hauled all that stuff across the country. My parents didn't pay for moving expenses. They also paid $5,000 into his campaign that year, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. They're supporting their son in that. I don't think that's a gotcha. That's fine. But he bought a home in 2022 for $400,000. But he lists his parents' address as a business address in official filings instead of using his home. It's really weird, right? Like, would you trust a 37-year-old whose mom is still a co-signer on his checking account to run anything in this country, to run the national budget or have input into the budget? Would you? Like, no way. Now, he does make some money. Texas House members pay them, he gets $7,200 a year. But he also works for something called Maya Consulting, which is a DEI firm. And he reportedly made about $80,000 from them in 2025. So, I mean, this is the guy who says his girlfriend's vegan. He says that in 2022, his campaign was a non-meat campaign. And now all of a sudden, because they've got him out because he's campaigning in Texas, the Democrats have him out there scarfing down meat, which he hates. It's all for a photo op. None of it's real. Have you noticed none of their candidates are real? They're all playing a part. They're actors. Plattner is an actor. He's an oyster farmer. No, he made like $5,000 from his oyster farm because he only sells to his mother's restaurant. The money that he has is really in his oyster farming equipment. He only made like $5,000. He's playing a part. He went to very wealthy private schools. His parents are quite well off. He's not like this destitute oyster farmer. He's playing a role. Tallarico is playing a part. Jasmine Crockett was playing a part. When she's not in front of the cameras, she has no accent. She's not all, dropping all the F-bombs and this and that and everything else. She speaks like a normal person. AOC is playing a part. They all are. Abigail Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill, they were all playing parts. They're all playing roles that they're given the script and they dutifully read it and they get money and power in exchange for it. And here he's just another one. Oh, no, you have to like barbecue. So he's going to scarf down barbecue even though he's a vegan. He voted against banning transgender surgery for minors and said that trans children were what he loved the most in the world. But now he opposes gender reassignment surgery for kids. He demanded previously that ICE agents be banned from wearing masks and he called deportations terrorism. But now he's a border security Democrat. And the Democrats are great. They do it. They do it really, really well. And their base follows it. Their base falls for it every time because they're like, well, that was before. Don't you believe in change and redemption? They justify it because their morals are mutable. I hate to say it, but it's true. But their morals are mutable. It depends. If we're going to get power, then I believe this. All right, more coming up. We have so much to get to. I don't even know when we're going to get to it all. I just really don't. Coming up next hour, Chris Tremoli will be joining us right after the top of the hour from the Washington Examiner, and we've got a couple of things to talk to him about. So don't go anywhere. You're listening to 1210 WPHT.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You know, when it comes to complex dental care, experience matters. At Bentz Dental Group, board-certified prosthodontists, Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz bring advanced training and expertise to every case. They use the latest technology. Their team delivers accurate diagnosis from the very start and builds personalized treatment for you. Whether it's wear or tear or more advanced concerns, you are in expert hands. Get the smile you really want. Call 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. But they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
And welcome back. Mary Walters sitting here with you. I want to bring up Cut 18 because I know we'll have some time here to do this. I don't know, did you see the Medal of Honor awards yesterday? President Trump loves this. He loves doing the Medal of Honor recipients. And one of the men was a man named James Carper. He's an older gentleman. He I think he's 88 years old. And he's a Marine, and the other was Colonel John Ripley, also Marine, and Major Nicholas Dockery of the Army. John Ripley was awarded posthumously, but Major Capers was on with Ainsley Earhart this morning, and she was asking him about receiving the medal and what he was thinking, and it was a really interesting exchange. I want to share it with you. Here we go.
Well, the Senate is notoriously slow.
Wait.
Sometimes
that doesn't sound like Cut 18. That's my cut 2. All right, let's forget that. Anyway, he was receiving the award during a 4-day for his actions during a 4-day reconnaissance patrol in the Vietnam War. Capers was a second lieutenant at the time, served as the team leader with the 3rd Force Reconnaissance Company, and he was in Vietnam from March 31st to April 3rd of 1967. And during the patrol, the team was tasked with locating a North Vietnamese regimental base camp. And he successfully directed fire onto an enemy base camp, thwarting an impending attack on a nearby Marine battalion. On the final day, his patrol was ambushed by a Claymore mine and came under intense fire. He sustained multiple serious wounds. I think he said he took 11 bullets. Ignoring his injuries and extreme blood loss, the officer continued to lead his team, coordinate supporting fire, and direct their movement to an extraction site. Now, so they bring the helicopter in. Everybody's getting on the helicopter. It's going to be too heavy. So he refused to be evacuated before all his men were safe. And he ensured the entire team was extracted before he finally got on the helicopter. And he said, I can't say I'm happy to be here because this award belongs to a lot of young men who followed me and died in battlefields around this world for a country that we honor this flag. There's no real satisfaction in getting a medal when I've lost so much. We're one unit. When one falls, somebody else has to replace that one, that person who fell. I feel honored to have the support that I find today. I'm honored, and I give gratitude to the ones who made this happen. When your men are in peril and you have an opportunity to save your men, I chose to get off the helicopter to lighten the load. Imagine that. He got off the helicopter to lighten the load. John Ripley was awarded posthumously for his bravery. Also in Vietnam, he single-handedly moved 500 pounds of explosives into position beneath a bridge. And Nicholas Dockery, who was there at the ceremony yesterday, received the medal for his actions in Afghanistan in 2012. His platoon, he served as team leader, was ambushed by the Taliban, and he risked his life repeatedly over the course of 4 hours to save and evacuate 3 wounded members of his platoon. So it was a really nice day yesterday, and President Trump I think really loves being able to do that. All right, more coming up. Chris Tremoli joining us after the top of the hour here on 1210 WPHT.
This is the sound of Claire cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was
I
decent
wonder if
enough.
he's thinking
Didn't
about
have much to do.
his friends, the men that didn't come home.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal.
Yeah,
well,
you
Bet
always think
365
about
sure
that.
came
You
through,
never
though.
turn
I
that
bet
loose.
$10 and get $365
Yeah,
in
well,
bonus
lost a lot
just
of
for
good
signing
men
up.
in battle.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Summer is here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
Hey, Dawn here. You know, with gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Straight like nobody's ever seen before, actually. There were a lot of them, about 700 of them, and they're pouring out. The oil is all over the place.
ABC chief business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis says cheaper crude won't mean fast relief, even as gas prices dip below $4.
But keep in mind, there's still a lot up in the air here. Supply chains, they don't come back instantly. If you're a farmer who paid more for gas and fertilizer, or you're a grocer who's seen higher transit costs, they're going to pass those off, and they are likely to stay higher through most of the summer.
47 people were killed this morning in Lebanon, along with 4 Israeli soldiers. Hours later, Israel and Hezbollah declared a ceasefire. The White House called Vice President Vance back from scheduled peace talks with Iran today. President Trump saying Vance will make that trip soon. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche today refusing a judge's order to sign a statement that verifies President Trump will not resurrect his $1.8 billion fund to compensate Americans. Millions now on alert for rising floodwaters as remnants of Tropical Storm Arthur drench the Gulf Coast. ABC's Morgan Norwood is near a flooded road in Robertsdale, Alabama.
For the past couple of hours, we have watched as truck after truck tries to make its way through. Thankfully, they've been able to get through. We've watched as other folks have used golf carts. Others not even risking it. They just, roll up their sleeves and roll up their pants legs, and then they just trudge through it. For others, I've even seen them using a kayak to pedal across. So this is definitely concerning. It's been frustrating for folks who live here.
Strong storms tomorrow, possible twisters for Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado. Director James Burrows, who gave us Cheers, Mary Tyler Moore, Will and Grace, and others, has died at 85. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
The president got his first look today at the newest presidential aircraft, a converted 747 gifted to him by the Emir of Qatar. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
Inside a massive hangar at Joint Base Andrews, the president toured the gleaming jumbo jet that, when he's on it, will be known as Air Force One.
This plane was transformed into a flying White House at a level of luxury that nobody's ever seen before.
It's the first presidential aircraft to be painted in Trump's preferred color scheme.
We like the baby blue, but it was time for a change.
The new plane, a $400 million gift from Qatar, has been described as a stopgap until 2 new Boeing planes are delivered, expected in 2028. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
And right now in Seattle, the men's national team taking on Australia, USA up 2-0. After Team USA's 4-1 win over Paraguay to open the World Cup. ABC's Christian Cordero outside Seattle Stadium.
Whoever wins today inevitably controls the fate going into the third and crucial final match. Up 2-0, they call it the most dangerous lead in soccer because it makes you think that you can kind of sit on your heels a little bit and we have a little bit of a cushion. But momentum can switch just like that, and one goal would do that for Australia.
Off the pitch today, star USA player Christian Pulisic with a leg injury. eBay searches for the iPod are up 25%. They haven't made one in 6 years. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WPHT HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. The WPHT Afternoon Show.
All right, we're closer to Friday evening. I'm Mary Walters sitting in. And by the way, I did go get my schedule. I will be back on Monday, 3 to 6. I'll be here in the same time slot on Monday. And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I will be sitting in for Dom at noon to 3. So I'll be at noon to 3 on PHT. Yeah, so that's my schedule coming up for you. Right now joining us, you know him, one of my friends, Chris Tremoli. He is an opinion editor at the Washington Examiner. You can find him on X at Chris W. Tremo, Tremo. Chris, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining me. Happy Friday.
No problem, Mary. Thank you for having me, and happy Juneteenth to you, or as I like to call it, the day Texas was informed the war Republicans fought to end slavery was over.
Exactly. It's so funny. I posted something out that said I kind of like Juneteenth because it reminds everybody that Democrats started slavery and Republicans fought to end it.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Great minds think alike.
Of course. All right. So you have a piece in the Washington Examiner called White House UFC Terrorist Plot Echoed No King's Talking Points and Left-Wing Violent Threats. And you are so right, which is why, have you noticed that any kind of coverage of the plot, which was huge, involved supposedly like 23 people, that was a huge plot, terror plot, that would have killed probably thousands of people had they succeeded, and no one's talking about it? Why do you think that is, Chris? Why could that possibly be?
I have no idea. I'm shocked and appalled, and I couldn't figure at all why that is. We all know the reason why this is, because it's another example of a left-wing plot of significant violence to harm innocent people. And this doesn't even make more sense because it's not like it was a political rally, right? It was just people attending a UFC match to be entertained as part of the festivities for the 250th celebration of America's, birth. And people wanted to kill them for that. It shows the level of tenacity, of evil, of the depths that they will sink to just kind of kill people and cause harm and chaos and destruction to the people they believe are their political rivals and, enemies.
But it's... And I keep coming back to this, have this conversation. It all comes back to, a lot of these conversations come back to, we have a mental health crisis in this country. And the vast majority of it, a big chunk of it, sits on the left. There are people right now, I was just talking to the guys off the air. Did you know there's people down at the reflecting pool that are holding signs for algae? They're the pro-algae people. I mean,
Algae Lives Matter? Really?
Yeah.
Algae Lives Matter protest? Oh, my God. I didn't even know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. You got to get down there and go look at it.
Unbelievable. There. I think studies have shown regularly that people who are subscribed to left-wing ideology suffer from more mental health issues. That's, I believe, proven many times at this point in multiple studies. So that's not a shocker. But I think it also goes to a different problem as far as the way society views left-wing politics, left-wing ideology, socialism, and communism. And have you ever noticed that our society, when we're talking about these things, they don't have there's not that same kind of disdain and vilification of communists and socialists as, say, were ideologies on the right, such as fascism and Nazism. There's not that same shriek of terror when there should be, because this is despite the fact that communists and socialists are responsible for millions upon millions more murders than fascists have in the world history. And we get to see what's been going on in our country with the actions of the left and people on the left. You kind of just take a shock in all this, and that's kind of a troubling thing that I think is in our society, where we're not recognizing kind of the main issue and the dangers of these left-wing ideologies and the ones kind of associated with communism and socialism.
Well, it's interesting. You said, you mentioned the right wing, and you mentioned Nazism, and what was the other one? You said Nazism and something else. Fascism. But the Democrats are the ones running the guy with the Nazi tattoo, just because in Germany it was associated with the right, just because fascism in Italy was associated with the right, doesn't mean that it's always only associated with the right. It's a way of government. It's a school of thought that previously had been associated with the right, But now in this country, it's really associated with the left.
Absolutely, and there's a whole bunch of things that go on that we need to kind of bring more awareness, I guess, what I'm ultimately saying, as far as socialism and communism and the dangers each ideology represents. And going through like what we've witnessed with the current plot, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the attempted assassinations of President Trump, other left-wing violence that we've seen, with Antifa, they're letting Molotov cocktails, throwing them at ICE agents. I mean, just, the Black Lives Matter destruction, the police officer David Dorn that was killed in that. We're seeing all these things over the last 10, 15 years or so, and even more so in the last few years, that it just kind of gets overlooked by people on the left who are so desperate and intent on portraying people on the right as these violent actors when they're the ones causing all this violence and planning all this violence to begin with. It's very Orwellian in that nature. They're kind of using it as a distraction to deflect and to distract from their sins and their objectives and their violent tendencies. And it needs to be kind of reemphasized that no, this is the main aggressive group that's in our country right now. These are the main people that are causing all these issues.
Yeah, but the left, and I say this and they get mad at me, but the left's morals are mutable. It's by any means necessary, right? How many times we hear them say that, and they say it with zero irony. How it's okay by any means necessary. I was speaking on Newsmax, and I was going against a guy who's a Democrat. I give him credit for coming on, right? And he took offense that I said Democrats' morals are mutable, that they'll do anything for power. And I had mentioned Graham Plattner, and I said, well, look what you did to Judge Kavanaugh. I mean, so Judge Kavanaugh, when he was supposedly like 17 years old.
I think he might even get something like that. Yeah, ridiculously young.
Right, we had to have this full-blown investigation, ruin his life. He was 17 years old at the time with someone who clearly was not a credible witness, clearly not credible. She's afraid of flying, yet she flew there. And if it weren't for his weird penchant for recording everything in his life on a calendar and then keeping them when most of them would have thrown them out, right? He would not be a Supreme Court justice. I said, but yet when Graham Plattner's girlfriends, former girlfriends, accuse him of something, we don't pay any attention to that. And he said, oh, well, what Kavanaugh was accused of doing was a felony. And I was like, oh, so that's different, because it's always like, yes, but it's different. They always have that but. So I said to him, I go, well, one of Graham Plattner's girlfriends claims that he pushed her into a room, physically held her there, and wouldn't let her out. That's kidnapping. He goes, well, yes, but she fell asleep, so it wasn't that bad.
Right. These mental and political ideological gymnastics could be an award-winning routine for the Olympics.
Yes. But as long as we allow that, and the media doesn't call them out, because the media is in on the game.
Oh, absolutely. They're a willing accomplice to all this left-wing ideology, cover-ups, pursuits, ideological promotions, everything. I mean, it's like, look at this whole thing going back to the terror plot, right? You see anyone who read the details of the White House terror plot. You read they wanted to murder the wealthy and capitalists, and that we should all, these are things that are core tenets of socialism, communism, and Marxism that existed for 100 years, that they have done for 100 years. These are the same kind of ideas, that are espoused, regularly at No Kings rallies. Not so much like, calling for murder, but the getting rid of, capitalists and the negative connotations around the wealthy. These are things regularly espoused at No Kings rallies. You see the members of these rallies that are attending there that we're talking about. And this is why I think they kind of think they can get away with just brushing things off. Constantly, you'll see people waving flags with a sickle and hammer. These are the same symbols that are proudly exhibited and demonstrated all throughout the country at these rallies. Hundreds of thousands of people get them, right? They're at anti-ICE rallies, everything you could see. And yet this is a symbolism of an ideology that has murdered tens of millions of people in history. The most brutal, deliberately murdered, more people have been murdered under the banner of communism than the sickle and hammer, the same stuff you see at these rallies, than any other ideology in at least the last 200 years. Look at what was the targets for the rallies. There were 5 politicians, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Senator Shelley Moore Capito, Senator Jim Justice, Representatives Carol Miller, and Representative Riley Moore. All 5 are Republicans. This is just kind of gloss over that, oh, yeah, there was this massive, drone terror plot that would have been out of Terminator movies, and it was just kind of ignored that, oh, yeah, ho-hum, no big deal. And it's no, that's the thing. We kind of have to make it a big deal. And it kind of has to be brought and repeated over and over again how dangerous the left is.
So let me ask you about this plot. Let's talk about it a little bit. We think the ringleader, Abraham Alvarez, identified in federal documents as the ringleader, is of this plot, was in the country illegally. He's an illegal immigrant from Mexico who overstayed his visa. I mean, that just right there, right? Of course. He came to the United States as a child. He was granted DACA by the Obama administration after he failed to leave the country when his B-2 visa expired in 2001. 5 co-conspirators, and they're looking for a lot more of them. They've arrested, how many have they arrested? 3? They've only arrested 3 so far, correct?
Yeah, and I think they're looking for 20, 23, I've heard multiple numbers. I'm not actually sure of the correct amount. But I think it's over 20 for sure. And I think they have 3. I think maybe I've heard 5. I don't want to, that I'm a little bit unsure of myself, so I don't want to give false information. But we get the point, they're still looking for a lot of people who are involved in this thing.
Right. Right. And they also, I mean, this is pretty well planned out. They didn't have the ability to really do it, but it was from what I've read, and we don't know everything. But what I find interesting about all of this, it's also kind of getting lost in the sauce, is that the mother called the police. Right. And the father was also concerned as well, because obviously he knew that she was calling the police, because he quit his job in order so that he had time to meet up with these people he met online to do recon. And so the parents are like, okay, there's something wrong here. And this kid, and he doesn't look like he's 19 years old. He's bald.
Right,
and I mean, he looks like he's a 35-year-old dude. So I wonder if maybe he's a little bit older than a normal. Well, no, they say he's 19, so that wouldn't be right.
Yeah, it's Tyson Proper you're talking about, right? The Ohio kid.
Yes, yeah. Well, his parents spell his name weird, so maybe that's part of it. But kudos to the parents.
King of the Hill.
Yeah, kudos to the parents for calling ahead of time instead of waiting for afterwards. How many times have we heard parents say afterwards, well, yeah, I told him I didn't like those guns, or I didn't like this, or I didn't like that. It was afterwards. They headed it off at the pass ahead of time. Now, I don't know how much of this actually would have happened. One of the guys apparently claimed that he already had a drone. Alvarez used the name Shepard in a group chat dedicated to planning the attack. He was responsible for planning, organizing, and directing the planned attack, according to a DOJ press release. They've identified 23 individuals who were part. Only 5 arrests have been announced in connection with it, but they only named, I believe, 3 of them. I don't know who the other 2 are. If convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, they each face a maximum penalty of life in prison and a $250,000 fine, plus carrying out violence on White House grounds carries an additional maximum penalty of 5 years in prison. I would not be surprised, would you be surprised, if they are also charged with terrorism?
I would think they should be some kind of terrorism charge for sure, because although I don't know I can't say I know this for sure because I'm obviously not a lawyer. So maybe there has to be, or maybe like terrorist conspiracy or conspiracy. I don't know. I'm not like making things up here, and I shouldn't do that. But I get the whole point where you're saying that there should be some kind of, if investigated reveals what everything that seems to be there should be some kind of terrorist charge, and everybody that is involved in this should suffer their accountability and the swift hand of the law from it because it's important.
I also read a piece that there's a guy named Tristan Levitt. He was president of Empower Oversight, which is a group of lawyers who represent whistleblowers. And he was also a West Virginia state delegate. He told John Solomon's Just the News that he was listed as a target in the terror plot. And he doesn't know why. They haven't told him why, but they just told him that he was listed as a target. He thinks it's because he took a 9-day trip to Israel in November of 2025. But, well, hell, I took a 2-week trip to Israel in August of 2025. I wasn't going to be there. But they were also going against AIPAC, people who took money from AIPAC, of course, because the left is anti-Semitic as well. And I don't know if Tristan Levitt doesn't sound Jewish. He could be. I don't know. But I think it's interesting that there were, and he is a whistleblower lawyer. So he's a part of a group of lawyers who represent whistleblowers in Washington, D.C. So they're not very popular people, especially on the left. But and I know you're just guessing. I'm not asking you to put anything out there as fact. But why do you think that they would know who was going to these events? How would they know who was going to be there?
That's what I had a question of. Tell me, like, I'm in journalism and I, request credentials and I couldn't, or maybe I could have, I don't know. I didn't for sure, know off the top of my head who the representatives were in attendance. It was not an easy thing to find, to my knowledge anyway. So how they found out that these politicians were there, that this gentleman was there, that they, the people who were getting contributions from AIPAC were in attendance. I mean, that's just kind of a pretty well-developed plan, and kind of scary at the depth that it was kind of developed to get in, to put this all together. And thankfully for the FBI and our law enforcement that they didn't carry out, because this would have been terrible, horrible. Obviously, that goes without saying. But it was just kind of that. It's just scary to kind of think of how they could have got this and when the damage that could have been caused.
We were talking to Blaine Holt in the first hour of the show, and I was talking to him about Iran and the MOU, which should just be called the misunderstanding document, because everybody says they know what's in it, and it's not. It's just a working document. What's in that is not necessarily set in stone. Regardless, he did say because the IRGC is really in its death throes, they're in there. They don't have money coming in. They don't have any way to replenish their weapons. That they're kind of that's what we see with Hezbollah going on with Iran, with Israel rather. That this is kind of, they're cornered animals. It's the end of it. But he said, in this country, because we had open borders for 4 years, we probably very well have sleeper cells of those people in this country. And we need to start paying attention. And we didn't pay attention to this. So are we leaving ourselves open? Is our guard down? And we're going to wake up to maybe, hopefully not, a horrible surprise.
So I would definitely express that concern and share that concern. As far as the sleeper cells and what is being investigated, what is known, obviously that's above my pay grade, and with the law enforcement, FBI, and they were able to track this down in relatively quick fashion. From what it seems, it was only a matter of days where they discovered the plot and kind of, took it out and prevented it from happening. From what I've read, though, the main concern, and I would say what I would be concerned about going forward is, when you were talking about when we wake up one day with a scary attack, is this now kind of made in the public sphere of the plot to use weaponized drones in a terrorist attack, which is, hasn't been used in any terrorist attacks in this country for sure. And there's been law enforcement agencies and federal law enforcement, local law enforcement, state law enforcement have expressed concerns over protocol as to how to eliminate that threat. And that is, I think, is something that's going to be could be dangerous going forward, especially in public events, especially with the upcoming celebrations of the America 250 and other events happening throughout the year. It's just like now this is kind of a reality, right? Like, now they're going to use these drones. It's out there. This was thwarted, but what happens to the people that aren't on the radar of law enforcement and are getting away with? So that's a problem that I think we have to address. And I think there's also logistical concerns and communication concerns on how law enforcement handles this. I was listening to, I think it was Jason Chavez on Fox, and he said, well, if there's a breach or a vulnerability using a drone, like, who handles that? Is it FAA? Is it federal law enforcement? Is it the local sheriff? So there's confusion, and that, I think, needs to be handled, and they probably need to come up with something yesterday on that to prevent some horrors and terrorist attacks involving that in the future. But I do fear that that's kind of like the world we live in now with these drones and these weaponized drones and the dangers they can cause.
Yay. And remember all those drones that were flying over New Jersey and everything? What was that, like 2 years ago? They were flying all over the place. Everybody's like, nothing to see here. It's all fine. Everything's fine. We still don't know to this day what that was all about. Chris Tremoli, thank you so much for joining me. Have a wonderful weekend. Follow him on X at Chris W. Tremo, Tremo. You can find him at the Washington Examiner. Thank you so much.
No problem. And congratulations on your Nova Knicks, by the way. I meant to say that earlier on, too.
Thank you. We're going to be talking about them coming up. I'm so excited about them. Again, I don't pay attention to Knicks basketball at all. I only just started paying attention when my boys, when the Nova Knicks got on there. And it's a little sad that Dante's not with them, though. I will say that. So, a little sad about Dante, but that's okay. Thank you. Take care. Bye, Chris. Have a good one. All right, more coming up. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. You are more than welcome to, or tag me in a post on X at Mary Walter Radio. You're listening to 1210 WPHT.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing, I want a reward for dominating. Like daily prize match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia is your complete one-stop gun store with 2 indoor shooting ranges, training and lessons, and gunsmiths on site. They buy, sell, and trade firearms and NFA-regulated items too. King Shooter's experienced staff and certified trainers can help you with all your needs. Check out the calendar of monthly events on Facebook and Instagram, and feel free to stop in 7 days a week. King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia. KingShooters.com. KingShooters.com.
See Joe Conklin with Glenn Macnow and Ray Didinger Thursday, August 6th on the Ocean City Music Pier. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And welcome back. It is Friday. I am Mary Walter. I'm back with you in this time slot on Monday. So have a good weekend. We'll talk about it on Monday. We can talk about our weekend. Tuesday on the live cast, Doug Burns confirmed he will be our guest on Tuesday. So that'll be a lot of fun. And I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend planned. I have nothing to do this weekend. It's kind of weird. I was so busy last weekend and I have nothing to do this weekend. It's kind of weird. Anyway, well, as you heard Chris say, congratulations on the Nova Knicks. So excited. The Knicks are going to visit the White House. First NBA champion to visit the White House in either of Trump's 2 terms. The Knicks owner, James Dolan, said, "We did receive an invitation from the White House, which we accepted. We will still have to figure out the details, but yes, of course we're going. Look, I invited the president to come down for the game. He is a friend. I've known him for 30 years, and I'm very proud to bring the team to the White House." And there were rumors all over the internet about, the Knicks aren't going. They turned Trump down. Ha ha ha. It was all BS. It's all BS. You got to question everything you see online. Do a little, someone, of course, because everybody just texts me and says, "Is this true?" instead of just, finding out for themselves, which drives me insane. And I waited a while, and then I finally texted them back and said, "Quick search shows that the invitation hasn't been extended yet, so they couldn't have turned it down yet," and that's that. So it was extended, and yes, the Celtics are the last team to visit the White House in 2024 when Biden was still commander-in-chief. So good for the Knicks. I'm very happy to hear that. All right, here's some good news if you have a student loan. And I think this is interesting, and I think this may be a good way to handle it. The Department of Education announced yesterday that they're going to reduce student loan interest rates by 1% next month for borrowers who are enrolled in automatic payments. The department said that borrowers who are already enrolled in an auto repayment plan don't need to do anything else. So automatically, you're going to see your interest rate lowered by 1% beginning July 1st. That's great. And I think they're doing it for these guys because these are the people who are trying to do the right thing and they're trying to repay their student loan, as opposed to the people who are like, screw it, I'm not repaying my loan. I don't care. I'm never going to own a house anyway. Who cares what my credit report is, what my credit number is? Who cares? And later in life, they're going to care. And when they do fall in love and they do want to buy a house, their partner's going to find out that they married someone with absolutely crappy credit and a ton of debt. They're encouraging borrowers who are not already enrolled in a repayment plan to do so by September 30th if you want to qualify for the benefits. So they're giving you some time. It's a little carrot and stick type thing going on here. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 80% of student loan borrowers actively paying off their loans were enrolled in autopay. That number, though, since COVID has fallen down to 40%. It's an optional feature. A borrower's student loan servicer can automatically deduct the borrower's monthly student loan payment directly from their checking or savings account. I don't like that kind of stuff. That doesn't make me happy. I don't like that. But here's the thing. During COVID, all of this was frozen. Remember? Student loans are frozen. You don't have to repay. So, one would think that a normal person with a functioning brain, would have taken the money that they were supposed to be paying to student loans and putting it in the bank, putting it aside, put it away, put it aside. And remember, interest was frozen during that time too? And then when it comes time to pay, when the payments started up again, you had a big chunk of money that you could have just paid and paid off a huge part of your debt. But instead, not all, but a lot of these dummies went out and bought cars and did that, went on trips. Well, they didn't go on trips because it was COVID, but they bought furniture. They did all this stuff with the money instead of putting it away. And now it comes time to repay. And they're like, oh, it's all going to be forgiven. And forgiven means somebody else is going to pay for my loan. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to buy a car and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And now they were absolutely apoplectic that they're being held to having to repay their loan because daddy's home. And so they're just not paying. And I just don't think it's going to turn out well for them. That's just me. And I will tell you, I do kind of hope that they wind up regretting it when they get older. I do. I really do. We've got to stop rewarding bad behavior, and we reward too much bad behavior. So if you have a kid or something who is paying off a student loan, tell them to get in the auto payment and save a percentage. It's fantastic. So it's 1%, but still it's saving money. Why not? As much as I hate those auto payment things, like if you buy a cosmetic, lady, you ladies, we know we buy like a cream or a cosmetic or something. If you do an auto renew, it's, $5 less a jar. I never do that because I just hear horror stories about people can't get out of it and they wind up, with all these unwanted jars of face cream or something, and you can never get it to stop, and they've got your credit card number and they just keep billing you. So that kind of stuff I don't like. But it's the bank and it's the government, and so you at least have some kind of recourse that when it's over, they'll stop taking the money out. Now, I want to talk about something else, just kind of a quick blurb. It's a news story. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was asked if they're looking at whether medications that are taken by transgender people could have any kind of effect similar to like a psychiatric drug that makes them more violent. So we're starting to actually approach gingerly the fact that, we seem to have a lot of shooters lately that are transgender. We're not allowed to acknowledge that, but we're starting to slowly acknowledge it. Kind of like we're slowly acknowledging that the whole COVID thing was a bunch of BS. The whole lockdown was a BS. The 6 feet was BS. The masks, the whole bit, the sitting down, it can't get you. You stand up, it can. All of it was BS. And a lot of people are embarrassed because they fell for it. Well, so he did say that they are actively studying whether medications used by transgender identifying mass shooters could have contributed to this rise in violent behavior that includes several school shootings perpetrated by gender dysphoric individuals. They are scrutinizing toxicology reports from transgender shooters to determine whether hormone treatments or other medications may have effects similar to psychiatric drugs that have been scrutinized in connection with violence. Because sometimes, you see these kids are on, I don't know, whatever the drug is for ADD, ADHD, or impulse control problems, or manic depressive, fill in the blank. But we've been saying this for so long. Why is no one looking at the drugs that we're pumping into our kids? So many drugs. I never knew a kid who was like on any kind of like drug when I was a kid. St. Joseph's Aspirin for Children. Was there a kid who maybe had some kind of thing going on? Yeah, but were there kids who were ADD or ADHD? Yeah, but they were just told to sit down. And that was it. And you made them sit down. There was no medicating them. Boys were acting like boys. That's what they do. Kennedy has directed federal health agencies to investigate potential links between psychiatric medications, gender transition drugs, and acts of violence following some of these high-profile shootings. He raised the issue publicly after a shooting at a church in Minneapolis, and he argued that federal officials should examine whether medications that alter brain chemistry may be a contributing factor in some cases. He specifically cited concerns about psychiatric medications carrying FDA black box warnings, as well as drugs used in gender transition treatments, such as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Some studies have found testosterone can be associated with increased aggression in certain circumstances. Researchers continue to debate the long-term psychological effects of hormone treatments, but other studies have found little or no lasting increase in aggressive behavior among transgender patients. I'm sorry, but when you are, it's just me, I don't know, I have no like psychological background. I watch a lot of reality TV though. But I will tell you, there's got to be something. We can't be pumping kids who are going through puberty and everything else with all of these drugs and not expect anything bad to come out of it. And they're all, and how many 20-somethings are on drugs because they have anxiety. I have anxiety. I'm like, yeah, we used to have it too. You know, how we dealt with it. We got up, we put on our big girl pants, and we went off to work. You know, they're taking too many medications, and we can't expect that to not have an effect, in my humble opinion. It's got to have an effect. All right, let's talk a little bit about the filibuster. President Trump put out on Truth Social. He said anybody who doesn't want to terminate the filibuster is a fool, and a very stupid one at that. Wow, a stupid fool. The Democrats will end it within minutes of taking office and then rapidly proceed to destroy our country, adding 2 radical left states, 4 Democrat senators, many congressmen and women, their dream of 21 Supreme Court justices, not 13, it's an unlucky number, an impossible to beat number of electoral college votes, and that's the ball game. Popular vote landslides and so much else. The Republican Party will never win another election. I will sadly be the last Republican president. Senate Majority Leader John Thune and the Republican Senate must not let this carnage happen. They will go down on the wrong side of history, as will all Republicans who stood by and watched. The Republican Party isn't at stake. Our country is. Terminate the filibuster and immediately prove the Save America Act. God bless the USA. President Donald Trump. So now, apparently, Thune has admitted that some Senate Republicans hate Trump too much to save the Support America Act. The SAVE Act. Thune admitted during a closed-door lunch on Wednesday that some Republican senators oppose President Trump so strongly that they will never vote for the SAVE Act, regardless of whether they believe in it, whether they think it has merits. They won't do it because Trump wants it. This is what we're up against. Think of how crazy this is. And the fact that they don't care what their constituents want is maddening. But yet we keep reelecting them. The discussion quickly escalated during the lunch into a heated exchange between Republican Utah Senator Mike Lee, who is the chief Senate sponsor of the bill, and several of his GOP colleagues, Republican Texas Senator John Cornyn and Thune. Cornyn has a big axe to grind with Trump, and Thune has an axe to grind with Trump. Never liked him. Thune never liked Trump. And he wanted Trump to back Cornyn, not Paxton, and Trump didn't. He backed Paxton. So Thune didn't like him. They both challenged Lee's push for the legislation. According to a source who was familiar with the meeting, they told the Daily Caller, yep, that totally happened. But the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune's office, denies the admission. This is a baseless claim, and it is unequivocally untrue. I don't buy that. I believe this source because we know John Thune doesn't like Donald Trump. We know that. We know Cornyn doesn't like Donald Trump either. We know that. The confrontation was first reported by Punch Bowl News in a post on X. They said GOP senators went after Senator Mike Lee during the closed-door lunch meeting today over his push for the Save America Act in what one source described as a pile-on. Senators Cornyn and Kennedy, which is weird, challenged Lee about his strategy and complained that Trump is being led to believe it's possible for the Senate to pass it, leading to Republicans attacking each other and Trump undermining his own agenda. Lee noted that the legislation has already passed the House and has the support of a simple majority in the Senate, while acknowledging that the bill lacks the 60 votes needed to invoke cloture. He argued that Republicans still have options. Now, here's what Lee said. We don't have 60 votes. We're 10 votes short of achieving, just 10 votes short of achieving cloture. But he said there's other ways of doing this. You don't actually have to have 60 votes to pass a bill. You just have to have 60 votes to force cloture. But you can break a filibuster through other means. He said his preferred means for advancing election integrity legislation would be to put the bill on the floor today, referring to the version that passed the House and already has a majority support in the Senate. And they said if the majority leader were to announce we're going to debate this till we pass it, we would get to the point of passage. Thune was on with Brett Baer earlier this week, and Brett asked him about President Trump's Truth Social post, the one that I just read to you, calling for the Save America Act. The one calling for the Save America Act to be attached to the FISA bill. And Thune said, we had the vote on the full version twice now, so the full version is 5 components. And Baer noted those 5 things are fairly practical in the Republican caucus, and Thune pushed back, said there's no support for it in the Senate. We only got 48 votes. We had that vote last week on all 5 components. The only way you can obviously get this done is to nuke the legislative filibuster, and that is not something that we have anywhere close to the votes to do. So it's out in public. They're not hiding it anymore. They don't care that their constituents want the Save America Act passed. They don't care that it's popular with Democrats, Republicans, and independents. They don't care because they hate Trump. Cornyn's got an axe to grind with him. Thune has an axe to grind with him. There are several others. Trump endorsed Collins. I don't know where she stands. But because they hate Trump, you don't matter. They're not doing their jobs. You've got to stop voting for incumbents over and over and over again. We've got to stop doing it. We got to teach them a lesson. But Trump is right. Democrats are going to get rid of the filibuster, and that's it. We're done if that happens. And these people, the Republicans in the Senate, don't care. They only care about their bruised little egos. And you're going to have zero recourse when it happens. It's very sad. All right. I'll try to end this on a happy note. All right. Let me find a happy story coming up on 1210 WPHT.
Kale & Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. Mm-hmm. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. Call 800-809-7989 today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ed Council.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
And welcome back. Almost our Friday. Yeah, we're cruising into it. Thank you for joining me here. Really appreciate it. And I'll be back on Monday in the spot here. I hope everybody has a good weekend planned. How about this for some news? I kind of think this is cool. And honestly, I can see a total allure for this. Do you remember Commodore? Remember Commodore 64? Well, by the way, which was the most widely sold computer. Did you know that? Of course, because it was the only computer. My dad had a Commodore 64. They have something now called the Commodore Callback 8020. It's a vintage phone. It's a reboot. And it is billed as a retreat from Black Mirror technology, which I don't know what that is. And it is designed to help you spend less time staring at your phone screen. Yeah, it's an old school phone. It has no apps. It will be available later this year. It's a flip phone, which I see a lot of kids with flip phones now. That's like the new thing, I guess, the flip phone. And it uses patent pending technology to block web browsers and social media at the system level. Now, the catch is that it does offer internet connectivity, offering the full functionality of a modern phone without the risk of screen addiction. It's compatible with over 99% of Android apps, including WhatsApp, Maps, and Spotify. on the off chance that someone does want a service installed like TikTok, which you cannot have, like you just can't get these things installed on the phone. If someone wants that, they won't be able to use it because the Commodore blocks it at the DNS level, which means nothing to me. All I know is it blocks it. So you can't get all of those apps on your phone that you doom scroll on, like you spend there, like sometimes on some of them, like on X or even Facebook sometimes, which I don't use Facebook a lot. I do not have TikTok or Instagram because I would never get anything done. So I don't have either one of those two things. But I know people who will sit there and you just scroll and scroll and scroll and you go from video to video because the algorithm knows what you sit and watch. Well, you can't have any of that. Completing the retro effect is a minimalist clamshell design that harkens back to Nokia flip phones from the turn of the millennium. Depending on your color, the colorway that you choose, though, it costs between $500 and $640. I'm like, wait, what? But I'm getting less? It just blocks me from myself. Like, I guess it's a good detox phone. Like, if you know you spend way too much time on your phone and you want to just text and get calls, and then have like directions, maps, that kind of thing, weather, but no apps, no games. It's a lot of money. One critic said, "You had me at flip phone that blocks social media, but you lost me at $499. Another wrote, "Hugely disappointed after all the build-up to discover the new Commodore product is a $500 flip phone that looks like something something for $50. Another found it ludicrous that someone would pay such an exorbitant amount to stop themselves from an activity that they could hold for free. But that's true, but not everybody has the willpower. You can stop drinking for free too, but not everybody has the willpower to do it. They added that the inclusion of WhatsApp and Telegram seemed to defeat the point of a device meant to combat tech addiction. But WhatsApp is messaging. Gen Z, currently mounting a low-tech offensive, they are swapping smartphones for flip phones. They want to live a life less plugged in, so maybe this is the answer. All right, we will be back on Monday. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Andrew and Sean. I do appreciate you. Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
No!